Hello, Smite fans. Welcome in North America for the Smite Founder Series takes its first steps today on the road to the Las Vegas LAN. EMEA started us off totally right yesterday with incredible games of Smite 2, and today looks to be the same. Malum and Trelly to bring you the action to start off. Nice Anthony squared, and Trelly, we're here.
I mean, you gotta love it, man. The competition has arrived. The EMEA did not disappoint, and I can only imagine that NA is going to be bringing that same level of energy.
I trust that they will. I mean, I've been staring at rosters non-stop. I've been playing Smite 2, watching Smite 2, and speaking of that, make sure you put exclamation point access in the chat to take a nice try of Smite 2 yourself. Founders Edition is also available, but that gets you basic access to Smite 2, so super important to do that. Trelly, let's take a look at those North American brackets. Start talking about some of these teams that we get to see today, and oh man, is that a bracket!
That is a large bracket. Love to see it.
Honestly, kudos to getting that all in. I mean, we were looking at the teams earlier. We were all kind of pre-gaming what the bracket might look like and how we put together, but that is a lot of teams. So a lot to break down, a lot to go through. And if you caught any of EMEA yesterday, you have an idea of how the flow is going to go. Best of ones leading up to the grand finals, which will be best of three. As you heard in that explainer video, the better you do, the more points you get, and the further you get in. So that's the key today. Lots of teams, Trelly, to kind of keep our eyes on today. We were all kind of pre-gaming and planning and talking about the rosters. We're excited to see some of the new faces, some new pickups. There's a lot to go through.
There certainly is, but at the very least, something that I want to hammer into everyone's mind is if you're seeing some teams that look like they've got some great talent but they fall short, they're not out of the woods just yet. There's plenty more times for them to recollect their thoughts, come back stronger for later on competition, because there was a lot of teams yesterday that I saw that I was like, dude, if these guys had like 2 more weeks to practice, 2 more weeks of scrims, they could be a top echelon team, no doubt. And the beautiful thing about this format is they have that opportunity. They're not out of the woods just because you get knocked out early in a situation like this. So keep your eyes on some of those teams to watch, so to speak, because just because you don't have some of those recognizable names that you might have remembered from Smite 1 does not mean that you can't make your name in Smite 2. Anything can happen. I mean, we have seen some crazy upsets already.
A lot of crazy upsets and lots of big teams to watch and names to remember on those rosters. So names are different, team names are different, but the players remain the same. We'll actually have those teams to watch for you. We take a peek. Cowabunga, Borch, Team but with 5Ms, and Scrumptious are some of the ones we want to point out to you. Lots of great rosters, but Cowabunga is the obvious North American talking point, Trelly. They swept every single closed alpha tournament leading up to the Founders Series for North America, which is insane on its own. They've also been sweeping tournaments that are just amateur. Smite 2 and setting up to run through. Cowabunga has just been on a tear heading into the road to Las Vegas.
But something that I want to bring up is the fact that, there was teams like Cowabunga and EMEA, and they disbanded before this tournament, and sort of the remnants of those squads went into to form their own teams, right? Cowabunga has been together since the very first Smite 2 tournament, right? They have been together since the inception. So they have a lot more of that team synergy and a lot more practice under their belts. It's going to be tough to dethrone them, but if there was some squads to do it, Borch team but with 5Ms and Scrumptious certainly in that topic of conversation. A lot of talent on these rosters. I mean, I can't wait to watch all of them. I know I've been tuning into a lot of the team but with 5M scrim streams because they have just been streaming those for everyone to enjoy, and I've thoroughly been enjoying them.
One thing we didn't see on those scrims that were being streamed for Team Peppa 5Ms was a lot of Borch. I really want to put attention to one of the more interesting layouts of our roster, and kind of a big surprise if you were seeing on the Twitterverse, on Reddit, whatever it may be, Rat Milk being the jungle for Borch was kind of, for some who are a bit newer or catching back up with the scene here for Smite 2, might have been a pretty shocking surprise. But if you caught the end of SPL for Smite 1, and you saw in the SCC Challengers trying to get into the qualifiers for Worlds, Rat Milk performed incredibly well. With a stacked roster, definitely one of the junglers you have to keep an eye on for North America.
No doubt. I mean, I love casting Ratmilk's games. I don't so much like saying his name. Maybe we can work on
Oh, you
that
have
into
it's
Smite
I
2.
welcome to the club. I mean, there was one point where Radmilk was on a team with a bunch of LATAM players, and
Mhm.
one of my favorite things I was told by their captain, Power ST2, who's also playing actually played yesterday, was that Radmilk was the only person who spoke English in that call. So Radmilk just kind of sat quiet and vibed. Como ordenandos ratas was their call phrase. So never gonna forget that for sure. But we're close to game time. We're close to picks and bans for getting things started. So why not start with Bello and look inward to get North America kickstarted here on the road to Vegas for the Founders Series.
Yep, we got Bello, which is going to be Tuba, Rongyu, Jengaru, Oath, and Rem. Definitely a solid squad already. Going up against Look Inward, which looks like Alfie, Zaylen, or used to be Antics, if you remember that name. I used to cast a couple of Antics games. Brendan Bolts, Briz out of the mid lane, and Swagga and Alfie. I already said Alfie because he's the captain. Those are the squads we are looking at here today. Definitely something to be interested in. And Ymir is actually the first ban, Malm. I can't think of a single time I saw Ymir ban, but in EMEA specifically, Fenrir was that top pick. And I didn't necessarily agree with it. I don't know what's going on in the EMEA game specifically. Maybe Fenrir was running the show. But I have not seen that in my games or any of these competitive NA games. I was going to see, is that the case here? No, Bach is just going to be grabbed, and I totally agree with that. Between Jingwei and Bacchus, I'm leaning towards Bacchus every day of the week.
I'm taking Bacchus too, because Bacchus is so multi-versatile at the moment. We've seen Jingwei run into the singular problem of if she's not able to find her Gatling gun crossbow, get those crits across, she's just not relevant in a team fight. You got to be safe enough to do that, and Bacchus has been a great answer for it. But the Ymir ban, I want to talk about it again because I'm right on board with you. I've seen Haddix played in solo a couple of points. I think Sot might have played it in solo, but outside of seeing that in their streams, I can't think of Ymir being, top of the top. So interesting there. Neath getting grabbed, though, talking about characters who have been at the top of things. For North America, Neath has been one of the standout mid laners alongside Akate. So excited to see Neath get picked up for Bello.
Finally, we have
It's possible that the call here was they wanted to try and grab Bacchus or Susana or Jingwei. So you just get a throwaway ban in the mix and force Look Inward to take one of them away, and then take your favorite of the two, which in this case, of course, is going to be Bacchus. And to be clear, I think Fenrir's a fantastic top pick. I just didn't know if first pick every single time we're giving up Jingwei, we're giving up Susana, we're giving up Bacchus to get it was the call. So I don't mind the fact that Look Inward was able to grab Jingwei and Fenrir. That's some great CC. Throw the Morgan in the mix, and that is a ridiculous amount of lockdown. But something I'm noticing, and I don't know if you can see the same, a lot of single target damage on Look Inward. That is really the only AoE CC, that last pick Hades that they just grabbed. So they might have to watch out for how their team fight looks. Whereas Bello, they've got Bacchus, they've got Ring of Spears, throw Bologna into the mix. Could be some nasty stuff when it comes to that team fight.
And when we look inward, is the Fenrir going to be enough front line, assuming the Hades goes some damage? Is the Hades going to be forced into going really tanky to kind of be frontline alongside the Fenrir? Or, because, you're going into an Odin, Bacchus, Bologna. They are not lacking in just being able to stand in front of you and take damage and laugh while it happens. Whereas Look Inward, it feels like they're just going to be in a situation of, all right, we really need to push more through. No class passives in Smite 2, so no inherent advantages, but still kit-wise and just general performance we've seen, it's a little worrisome.
Yeah, Fenrir is not going to be the worst front line. I think he's a great support, which is where I would throw him in this matchup. You got Hades solo, which has usually been going more of a hybrid build, throwing things like Stone of Binding into the mix, just trying to get that bruiser style build. And then you have the Morgan, who can transform into a tank if need be, but is probably going to be Loki and Fenrir, or maybe even Neath for the majority of this game. So it's not as if they're lacking frontline, it's just situational frontline. Whereas Bello, they just come out of the gate with Bacchus, Odin, and Bologna, right? That's not going to be a problem. First time I saw Bologna jungle was yesterday with Lasbrud, and actually looked quite good. So I'm going to see if that's the way we're delegating roles here. Odin actually has quite a good matchup into Hades in the solo lane. I used to think it was bad. I used to think, oh, Hades is going to silence you out of your 3. You're not going to have any clear. If you jump, you're getting ulted, just not good. But turns out Odin's 3 is very versatile into that matchup, dealing with the Hades ult, just jumping away whenever you're in trouble, and he just out pressures you until Hades gets a little bit more damage online. So not going to be bad. I would definitely throw Odin into the solo lane if that was my call, but hey, you've got a versatile team comp, not going to be the worst if you want to throw Bologna in there as well.
And when I look at Inward, I am thinking also of Alfie, team captain. That Hades is sort of a signature pick for Alfie, at least so far in Smite 2 and Smite 1, with obviously a currently larger god pool. Alfie has a pretty wide variety of picks that I've seen personally, but when it comes to Smite 2, seeing Alfie slamming a lot of that Hades in rank. So definitely a comfort pick if it does go solo for Alfie, and something to keep an eye out for and see how it's utilized. Because as you mentioned, while it doesn't feel great into matchups, doesn't feel bad to matchups, it kind of depends how you're playing it. If you are more comfortable, you get those inherent advantages, so that much could certainly be nice. But let's see how those advantages work out. Let's head into the first game for North America in the Founders Series for Smite 2. We're really in here for North America. EMEA showed up yesterday with some crazy team fights, crazy invades. Will we see the same again? Malum, Trelly, and Doug to bring you the action. And Trelly, there was a lot of this yesterday. Lots of 5 people roaming in the jungle, but rarely did they actually run into each other. Might not be the case this time.
Yeah, we saw, I believe, 1 first blood from a grouping like this. We'll see if anything comes from it. Doesn't seem like, unless you go for the full-on wraparound into the red buff. That's the only way I could see.
Are they teleporting to... That's kind of interesting.
Okay, they teleported, so now they go to purple. Let's take a look. Zaylin has Aegis. No blink. Brendan Bolts has Sunder, but probably has a point into the 3 or is holding the point into the 1. There's your options, but looks like no. They're not even going to go for it. They just went for a little bit of a journey, tried to look around, wanted to make sure no buffs are being taken. You're definitely going to be getting invaded by Wrong You, but, you know, that's par for the course. That's the benefit of Bacchus with Sunder, right? You walk up, you have your belly flop, you're going to be taking a buff.
Does look like Brendan Bolt is going to go for a counter invade, but we'll run into an Odin who is rocking Sunder. So it's a pretty good response here from Bello, sort of forward thinking to avoid that invade issue. Already a stun, and Brendan Bolt's got to play this careful and jumps away early. So the invade potential is, while not gone, not doing great either. Wrong You waits and gets it. That's a Bacchus moment.
Yeah, I was like, did Wrong You already Sunder? Was he waiting to Sunder? I was trying to, you know, figure out why the buff would even be pulled there. I guess you just want to get it on cooldown. And now, Wrong You gets to try and take away the purple. Doesn't grab that one, but not a problem. As long as you have speed, you're quite happy there. Man, we are truly in an invade meta. And I'm going to be honest with you, I hate to see it. I like a little bit of invade, but the fact that everyone's invading.
Yeah, it does feel like everyone's living in different lanes and in the jungle.
And it's like, I just want to see you cook, but like, I also
don't want to
be ran at by a support.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And with the patch Tuesday, there will definitely be some changes, and maybe not that full everybody run to the jungle and we see what happens type of vibe we're seeing now. But for the moment, 2 Sunders for look inward. We mentioned 3 for Bello. So the further and further we get, a lot to look out for in that jungle. Definitely not going to be the safest thing on the map. You know, there's a lot to zoom out about and talk about with Smite 2, and being the first North American game, it only makes sense to kind of go through some of those newer things. You already see lots of buffs going around. You see the 1 relic choice. If it's one of the first Smite 2 games you're watching, that might seem kind of like a stark difference. But another thing worth mentioning is the blinks that you see are combat blinks.
They certainly are. They usually get you out of trouble anytime you need. Another thing I want to mention, Briz, one of the most talented ranked mid laners I've ever had the pleasure of playing with, and can do disgusting things on the Morgan. But the Morgan with blink, is that scary? Is that safe? What can you really go for here? What I love about the Morgan in Smite 2 is the fact that she can use her relic, blink in, get aggressive, transform into someone that has a relic, and then use that relic, right? You have the option. Oh no, the dash in, I had no idea.
Brendan Bolts will go down, though, before Swagga responds, so first blood in the pocket of the Bacchus. Look inward, it seemed like they were trying to play the wait game, be as patient as they possibly could, but it ended up being a thing that bit them, and Bello were able to take out the Fenrir, speaking of biting.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a bait because Swagga was in the jungle for so long, but turns out the rotation in. I mean, you got Oath just sitting in the jungle waiting for it as well, so ends up giving a first blood to Wrong You. I mean, you'd prefer that to go to Tuba. You want to get your stacks online as quickly as possible if you're in that carry role, but I don't think you're too upset about giving it over to the Bacchus either. Bacchus is in a fantastic spot. even with some nerfs coming his way, is still an absolute menace on the battleground. You build into your protections, you get the extra auto attack damage, and you start carrying by just killing carries. That is your game plan.
Jangaro in some trouble, backflip out in time, so we'll be all right. Brendan bolts on that Fenrir, going aggressive in the blue jungle yet again, does run into 2, and is already low, still level 2, now rooted and taking more hits. You know, Brendan's played very aggressive so far, trying to steal buffs, to get active and make plays, but it seems like a lot of farm have been lost for the Fenrir, and notably when that first flood happened, Brendan was also level 2. So that's one thing the invades are kind of bringing out of people, Trelly, is people kind of forgetting their level.
They certainly are, but are you forgetting about the Gold Fury at 4 minutes? Remember, 2 Sunders available. Do you have time? Brendan's got one as well. Can he get in close? The answer is no. Wrong. Blows it up. Wow. Just trying to start that snowball early, Malum. Make sure that there is no chance to look inward to catch a breather. They get first blood. They turn that into an objective, and that's just the benefit of having a seasoned support, a seasoned shot caller on your squad. They know exactly when you can make plays like that.
The combination of just being so ahead and having that seasoned experience, that's what did it. I mean, it was this idea of, hey, we've been bullying this Fenrir. It can't really contest us in a fight, so it had to be a lucky Sunder. Let's just pull it and take advantage of having the multiple. And that's something you're going to see a lot of today. When you see a more experienced team, you see names you recognize versus a team where maybe you recognize some names less, or you've just seen names in ranked. Look to see where those supports and jungles are having everybody go, and Brendan Bolts turns the corner into trouble again. And Wrong You, again, will get the kill on the Fenrir.
Yeah, I mean, the CC chain was always going to be able to lock him down there. When you start Sunder, when you don't have Ragnarok, belly flop, it was burp, into belly flop, into knock up, into polymorph, into dead. And this time, Wrong You also gets the last hit. So now we got a Fed Bacchus running around. Why not go over to solo? Etho will confirm it, and Jagaru picks up the 3rd kill of the game. I wanted Wrong You to get it. I'm going to be honest. I'm okay with him taking every kill this game.
A pre-ult from Briz on the Morgan. Jangaro might die. Swagger going to chase under the tower and find it. And will be okay to get out as well. The movement speed and the invis reset to help things out. Odin is lurking, looking to see if there's anybody to grab. We'll run into Brendan Bolts, who's level 4.
Oh my goodness.
It's a decent fight for Oath if this happens. I mean, Brendan's taken a lot. And it looks like Look Inward knew the same thing. But Oath still going for this chase. Now the jump down on the Swagga. And Brendan, I don't know how much help is here. Swagga gonna run into the gray screen. There it is. Oath with the final hit. And Brendan, it's time to run away.
I mean, you have to there. Remember, there was double Loki ults onto Jangaro under the tower. A well-timed Aegis at the very least stalled out that engagement. But that means that Swagga doesn't have ult. And that means that Oath gets free pickings once he finds that cage. And that's exactly what he found. That finally puts a kill over towards Oath. Not bad for the jungle Odin. I mean, you're going to be going mostly damage. Has started Dev Gauntlets. But take a look at the starts for everyone on Bello. It's Dev Gauntlets or Transcendence, and of course, you know, going active items if you're support. Yeah, that's just the meta we're in. But yeah, it's full stacking, meaning that they're not that strong right now as far as, you know, what their items are going to transform into. But they're still not afraid to fight, as you can see.
Wrong You just waiting at the speed in chaos. It will get it too and flop away. Oh man, you can hear the Bacchus giggles from here. Matter of fact, willing to turn around with the mushroom drop, that Amanita charm, giving lots of healing. They can go for the purple steal too, and Bello doesn't seem like they got it, as they do walk away from it. We'll see if Look Inward pick it up. But man, Bello's presence in the jungle so far, Trelly, Wrong You is facilitating so much.
I mean, and this is why I don't think we're in a position when you can give up things. Like Bacchus, man, he is just too impactful, especially with someone who knows how to pilot, knows how to use the Sunder to the best of its ability, and can shot call like this. I would not be surprised, and I'm just going to call it now, that gold might be getting pulled off cooldown. Like the second that Gold Fury spawns back in, I would not expect to see the rotation over to it, or at least within like 30 seconds of it being alive. Just pay attention to Bello's squad. Maybe after Oath respawns a going, because they do have the Queen buff as well. Oath can spawn the extra minions to help out, and that's why Swag is here. He's like, wait a second, you guys did gold at 4 minutes. You're probably gonna be back to try and do it immediately, and we don't have wards, so we're gonna stand here and watch just in case.
And Rongyu said, yeah, I am back. Here I am. I'm Bacchus. Hi. And is waving with the turkey leg. I mean, that's just Bacchus doing Bacchus things. Brendan Bolt's in some trouble and taking a lot of damage from Rongyu. Now, Oath with the jump down. The big dog is going to be dead to the wild hunt. Tuba picks that one up. 5 now for Bello. And as Trelly talked about, the Gold Fury is the interest. You see those little dots on the top of your screen. Right now there's 1, about to be 2 filled in. Each time a Gold Fury is taken for a team, they get pretty significant buffs as they stack up. And once the 3rd total Gold Fury is taken, Trelly, you get, of course, your 3rd buff yourself, should you get there, but the Ancient Fury will begin to spawn.
I love the Ancient Fury, man. She's so creepy. Like the ghost that just haunts the objectives and stands over menacingly, letting you know that there's no way you're defending this siege. It's just so threatening. So that's the reason it's important. Jengaru into a little bit of trouble. The cage is not going to save him now. Oh, he's getting no Loki. He's got to get out.
Swagga back to base and said, hey, I have damage now. And Briz said, say less. We double Loki in the mid lane right now. And it works out for Look Inward. 2 big pickups. Golden Pocket, perhaps more importantly, is that's been kind of spiraling for Look Inward. We're coming up on 10 minutes, 5-3 currently, and every time you look at the gold lead, I mean, for me personally, I've been waiting to say it, because every time I look up, Charlie, there's another 1,000 tacked on, another 500 tacked on for Bello, and it really hasn't stopped so far.
Yeah, I mean, Look Inward does have ways back into this game. I think mainly the double Loki combo can be very lethal. You only get 1 Aegis, so if Jengaru ever gets caught out again, you could try and go for the aggression there. Remember, Oath is full damage Odin jungle with Dev Gauntlets. Like, he can certainly just get farmed out in the mid lane if he's ever caught out in the jungle in a 1v1 situation. So keep your eyes there. That's where I would be going. I would not be fighting around duo lane. If Rongyu's there, if Tuba's there, that's not where you would want to go. And also, something else to bring up, Malum. I don't know if you've been seeing this, but the various open tournaments that we had leading up to this event, it was all intelligence-based Sunanos. That was the build. You were not seeing anything else.
Yeah,
it was
so
Book of Thoth, it was Transcendence. Since yesterday and today as well, I've only been seeing crit-based strength at the Sunanos.
Ooh, a nice dodge from Alfie. Might at least prolong the death and give a chance for a rotation from the rest of Look Inward. Still isn't dead, by the way. Ramakami will use Eagle's Rally to secure the kill, but as I mentioned, time was bought, and Bello might need to hurry up and get away. Loki's here, Fenrir also. Here's the engage. Beats come out and jump away is good. Man, what a great use of Talisman there to get everybody out. But Rem got left behind and gets picked up by Brendan Bolts, but is not taking any damage yet. Finally, surely, yes, goes down. There's those 2 pickups we were kind of waiting on. But it's funny, Charlie, it started out with, man, Bello's taking a long time to kill Alfie, and then turned into, Look Inward's taking a long time to kill everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, you get Alfie, which he survived a fair bit, so props to him. Stalls for the squad, then the 2 Lokis arrive, and again, that's gonna be where Look Inward makes their comeback, right? You need to make the benefit of Briz being a little bit ahead of the mid lane, is because Jengaru falls down twice now. 2 deaths is gonna be a little rough. You need to make use of Swagga being so strong, 3-1 on this Loki. And now Queen started up. Is Oath actually going to go in for a steal here? I was going to say that'd be risky at best. Looks like they're just going to take that one and walk away for the time being. But I do think this Odin jungle, the fact that Oath's falling behind, like Swagga's up 2 levels, 3-1, does not bode well for Bello, because I'm going to let you in on a little secret, Malum. Loki scales harder than Odin. Like, you want to be using that early pressure that Odin can provide, because at level 20, there's going to be a stark damage difference. And especially when Briz gets the turn into the Fed Loki, it's not going to be fun.
Bello grouping on the left-hand side. That tower is low. Should just be an auto or 2, which gives a good chance to dive if you want to. As Trelly mentioned, though, watch Swagga. That Loki going to be doing a lot right now, and more once that build gets further online. Keep your eyes out for a Soul Reaver, which would make that Loki even more dangerous. Oath about to learn the same thing. And maybe not, see ya? Swagga's got to really commit, but what? Hello? Meanwhile, Bello grabbing the Gold Fury. Can they get it away from Look Inward? Yes, they can. So Oath gets away. They get the Gold Fury. What about the fight after the fact? Oh my God, look at all the CC. Where's the deaths to follow? Right there. Look Inward. Make it happen and finally start to clean house a little bit. A little bit messy. But Look Inward will take it despite losing the gold.
I mean, that's the thing. You can't just all in commit for the Gold Fury. Oath is way out of position. Never survives that fight. You gotta... It's so hard to get yourself out of this mindset, but just because you are Odin does not make you tanky. You have Sunder. You don't have a survivability relic. Immediately gets so much damage in, but then Oath lives. Miraculously walks out. I was amazed that he ends up getting out, but unfortunately, the team did not say, hey, Oath got out. That's our dub. They said, let's go in for the objective. Let's pull the Gold Fury. They confirm it. Sure, they get their third of the game, but the rotation in from Alfie, the Hades, teleporting in to the left side, goes up behind. Everyone is able to help chase down. And now, I mean, despite the gold difference, which of course is going to happen because you lost 3 Gold Furies, those things do start to add up. I'm more concerned about the XP differential as well. I mean, Brendan Bolts is relatively even with Wrong U, both sitting at level 10. Their itemization is a bit better for Wrong U because he's got more gold, of course, but Oath starting to catch back up, still 2 levels behind. Alfie's a level ahead. Riz is a level ahead, actually just now even. So it's not as if Look Inward can't fight, man. They have shown that they are able to step forward, maybe not to objectives, but catch them in the jungle and they'll throw hands.
Lots of grouping in the jungle on the right-hand side. Everyone is accounted for as 15 minutes is on the horizon. Who's going to be the first one to make the move, though, is a big question. Lots of bush waiting for Bello. They step forward, but don't find any instant CC. They also had Jingaru charging the ultimate, maybe to find a pick, but none to be had.
Can I just bring up that Briz is building one of my favorite, the Morgan items. That World Stone, that second option there, the passive just says 20 seconds off your ult down, or 20% off your ult cooldown.
You like to ult by me.
That's it. And the Morgan, that is her item. That's what it's made for.
Fenrir is made for Ragnarok. Bringing back Jingaru. Is there a kill to be had? Alfie, big time ultimate. Gets everybody caught inside. And Bello are starting to fall apart in the main meat of the fight. Remakami real deep and taking real crits from behind, but not dead. Still, now is Oath for backup. Tuba might look to re-engage now. Oath goes in, the cage comes out. Alfie is down low, but Rem can't get to them. Oath will help clean up Swagga. Now the rest of Look Inward is stuck in the middle. The bludgeon takes out Zaylin, and Brendan Bolts is left wondering what happened to our team fight.
I mean, I can tell you what happened. You used Fenrir ult, Loki ult, all. That's what happened. And Hades ult. I think they 4-ulted just to kill Jingaru, and that's all well and good, but what do you have for the siege afterwards? You have nothing. Briz, only one who can get here in time. Is there even steal potential? Does not seem like it. Briz doesn't want to step up. They're doing it.
But won't get the steal, so that's going to be fire around the belts of 5 for Bello. And Fire Giant, I mean, with how much fighting is happening in Smite 2 at the moment, Trelly, Fire Giant's even more valuable.
It certainly is, and the fact that Bello was able to grab that despite losing a bit of the fight leading up to that Fire Giant pull, they're going to be happy. And especially if Jingaru is the target, because don't get me wrong, Jingaru wants to live through these team fights, would love to get an impactful World Weaver off. There is options here, but I think you're okay with delegating a lot of your damage to your tankier targets. Wrong U has been able to live through these fights very well. Tuba sitting at level 14. Oath was able to just AFK farm up and has plenty of itemization online. Now this Odin is going to be a real threat. And now, why not pull the Ancient Fury? I think Look Inward could step up. Brendan Bolt is nearby, but too little too late. Ancient Fury going down at 17 minutes. That's ridiculous.
That's a heck of a toolbox to drop too. Queen Naga, the charm was down, the mushroom.
Why not? I mean, you got all the time in the world now, and Look Inward, I think they're doing the exact right play. Just if you see Bello on the left side of the map, go right. Don't give up a Phoenix for free, but just try and grab farm. There's no reason to step up to these objectives.
There is a call to retreat. I mean, the Ancient Fury does disable structures. You combine that with a Fire Giant, and you can erase kind of anything you want to erase. And Bello know that, wisely following suit of Wrong U and kind of going where the calls are. We talked about the experience and the whole team making those right calls, and they've certainly done that now at 18 minutes as the structures continue to fall. The gold lead has spiked past that 10K uh-oh territory. I mean, it's looking real good for Bello, but look inward. Are they out of options, Trelly?
No, I think they might have to give up this last tier 2. That's obvious, but I do think they're able to find a bit of a defense here. It's just going to be tough because you cannot drop 4 ultimates on a Neath and expect to win the team fight after the fact. If Jangaru is your target, which seems to be the case, still has the most deaths on the team, I just can't imagine you get in, get out that cleanly. I think you give up 1 Phoenix here at worst, but maybe they find the defense of the century because this Phoenix is not going to help out.
Solo Phoenix under siege. Alfie goes forward. 2 ults out from look inward, but no real picks, no real kills. Matter of fact, it's turning around. Oath went into the back line and found 1. And Wrong You is going to get Alfie, who went back after the ultimate. That's going to cost the Solo Phoenix. And Bello got eyes on a bigger prize, and they step towards the throne room and begin the Titan siege already. And why not? You've got everything up. The mushroom comes out too. Into the back line goes Fenrir. Is there anything to be had? Another ultimate coming out from Alfie will be there. No, that's Briz. But Briz finds 1. Is that enough to hold this Titan alive? Bello are full committing, and they're gonna get it. Bello, take out look inward in a heck of a Titan siege. A better defense than I think we anticipated, Trelly, but just not enough.
I mean, 10 to 10, very even kills wise. It was just, let's talk about the early game, right? Wrong You was able to steal away so much, was a menace on the left side of the map. That translates into Tuba getting quite fed. They rotate around together and just take every single Gold Fury, man. Even though they had a bit of a stumble in that fight in the solo lane, it didn't matter. It did not matter that that Oath got picked and then they lost 3 after that Gold Fury. Or sorry, Oath didn't get picked. He got 1 HP, and then the rest of the team gets picked. None of that mattered because they built up such a large gold lead for themselves around these objectives that they just picked up where they left off. And they said, okay, not a problem there. Let's just translate this into a winning team fight, take Fire Giant, take Ancient Fury, and win the game. And you can't take Ancient Fury. Your Phoenix Siege does not go as well as it just did if you didn't grab 3 Gold Furies by 17 minutes, right? That was set up from minute 4. Ridiculous play by Team Bello, and definitely a squad to watch.
Something that you and Dawson were talking a lot about yesterday was this old guard, and when are we going to see that new generation rise up and how? I think one of the keys for those players, those newer teams, the players you don't recognize, as we mentioned, and the ones you even do a little bit, is figuring out that macro play and really understanding how they've got to work around the map, because team fighting, it's been pretty impressive to see a lot of those new faces and how they've been playing in the fights. A lot of times we're seeing one team pull away in kills just for the other to dominate, as you said, grabbing Gold Furies, grabbing Fire, at Queen Naga, on cooldown, and it's really making a big difference.
It is. I mean, you have to watch out for the objective play on the SMITE 2 map. You have to watch out for the gold camps on both sides in solo and in duo, and you need to watch out for your early buff invades. Those are all things to keep an eye on, and you'll see the veteran teams, time and time again, they are pulling Gold Fury immediately. They are not thinking about it. They are just going to objectives, 15-minute Fire Giants, 4-minute Gold Furies. I mean, just keep watching. Every single game, you say, hey, I recognize that guy from SMITE 1. He was a pretty good player. That is what they're doing because they understand we can make mistakes in the team fight. It honestly doesn't matter. As long as we have way more gold than you, if you're not pulling Fire Giant off our mistake, we can capitalize on it. So just a lot to keep an eye on. Farming the map is so important. Knowing your strengths, knowing when you can pull objectives, all of that is going to keep deciding some of these early games, at least when we're early on in the bracket. As it gets further, you can't really make mistakes like that. Once you're in the quarters, the semis, and even the finals of this tournament, you make one drop, you could just lose the whole game off it.
Yeah, I was going to mention that because there was that one really, really good team fight from Look Inward at the Gold Fury where their CC was perfectly synergized, everything worked out, and it was a fantastic fight. They tried to replicate that same success. We drop our CC, we drop our ultimates, we kill them all, right? And the response from Bello was just, oh, everybody back away and just let them use their stuff, then we go back. So the further and further we get, you'll see that adaptation come from both sides for sure, and I think teams will get really adjusted to each other. But that's one of the things about open brackets and grassroots that can be so interesting is you will see those teams improve. Next time we see Look Inward, they will be a better team, and that's one of the keys to look out for as we continue in the Founder Series, which, speaking of doing so, will continue when we come back from break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I love that intro, and I love that we're back here with more SMITE Founder Series. Charlie, I gotta say one thing so far, right?
Go ahead.
The excitement, the team fights, the macro, it's been great. But you know my favorite part? Is that we're playing SMITE 2!
That's true. We are.
It's not SMITE 1, it's SMITE 2. And one of the best ways to play SMITE 2 is, of course, with having access and using the Founders editions of the game, because you can start grinding out your God Mastery through the Ascension passes. That $30 Founders edition is your starting point, but consider upgrading, because the Ascension passes, those extras with the Zeus skin, that's where it's really at. I mean, Charlie, how far are you on your Hecate Mastery so far?
Listen, man, I'm about level 8, but it's not so much the mastery that I'm grinding. You know how you can show your little, your like...
The stats, right?
Yeah, your stats, exactly. I'm grinding the magic shields, so I get Staff of Mirrodin, and I try and double my shields every chance I get, and I'm at like 4,000 magic shields. So if you're in my game, you're catching a Hecate shield. Just leave it at that.
You know, I have seen you be hyper aggressive with the shield, is how I guess I'll word it. It's definitely like you're a football player and you've got your practice pads on, so you're going a little bit too hard in the paint. But make sure you grab those Founders editions today. Get those stats and those kill trackers going up. That's the way to be. But more SMITE 2, speaking of the actual Founders series, Trelly, we got to see Bello versus Look Inward before, and we're learning lessons. Yesterday for EMEA, we learned the idea of the microplay, where that matters, where the good teams are going to get ahead of other really well-known teams, and where those differences may lie. And with Bello and Look Inward, I think we saw sort of the two close to evenly matched teams, but some experience for one, and where that macro play will be a big difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say evenly matched just because of how well Bello played the early game, right? I think they were able to make some mistakes in the team fight because they knew they were so far ahead, right? They just had that gold lead, that sort of cushion to lean back on because of how well they played that early game. But still a fantastic matchup to watch, and honestly, I could have seen it going either way for quite some time there.
Well, we talked again about that experience. One of the teams with a lot of experience on this bracket is Team Name, but with 5 M's, consisting of a ton of names you might recognize from SMITE 1 and the SPL. And we're going to be checking in on them versus Garf's Goblins, which 5 M's have been scrimming. We talked about it earlier, but they've been scrimming every single night and streaming their scrims, which is awesome, getting to see how teams are preparing and who they're preparing against. They've been going against teams like Cowabunga. I believe they've been going against the Valo Happen Tegvir roster as well. So lots of prep going into this. And obviously, we all know the PBM is one of the more cerebral leaders in the SMITE competitive scene. That's really impactful. So you're getting picks and bans, Trelly. What's kind of, when you're in a picks and bans and you've got people with that kind of experience, you go about picks and bans completely differently, right?
Yeah, considering Team Boat with 5 M's is in the first pick, I cannot imagine that they aren't looking to first pick, you know, either Bacchus or Fenrir for Mike. Those are the 2 picks that I immediately go to because I know how impactful support can be in the early game. Okay, considering this is the case, Susano and Sol, I mean, I think you take Bacchus. You give up something like, you could give up Ymir and Fenrir, which isn't great. Bacchus doesn't love that matchup. And it looks like they're going to take none of the above, which I think is the smart call now that I think about it. You take Jingwei, and then you take your choice of whatever Garf's Goblins doesn't grab. You're losing Bacchus here for sure, but you might not lose the Fenrir, so Team Both 5 M's has their choice. You do. I lied. But you could grab Ymir here. Or not, because Garf's Goblins already have double tank, so maybe they don't even need to grab Ymir. But I see where they went for, and they did. Anyways, I should stop second guessing myself. I know what I'm talking about.
I was gonna say, why is there confidence lacking here? You've called everything up to this point. I'm your co-caster. I've got your back, but I'm genuinely impressed. That was clean. The Jingwei grabbed Ymir. Jingwei for Cyclone Spin, frightening to say the least. And we talked about those scrims that have been streamed, and Cyclone Spin on that Jingwei has been dropping some serious numbers in those games. And Neath mid. You know, it's funny, we did see it a bit in EMEA, but when I'm seeing Neath mid now, I'm really associating it with North America because of what Paul has done on Neath. So it's kind of becoming a signature pick here.
It certainly has, and something that I've been paying attention to is just the evolution of the Neath mid build for, I want to say, the first 2 open tournaments, it was pretty much just you're getting Conduit, you're getting Transcendence, Book of Thoth, you know, Cosmic Horror, Rod, Obsidian Shard, Soul Reaver, the end. Like, that's the build. Do not change anything about it. And since then, we've seen Bluestone slotted in. We've seen Transcendence being built before Book of Thoth. We've seen so many different ways to play this character, and all of them are interesting and exciting. But what's really interesting and exciting, I haven't seen Mordred in a couple games, so that's going to be an absolute blast to watch. Mordred has either one of the best team fight ults in the game or one of the worst. It is so embarrassing when you miss and you try and circle back around and you end up just going in a circle. But when you can hit a multiple man chase the weak ultimate, it is fantastic. So I can't wait to see. I'm assuming how Scream plays it, but there is, I guess, the option for the Odin jungle. So we'll hold off on where that one goes. But Garf's Goblins with the last pick, Hecate. I mean, hey, I've been hyping up the Hecate for a minute now, and I'm never going to complain about seeing this character pick. Seriously, one of the funnest characters in the game, or the most fun characters in the game, I should say.
And one big talking point that's getting picked up, we're talking about how characters and teams, and we're sort of, not even just the meta, but just what you expect to see in these competitive matches has been evolving as the tournaments have gone on. Hecate was somebody who a few weekends ago, I mean, there was people in chat, there was a lot of commentary about where is this character the best? I'm not performing too great with it. Where's the damage coming from? Then we start to see these competitive tournaments, the open tournaments. Now we're seeing Founder Series, and it's, wow, Hecate can blow some people up. And with that final lock-in, Hecate is just always my character to watch now. Open the Gates is just so impactful. You talked about the shield, what that can bring to a fight, which might be one of the more forgotten aspects of her kit, but the versatility and how she can clear a wave and maneuver through is really scary. And going back to that Mordred, Lasbra yesterday was one of the more interesting Mordreds I think we got to watch, and really exemplifies your point, where the Mordred play in the jungle was great. The ultimates were pretty consistently going around, and we saw the sort of ice skating, the Healy play of running in a circle of, oh no, we missed. So you got to lock that in pretty significantly and early on Mordred to be fully impactful. I mean, that's the best part of his kit.
But the thing that I want to highlight here about Hecate, specifically into a matchup like this, when the people that are diving you is a Ymir, a Mordred, and an Odin, what do they all have in common? They want to close gap. They want to get close to you. What do they all also share is that none of them are going to grab beads, right? They're going to get the, you probably have Ymir grabbing the active item that gives you squad-wide purification. But if you're close to Hecate and she opens the gates, you're getting teleported on her tower. You're getting just yoinked away. Then, if I'm Hecate, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to wait. And I'm going to say, are you charging at me now? Now that I've teleported you away? Zoop, I'm going to go underneath you. I'm going to teleport away as well. So you don't have to get blinked. You can grab a beads or an Aegis for yourself. Usually Aegis, just because it's shorter cooldown at the moment. And then you can just have that ultimate as your own safety tool. You're not going to care too much about the Ring of Spears. As long as you build full cooldown, you're not going to have an issue there.
Low cooldown, survivability, and probably more fights and invades. Let's get in game and see where the chaos leads us yet again with more North American Founder Series. And yep, we're in the jungle, we're in the grass. Malum, Trelly, Doug, and invades. That's Smite 2 for you. And pretty deep already for 5Ms, which usually we're seeing teams take that further path around to try to avoid some detection. This looks more challenging from 5Ms.
Yeah, this is like, I dare you to fight me. That's what I'm getting here. But there is a chance for the Hecate rotation. You could see Des join. And it seems like that might happen. Des does have Shell. So not going to be the beads, not going to be the Aegis. Does have the Phantom Shell pickup, which we've seen a few times from carries. Just because it's such a short cooldown and you have to worry a little bit about the Odin Cage. But no surprise here. Mike rolls up. He's got Chalice and Health Pot, meaning he's got plenty of sustain. And he's got Sunder. He keeps that thing on him, and he is going to go in for the invade, trying to take away Sun Prodigy's red, or speed buff rather. And make sure you pay attention to Sun Prodigy, who has Aegis. No blink, no Sunder. When a jungler starts Aegis like this, I'm gonna hold that thought. I gotta wait.
Oh, an auto! Come on! No, not there! The anticipation of that moment is almost better than the moment, because somehow Benny Q survives. I really can't believe I just saw that. I thought for sure that was first blood, but it is not. Jungle invades, though. They wait for no Man, Scream looking for that caustic buff, but is really having a tough time with Killcam Kenny. Does use a shoulder tackle to get the better of it. Now steps away. Akate rotating over, and Dest wants to help out Killcam Kenny, but that Mez not going to find a home. Scream turns around, but is really having a tough time with this fight. Needs some backup in the form of BennyQ, who roots Dest, not Killcam Kenny. So first blood goes to Garth's Goblins.
Yep, Killcam Kenny with the Sunder. Easy kill there. BennyQ also has to fall down here. Can you have any bit of CC? No, they're all level 1! And the Mez is not going to be enough. My goodness. Unfortunate.
BennyQ going to give Mez that like 2 HP and just walk away from it?
Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite and kind of slept on interactions with Akate. There is an extra hit on the end of her 1. If you miss, it charges 1 more time. So even if you miss the initial line projectile, the little shadow of yourself at the end can still get a hit, and that's exactly what happens there. But BennyQ gets to live to see another day, and Mike and Cyclone are going to hide inside of the crowd.
Cheerio 3 in solo, and is this a Cheerio? Caustic Bob will do it indeed. Oh man, the bleeds will take out Cheerio. That's a tough end, and it goes the Sun Prodigy, who we've said the name a couple of times. You know, we talked a lot about the old gen of Smite 1, but you know, as somebody who's been casting Sunprod for a couple of years now, it's hard not to talk about somebody with Prodigy in the name. Definitely a player to watch as we get further into the Founder series, and I think could, with some experience, emerge as a very, very high-end jungler, because he's been doing it while being new and incredibly young.
Yep, he is. He's definitely a ranked grinder, and that's exactly the kind of dedication you want to see in an early evolving esports scene. Like SMITE 2 has. But something to keep in mind, Killcam Kenny has been rotating, I mean, out the wazoo. This Fender has not been in duo lane, whereas Mike and Cyclone Spin have not left this duo lane. A lot of solo farm going the way of Drunk Diplomat. Cyclone Spin's going to be, you know, put a bit behind in that regard, but they've been able to control all the farm on this side of the map, right? Gold Camp goes to Cyclone. The blue buff goes to PBM. They have control over here. And what does that translate into? Gold Fury spawns in a minute. Wouldn't be surprised if Team Bo with 5Ms look towards it, or at least tried to get aggressive on this side of the map. Play to your strength. And right now, it's the duo lane.
Speaking of that duo lane, PBM, gone. Drunk Diplomat. A lot of damage on top and some help from the gank from Sunprod. Drunk Diplomat, recently seen in the Content Creator Cup for Smite 1, and had some really strong showings. Definitely some performances that left some stuff to be desired towards the end of the tournament, but really did have some standout spots in the Creator Cup. So definitely look out for Drunk Diplomat and how that laning phase against Cyclone Spin continues to go. BennyQ in trouble and should just be dead to the deep.
Oh, my goodness, man. Sun Prodigy is on an absolute tear, rotating around the map. Level 5 already. But something that you might notice already is the fact that Team with 5Ms, despite the fact that they're down 0-4, was up in gold up until this point. Can they find the first kill of the game, or is the beautiful Impale going to turn to Scream's death?
Scream might just die for it. Has to back up and reposition. Killcam Kenny also repositioning to maybe lead Garth's Goblins in should the fight continue. But wisely, maybe wise beyond their team experience, they back away from 5Ms, not trying to hand this fight over. But the wall does catch Killcam Kenny, who uses the Brutalize through it. Pretty great team fights so far from Garth's Goblins. I'm finding myself impressed, but as Trelly mentioned, and keep your eyes on it, right now, barely 200 gold is the difference between these two teams, with 4 kills favoring Garth's Goblins. BennyQ just threatening Killcam Kenny not to back. Not again.
I want to see him fire it, man.
Me too. Give me a damage test.
I know that with his build currently, that we're not looking at a kill, but if he backed for a full item, like maybe, but oh no, Sunprod was in the jungle. Might be looking for BennyQ one more time. Does have a beads available, but is that enough? Let's find out.
Does use it. Oh, gets away, but look who's here through the walls. Scream takes out Dust. You stepped too far. Man, I really liked the setup from Garth's with Sunprod trying to bait some stuff out, but the response from 5Ms there, so clean and perfect.
Yeah, you timed the ultimate there as best you can if you're Des, but could not teleport before Scream just hit him like a freight train. So that's going to be first kill for Team Bo with 5Ms, and immediately Scream gets active on the invade. Takes away your red buff. Pay attention to the buffs that he's wearing, because bro has like 3. He has plenty of damage if he runs into anyone in the jungle, and it looks like he's going to run into Sun Prodigy. Maybe even force an ultimate here if BennyQ can help over the wall, and he does.
Lots of damage. Oh, pursue the weak. He's too weak. He's already dead.
Wow.
Oh, man, that was tough. I mean, for Sunprod, I'm sure he felt so safe at that buff, full health, just doing a buff, minding your own business. All of a sudden, here's a 3-belt demon named Scream on the Mordred. A tough end there, for sure. BennyQ, maybe the same fate. Holding on to jump. There's the Ragnarok to bring him back. I don't think BennyQ's getting out of this one, no matter how far you go. Is juking a lot. Still juking. Finally goes down. I mean, I knew he was going to die from the Brutalize, but I just wanted to see how long he could make it last. Gold Fury up. Ults out. The secure goes to PBM. Gold Fury for 5Ms.
Yep. This is what I was talking about. I said it last game. You can make mistakes when your farm is just better. You really can. Oh, the ult comes through. Mike does get stopped. Oh, jumps over the freeze, and he's gone.
Oh, my goodness.
Clean with it. The lazy back does get punished.
Get out of my jungle. That's my purple. You can't back here. That was crazy from Drunk Diplomat. Showing up so far. 2 kills. Definitely the flashier of the 2 right there. And you know, Charlie, I look up at the scoreboard. It's the same thing. We're hyping up Garf's Goblins 6-2 at 7 minutes. But we look at the scoreboard, and the gold lead is 800 for 5Ms, and they've got a Gold Fury.
Yeah, and that's a scary thought, man. They are going to play as aggressive as possible. Oh, hold up. There's no way, right? Yeah, yeah. Lord Garfield's falling down. Scream gonna pick that one up, no problem. If he's got a big boy ultimate, he might just go through the wall and try and grab Dest again. This is how you play Mordred jungle. You get 1 kill, you snowball. Queen spawns in, BennyQ and Mike gonna go ahead and grab that one. But look at the rotation. Garf's Goblins, they're heading right, and Scream might be the target here.
Pursuing the level 5, bringing him to the sky, and then saying goodbye. No more kill cam Kenny. Queen Naga does go to 5Ms as well on the left-hand side. So they're just continuing. Everything they can find is theirs. If it's not boarded down, they're going to take it. And for Garf's Goblins, it feels like they're just getting kind of caught at every corner. There's already a 5Ms member waiting to do what they were thinking of.
Yep. Does not seem to be an issue at the moment. I mean, hey. Cyclone Spin is 2 kills behind. Mike, oh, he didn't get yoinked back in. He juked it with the wall. That should have pulled him under tower for sure, but just barely makes it out and does a little jump to show Dest. You're not catching me. That is a Hakate ult wasted, unfortunately. But that's just what Mike brings to the table. I will say, we saw this a bit yesterday. The Screeching Gargoyle that Cherry picks up. I'm going to hold my points. It has nothing to do with this fight that we might see. Okay, cool. Hussar's Wings for Scream, but with 5Ms. Bro picked up the active item, and look, he just used it. He's using it just for movement. It's a 30-second sprint, and he's just using it to zoom around the map.
Nice target swap from Killcam Kenny. And get shielded too. Perfectly timed to get away. That was a really nice play from Killcam Kenny to make the adjustment when the Emerald came out to then surviving. I mean, obviously it doesn't turn into much, but a lot of really small, good mechanics have been making their way through from Garf's Goblins so far, Charlie.
Yeah, that was Dest's Phantom Shell that he used to make sure that Kenny survived. So that's the mid laner making a support play. Remember, that shield that Dest would have, not the Phantom Shell, but the third ability that Dest has, would have done nothing there. It only shields against magical damage, so it had to be the Phantom Shell. Made sure to keep support alive. But that is some interesting tech for me. I am just pay attention to Scream, but with 5Ms, that second item, I want to see if he keeps using it on cooldown. Scream always has the tech, right? 30-second cooldown on that Hussar's Wings. Does he just use it to get around the map every single time, or is he going to save it for a gank? I mean, here he's going for a fight, so you might as well keep it in your pocket. But here comes the ultimate.
Watch out! This might just be 2. Gonna be 1. It's the Fenrir. A Desert's Fury as well, but Scream's got an answer for it and brings down Drunk Diplomat. Looks for Killcam Kenny. Will have to settle for the 1. And there's the Hussar's Wings after the fight to rotate faster to the mid lane. The technology is up for Scream.
We have technology. All right. Could be a speed bump invade. Sun Prod, unfortunately, might just have to watch this one go down, because when Mike and Scream show up to your speed, you're probably going to lose it. But are they afraid? Is there a fight to be had? Is there a Gold Fury to be pulled? The answer might not surprise you. Kill Cam Kenny, the only one nearby, but Benny Q could be a target.
And that's going to be a drop of the gold, but a 3-man stun from Sunprod slows down 5Ms. Benny Q gets brought back to the grayscale from Dest. This fight not starting off bad for Garf's Goblins. The 5Ms looking to find their answer by taking out Sunprod, and the air strike will be the thing to do it. So no more Loki in the fight, and Garf's Goblins have to worry. A stun coming out from Kill Cam Kenny, the brutalize too. The jump forward caught by the wall, so no Drunk Diplomat quite yet. Scream still gonna go down to Garfield. The turnaround and the shutdown is there, but can you find more in that Odin cage? The brutalize at 1 HP runs into an auto from PBM.
Beautiful.
5Ms now for the retreat. Is it gonna be there? Cyclone Spin back in the fight, and full health underneath Ult 2 will take out Drunk Diplomat. The ADCs are here to swing, and their autos are finding some chins. Big fight for 5Ms.
My goodness, man. Beautiful rotation back in from Cherry. Mike peels as perfectly as you could ask for, and then Cyclone Spin just flies in after the reset to pick up another kill. Any lazy backers? No, but the purple buff is up. And Cyclone's going to take that every day of the week. I'd be going right towards the gold, honestly. If I had a choice, I would just go right back in and try and go again. You have so much time on your hands to look for that extra gold. I mean, you've got the confirmation as well. The Sunders are down for 60 seconds from Mike and Sherry, so I guess you have to sit for a second. But I'd be looking on the left side of the map immediately if I'm teamed with 5Ms.
100%. And, you know, I do want to point out the Loki, too. We have proof in the pudding that Loki, strong character, but this early phase, we all saw the same thing with Swagga. Tough to get there. So will that be the difference maker? Just Garfield for the contest. Scream turns. They want the Bacchus first, at least to back off of the Gold Fury. And 5Ms will actually let it go, not trying to force any issues with Garf's Goblins rotating over. And, you know, just touching on that gold lead real quick, because it's really starting to spiral. Remember we said keep an eye on it, because it was 200, 300 gold. Then was 1,000. Well, it's only growing further. About to be 40,000 for 5Ms, as Garf's Goblins are still looking for 34,000 themselves.
I mean, hold that thought now, because we're going to have a little bit of a chase down. Here comes Scream. Doesn't go in for the ultimate. Does not want to get hit, but we will definitely be seeing it on her in the grayscale. Sue Cherry picks that one up. I wanted to say, look at Cyclone's build. And so much gold. Already has Dagger. Frenzy already has Demon Blade. And why not start looking at the Gold Fury? Only Bacchus is nearby. Garfield, do you have the steal attempt? You got a Sunder. Flops in just to die. No way you're killing Mike here. That was a little tardy to the party. And Benny Q picks up that one for free.
I'm jumping in, guys. I got it. Oh, crap. No, I don't. That's the comms in Garf's Goblins. Kill Cam Kenny, the comms are, I'm trying to run away from Scream. Ragnarok comes out to bring it back to Sunprod. Are you bringing back somebody you don't want to fight, or will Scream go down? Hard Slash is out for the shield. The damage not going to be there, and Sunprod will get the credit for the kill. And a good one for the Loki, too. Definitely some needed gold in pocket.
Not a bad look. If you are a Fenrir, you want to be picking up these targets without beads, and the ones that are not near Polar Bear Mike. He does have that squad-wide purification, which is almost always the second item that these supports are picking up. If you're playing support in your games at home, look to grab that active item. It beats your whole team if they're grouped up enough with you, so keep that in mind. That is definitely going to be something to look at. Scream, speaking of active items, goes into an Amanita Charm as well. I can't imagine Cyclone Spin is under too much pressure here. That is a level 11 Loki, unfortunately, so you're not going to be able to find too much DPS onto the level 14 Jingwei. But Fire Giant spawns in 30 seconds. Not out of the realm of possibility for Team Boy 5Ms to look at. I mean, they have pressure across the map here. That gold lead is just about 10,000 at this point. And I don't imagine they're trying to slow down anytime soon.
Garf's Goblins just feels like a roster that is still cooking. And we've talked about that a lot. And while we're still in this game, I think they might grow the further the game gets. If they can make it to late game team fights, I think we'll see some of that difference get caught up. But they've got to make it there first, Trillian. And that's seeming to be the problem. Even there, you see the instant retreat, a lot forced out. 5Ms just seem to be one step ahead at all times, including one step closer to pulling that Fire Giant.
Oh, they're going for it. They have Cherry defending left lane. The rest of the squad. Oh, let's kill Bacchus first. Probably a good call. If you can take one Sunder off the map before you go in, I would do it. You got to stop the teleport. Cyclone, do you have the damage? I don't think so. I think he's caught out.
Oh man, just take a nap, Garfield. It might be safer than taking this 1v3, but maybe, just maybe, Lord Garfield can buy us some time for the surface Garf Goblins to get over. Drunk Diplomat gone on that left side. Cherio can rotate here soon with the teleport. Meanwhile, Garfield's actually brought down Benny Q first, so maybe that Odin is going to be required for this fight to work out for 5Ms. Dest gone! Gets crit to oblivion, and never mind, 5Ms are just doing 5Ms things. They take out 3. Now it might just be Fire Giant time.
Fire Giant the call. Sun Prod in the back line. Cam Kenny nearby as well, but your Sunder isn't even in the fit. I don't think you have a chance to steal. Sun Prod is just going to drop a little bit of damage. Not even go for the miracle play. Just going to watch this one go down as far as I'm concerned, because the steal potential is just so low. And Scream find a kill on to the support. Does not seem like the slow is going to be enough, so Henry lives to see another day. Either way, Fire Giant on all 5, 16 minutes in. Sorry, all 4. Benny Q did not quite respond there. They didn't wait for him. And honestly,
that is a tilter for me. That's a I'm done for the night after this game, guys. For me,
I think that was intentional. I think Benny said, "Can you guys wait?" And I bet you Mike said, "No," and they just killed it anyways. And you know what? That kind of makes me even happier. The fact that they're winning by so much and they can still have time to troll their team. Yeah, we are so back.
That's how you know SMITE Esports is back, when Benny Q's getting trolled by PBM mid-competitive match.
I mean, hey, Cyclone did get the last hit, so maybe it was Cyclone. I don't want to call out Mike just yet, because Cyclone
maybe everybody else said we're gonna wait, and then the crit said, nah, we're not.
I wouldn't doubt it. Cyclone, for someone who's quiet in his interviews, is one of the loudest people in comms, and I guarantee he's like, we don't need you with Fire Giant, nerd. Like, I'm the guy.
Might need Scream though. Ragnarok, a lot of ultimates drop, but Pursue the Weak gonna find one, and they just get the kill too. What a through the gates! The swap is good too. Death staying alive. Drunk Diplomat over the wall. Desert Sphere gonna bring down Scream. The jump away from Kill Cam Kenny to reposition and retreat, but they needed the Fenrir. He's gone anyway. The Honor was all the damage. He's fallen. Everybody's dropping for Garf's Goblins. Dest and Sunprod, the last 2 standing, but they are a titanic distance apart. 5Ms are pushing up mid.
Might as well. Tier 2 tower gonna drop no problem. Go in for the Phoenix. You got time, or you look elsewhere now. I think the bird is the play. Even without minions immediately here, they have a little bit. But Sun goes to the backline to take the away from them. At the very least, trying to stall out the end call. And considering how slow this is going, I don't think there was an even end call to go for. You get mid-bird and you back up. Probably the smartest play. Harry's weak, but I don't think in any danger of dying unless Sunprod finds his way back into the middle of this team fight, which seems a bit risky if you ask me.
Dest also stayed in solo and has been split pushing on Hecate, which is buying time for Scream to get closer.
I think Dest may be dead. The second Scream shows up.
This might even be a decent 1v2 here.
Yeah, hold on. Kenny 1v2.
Why? There's the shield through the gates used. It's going to send Scream back to Sunprod. The roots are good. Meanwhile, Cold Fury, by the way, also the 1v2 is so clean. Sunprod's just got to go. I'm taking the gate again. I'm out. Please don't hurt me. Sunprod just trying to run away.
Yeah, that was a beautiful ult there from Scream. And of course, not a true 1v2 because Benny Q helps out. But yeah, it didn't seem like Scream. Oh!
Benny Q dead! Drunk Diplomat with a Cyclone turns his
Then he just backflipped into the wall and wasted his speed. Well, hey, we've all been there. It's a new mechanic. If you played Smite 1 Neath, she can't go over walls. Smite 2 Neath does, but you gotta get the right angle. And unfortunately, you know, sometimes we're off the mark. Benny ends up 3 and 5. Yeah, ends up 3 and 5. And you know what? I guarantee you Cyclone said that's why you didn't get Fire Giant. Like, that's why we didn't wait for you.
It all checks out. See, there was a plan all along for 5Ms.
Oh, my goodness. Mid Phoenix down, left side tier 2 gonna fall. More gold in the pocket of team, but with 5Ms, and they are just trying to slowly bleed out Garf's Goblins. They are playing this one slow, though. I will say Garf's Goblins have the ability to find picks, as we've seen. But more specifically, they need to find that farm, man. Take a look at the level differentials here. Cyclone Spin, Benny Q, Cherry, all level 18, looking towards 20. PBM is the support, and is level 16. I mean, it is a stout XP and item differential that we are witnessing, and it doesn't seem like it's going to slow down anytime soon.
And it really did feel, this is now the second game that's felt this way, where Garth's Goblins were looking fine in fights, if not better at times, and then all of a sudden it's just all falling apart. It's just got to be some kind of shift in mentality for a lot of these up-and-coming teams, I think, going against some of that old guard. But that's what this entire tournament's for, right, Trilly? I mean, it's a really long grind on the road to Vegas, so these teams will have plenty of time to improve. But in the game we have right now, 5Ms is just looking for picks in the jungle.
So far, they are grouped up in the grass as tier 2 is definitely the target. It seems like Garth's Goblins might even try and go for a defense here, which would be shocking. The Phoenix, yes. The tier 2, can't imagine, is the call. And Benny Q just trying to find someone, almost got pulled back in, open the gates, ends up being wasted, but it just shards that Neithole in front of the enemy team. That could be a bit risky.
The Benny Q POV has been a horror game so far in this 21 minutes.
If he's streaming, I need to watch that clip of him backflipping into the wall, because I know his reaction. He just goes, "Oh man!" Like I bet he just like is just disappointed with himself for sure.
Fire Giant pulled from 5M. Hail Mary attempt from Garth's Goblins was there with the Ragnarok, but not gonna find it, and the wall's gonna catch the dog inside. Sunprod, gone! I was gonna say in the bush, but no longer in the dirt instead. Drunk Diplomat might be a tail, same tail soon here as well. Jump over the wall, but just gonna be followed by Cherry, and the cage will seal the deal, and an auto as well. PBM running down Desk, back behind that Phoenix. Runs into a Bacchus too, but I think this is 5M's fight now. A rampage for Cyclone Spin at the Phoenix line. Mushrooms getting dropped. This is looking grim for Garth's Goblins.
Yeah, they can play this one slow as time. The respawn timers aren't coming back up anytime soon. And Cyclone's just autoing Benny Q as the Titan will slowly but surely drop down here. Maybe get a couple kills while you're at it, thanks to the double freeze from Mike. And that Titan is going to drop down.
The airstrike to make it look cool on their way out. The team up with 5Ms move on. 24-12 is your final kill total. Lots of gold and some definite lockdown gold furies, but a lot of adventures along the way in that game. There was a lot going on, I gotta say. And you know, we obviously, the latter half of this game shifted into chaos and a little bit more fun, but there really was some good showings from Garth's Goblins that I think are important to pay attention to and take note of, especially, you know, looking at players like Des, Drunk Diplomat, Sunprod, who we talked about. Give them more time and more experience in these kinds of matchups where they're running into stacked rosters and getting hit in the mouth a little bit, and they will definitely come back stronger. I mean, Sunprod, I think, just recently switched from controller to keyboard and mouse, so a lot of growing stuff, a lot of experience getting gained. And I think those teams, the further we go, are just going to be better and better.
I mean, and you also got to keep in mind that they made Benny Q go negative that game, even though they were up 20,000 gold. So that's also something to close in on. Dude, I just know they had so much fun that game that we can have some playful jabs at Benny as they're happy moving forward in the tournament for sure.
Well, speaking of the tournament, we can check in on a game going on. Antivenom versus Borch. We can take a peek in and see how that final K roster that was so talked about is doing versus Antivenom, which is a team that just a couple of names that even I recognize going through a lot of the community leagues being relating, but Borch currently down 3-7 in kills. But Trelly, who would have guessed it? Borch leading in gold by 3,000 at 11 minutes.
Yep, does not surprise me in the slightest. That's just sometimes how it be. You know, you find picks, you find some ganks, but you are just not going to be able to find all of the farm on the map. But take a look at the Gold Fury counter, 1-1. So Antivenom was able to grab one of the Furies so far, and that's a big difference maker as far as I'm concerned. Not as easy to be able to take a Gold Fury away from some of these more seasoned teams. So could have been a lucky steal, could just be in the right place at the right time. But another thing to note, only one Sunder on the side of Antivenom, whereas you can see Final K and Awesome Jake holding on to that one. That's another thing to keep in mind.
5 kills for the Loki. Very far in the build as well. Jotun's Revenge online alongside that Dev's Gauntlet. Jake not going to find the freeze there, so relating should be all right to get away. Different story had that freeze hit, of course. Rat Milk going to pull the Queen Naga. We'll see. This is the full commit from Borch. No, the call's to fight instead.
Pull in from air. He's going to pull back. Pagon taking some damage, but a beautiful backflip gets him out of trouble. Oh, but he's getting chased down.
Pagon barely alive and runs into a beast indeed in the form of Mordred. Now just waiting on the Odin cage to reconvene on the fight. A real good pick there for Antivenom moving forward. That's their 8th kill, but oh, they didn't back out! And Relating gets found by Ratmilk already, and they're not done fighting quite yet. The turn and Panda Cat's got King Fulsi, and now the Queen Naga will be up. So the King and the Queen will fall to Borch, and that gold lead now has grown to 5,000.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Gold Fury just spawned back in, and that's exactly where Borch is going to head over to. Check the buffs for an invade. And definitely go in for their second Fury of the game. I don't see any reason that Antivenom steps up to this. They can't get there in time, and they have no steal potential. So go ahead and grab that one, no problem. Put some extra gold in there. Just keep pushing that lead further and further. Once again, though, just for the sake of conversation, Panda Cat going for that strength-based, crit-based Cernanos build. This is not intelligent Cern. He's going for that extra damage, probably going into a Dagger of Frenzy as soon as possible. Just because you want to try and pull that Fire Giant at 15 minutes. That has been the case from what I've seen, and everyone's been trying to replicate that. And that is the proven strategy that works for some of these veteran teams when you have a lead like this.
The Cernanos shit feels like it was an overnight thing, almost, even going back to EA. Also, worth noting, Relating on the Ares. Haven't seen a lot of Ares so far this weekend. Leviathan's high and online as well. Pursue the weak, and that's certainly chasing down Pagon, who's just so dead. I mean, I guess there's beef. I might have to check the Twitter replies between Antivenom and Pagon. That was serious. Their rotation's out. We'll see how much it'll help or the fight continues. Because this is just kind of a slow burn. Final K walks in alone, almost dead. Now Panda Cat here, but the autos do find good homes, and Antivenom back up.
Is there any chase down potential? Seems like it. Here comes Ratmilk with the pullback in. Yeah, man, you're a beast. Gonna be the first one to fall, but Ratmilk's not done. He's got the pull and the ultimate, and that should be able to pick up Relating. Who gets the last hit? It will be Ratmilk. There's no way. They're still going.
A double, a blink, and Jake takes the triple. Ratmilk on a rampage, but a good showing on that Sasano in the solo lane. I mean, that fight looked like the wind was kind of out of it. It looked like it was a deflating over fight.
I want to see fire.
Ratmilk has all that speed through. 20 seconds until
20
fire.
seconds.
So
Let's
that
see
could
it.
be a really strong call for Borch. And they've got everything they need to take it too, Trevor.
Yeah, but Pagon is just not with the team. Anytime he sees his team, he goes to the other side of the map. And then Antivenom says, oh, we can make him 0-4.
What's with the former SPL players on Neath getting bullied today?
I mean, and the brothers. Let's not forget that. They just have the same mindset. Like, hey, I'm ignoring the team. I'm playing solo. I wouldn't be surprised if Antivenom just runs over there towards them. But Fire Giant spawns in. The immediate pull. Antivenom decides to go towards it anyways. They have one Sunder in play. It's on the Mordred, and it's already done so. Yeah, you're not stepping up for that one.
Not at all. Positives. It is on Pagon, so that's one advantage we've seen. Antivenom is still stepping forward. They want this fight really badly. A few get pulled in, but that damage is just too much from Borch. 2 dead already for Antivenom, and the rest might just follow suit. There goes Relating. The soul will not be long. Once that disapparates over, you're disapparated yourself. And Ratmilk is now unstoppable. Lucky 13 kills for Borch and Fire Giant on 5.
Don't show me this split pusher, man. I'm tired of this guy just ignoring his team. He missed the one, too. He's going to lose this.
Getting crit like crazy. The backflip. Another tower shot.
I want to see him die.
Bang! Bang! You're dead.
He's just getting owed, man.
I love the Neath comedy act of today.
0-4, and he's not done yet. Ratmilk is certainly making up for it, though. 7-0-6. Just having a fantastic game on the Susano, and the rest of the team finally shows up. Awesome. Jake gets the freeze. Oh, the wall not going to be enough. The airstrike gets him out of trouble. So no problem there for King Colsey. However, there should be a minion wave coming in shortly to help grab the last tier 2 tower and try and get Borch the ability to go in for the objectives. But keep an eye on that Ancient Fury timer. That could also be where their headspace is at. Go in for the immediate pull and then siege the Phoenix afterwards.
Antivenom do look like they're going to try to collapse on the 3 that are in duo, but Ratmilk has been lying in wait in the jungle. It seems like this might be a bit of a bait from Borch. They want this fight to happen. Ratmilk sees an opportunity and looks right for the moose. The Typhoon to follow, not going to find the kill. It does knock up one, and that duo tower is gone. So just a Phoenix remains on the left-hand side, and Borch group up and step to it. Looks like they want to save that Ancient Fury when it does come up, as they can just grab some kills. So much damage onto the head top of Relating. Two-man ultimate does come out from the Mordred, but will it matter? The charms come out, the heals are there, and there's a retreat from Antivenom. They just cannot fight Borch right now.
Yep, it was a clean ultimate, but Tin Man is gone. It doesn't seem like they're done yet. Pagon finally gets his first kill of the game. Mills done. Phoenix target. Are we going in for the Titan? I think that's the play.
Borch agree. They step up. Going to be the lone Mordred to defend for 5 more seconds till Relating is here. But your man's a beast who couldn't even handle that 5 seconds. Ratmilk with the deletion. The Titan is next up and will be deleted as well with Relating. Why not? He did respawn after all. Ratmilk will end the game immortal, and Borch looks strong against Antivenom.
My goodness. You know what? The biggest injustice here is the fact that we let Pagon get a kill. You know, I think that he should have been 0-4 and just should have finished the game there. He wasn't really squadding up with the team. That is the benefit of Neath, of course. You have that global presence. You send it over to your squad while you're split pushing. But the backflip into Phoenix, I'm still shaking my head at. But that is a certified Pagon play. And shouts out to Borch, showing exactly why they are going to be a threat in this bracket. 11-0 Ratmilk on Susano. That's something I might be looking to take away.
I am on the same page. You know, I mentioned that's somebody I've been casting for years in the community and amateur scene for SMITE 1, and Susano, one of the picks I would consider signature. So definitely something to consider going forward. Are some other picks, though, that we could see Borch pull out? And I'm curious, the further and further we get into the tournament, should Borch stack up against some bigger names? Should we maybe see them come up against a team like Scream with 5Ms or Cowabunga, how they might perform? But overall, I mean, the numbers definitely do not lie on this page, and Antivenom put up a fight, but just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was not. But I do like the idea of just trying to, you know, find your picks where they're at, look away from the big squad that was Borch. They were constantly 4-man groups. They were really focusing their attacks just on whenever they could find a weighted fight in their favor. And I think that's how you build back up from a lead like that, right? Those are the baby steps of stunting the bleeding when you're down like 10,000, 12,000 gold at 16 minutes. Unfortunately, you're just, not going to get the better end of Borch there. They had a 7-0 into an 11-0 Susano. That was eventually just able to run through your team and really have no worries there. So not a bad matchup, not a bad game, but, at the end of the day, someone had to stop Ratmilk, and I don't think there was someone that could do that.
So big takeaways so far this morning in the games that we've had for North America. I think the obvious, we've said it probably 100 times, these teams with experience, their macro game is leaps and bounds ahead. The further we're getting into this bracket, we're seeing some of those upper echelon teams who are a bit newer to the scene overall, getting to play against some of those former SPL players. What's your kind of solution to that as we get further in this bracket? What can those newer teams do to clean up that macro play?
I mean, it's not going to be something that happens overnight, unfortunately. You got to, pick a lane. The one thing I've noticed is that these more seasoned teams are trying to play through all lanes and all trying to get aggressive. I think you have to, as a jungler, pick a lane and just facilitate that one lane. You're going to say, hey, duo, you guys are going to get ran through. We're going to go over to solo and just try and play through that. Or other way around. Hey, there's no buff that I can confirm for my solo laner, but maybe I play through duo. We get gold camp, we get gold furies. But notably, the strong teams, Malum, they are playing through duo lane consistently. Why? Because Gold Fury is so easily pullable, and you want to stay on top of those Gold Fury timers. So that's the reason duo lane is just so prominent right now. There's a lot of farm on that side of the map, and there's the biggest objective in the game until 15 minutes. So I would either A, just give up duo entirely and try and get a fed solo laner, or B, meet him head on and see what you can do.
I also forgot to mention, I did write down, I circled, I underlined, highlighted in my notes. Neath, backflip. Keep watching, because apparently Neath has a comedy routine today. Everyone's gotten the memo. It's gone DM to DMs for players. So just, Dulcin, Gormizer, look for Neaths. Look for the fun. With that, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, more SMITE 2 Founders Series action on the road to Vegas. Don't go anywhere.
night. Are you afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? Try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out.
Immortals have invaded my realm, and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning, illumination! Zeus!
Bellona.
Anubis.
Sarah.
Kukulkan. Surtur.
That's right. Starforge Systems, the best PCs in the galaxy. And I tend to agree. That thing looks pretty sweet. It's a new era for Smite, and so maybe it's a new era for you and your computer at home. Check out the Starforge Systems, not only the Smite edition, but they have got plenty of other awesome PCs on their website as well. It's starforgesystems.com/products/Smite. Available now. Zeus is obviously the one you see here, but there were other options within that video, Gora, and I'm hard pressed to pick a favorite.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it makes it very difficult. I guess for, if you have a favorite god, that probably makes it a lot easier because you can just go, oh yeah, that guy. But yeah, no, the options are insane. And the good news about it, and this is something that I love for it, it's you can get it if you just need a new computer, you can get the full PC, and again, it's customizable, or you can just get a customized case for yourself that feels really good and looks really good, and throw whatever your current stuff is in there if you already have something that's working out pretty well for you.
That's right, and it's a great system to usher in the new era of Smite with. So thanks Starforge Systems for being with us. Gora, it is a new era of Smite, and we are officially in to Smite 2. We are officially into the North American portion of the Smite 2 Founder Series, and a look at the bracket up to this point. A bunch of teams signing up today, so we've had to whittle down a little bit extra, and now we have officially made our way into the round of 16. Quarterfinals, one team awaits already. That's the team name, but with 5 M's. That's the Scream PBM squad. So they've had a pretty easy start to their morning here, Gore. And I believe we're going to tune into Borch, which is that Panda Cat team we just saw a little bit of, versus Mr. Play-by-Play, which is me, but it's also the team name for Pringles, Monster, Crim, Layers, Snatty. And so those are some notable names in the Smite scene and the Smite competitive scene. And so I think we're getting a pretty good one here in the round of 16. And this is where you'll really start to weed out some of the teams that are maybe just not ready yet to be pushing some of those later rounds. This round of 16, I think, will separate out some of these really talented squads.
I mean, there are conversations around, I think, maybe both of these junglers as being, someone who, if you step up, would be the guy that can just carry the entire team to victory if need be. And so being able to have that, I think, performance on both sides, it does get to shine a light on what the rest of the team is going to be doing, right? I think if you look at Mr. Play-by-Play, which, like you said, Mr. Worldwide is to Pitbull as Mr. Play-by-Play is to you. I'm going to keep harping on it. I love that.
Yeah, that's a good tip.
But I really do think that this is going to be a fun team to watch because I think there's just enough, players that I recognize, whether it's from ranked, things like that, and past history on one side to give it that edge that I know, okay, these guys are good. I know what they're capable of, but it's still an unknown factor that is just Smite 2 as a whole right now and what they're going to bring. So Borch, I mean, they were, getting pushed against the ropes for at least a little bit. Like when they jumped into that last game, we saw them kind of not necessarily shoved against the wall, but definitely in a little bit of trouble, like kill wise. So the question for him now is how well can you handle that early game? Can you turn it around the same way? And we'll just have to figure that out.
Well, let's answer some of those questions. Let's jump right in. We got the match ready for you guys. It's Borch versus Mr. Play-by-Play. So we'll get to break down the picks and bans at the beginning of this game here. And just for clarity, Monster B is Monster Bomber. So if that adds additional context for anyone who remembers Monster Bomber from SEC, SOC type qualification tournaments in the past, certainly a player with competitive history as well. So Jake Gore is going to get the Fenrir here in support for this Borch squad. And when I think of Jake, and I think of when Jake in the past has been playing some of his best Smite, I think it's been on aggressive support characters like this. So that's my initial glance, and it's not just because it's the top left of the scoreboard and literally the first thing my eyes saw. Yes, it is. I'm lying. But I do like this pick for Jake. I think that the style of game that he likes to play fits in well with these aggressive style support picks.
Yeah, I'm excited to keep my eyes on it because it does limit the team. I will say that, right? When you look at something like the Ymir and the Bellona, especially depending on the build for the Bellona, you're just going to be a little tankier on Mr. Play-by-Play as the builds go online. You're going to have a little bit more health to go through and more prots that you're going to be able to rely on. But you're also losing a little bit of CC. Fenrir's stun, it's conditional. That being said, you make up for it in the I'm going to kill you department, and that's what I think he's going to bring to the table throughout this. You also have someone who I think is a really good character for steals. He's gone for the Sunder. If you played Smite 1 way back in the day when like the Hand of the Gods was like a big deal in securing objectives, like that's where this Sunder kind of sits for me in this 12 to 15 minute mark. You're looking at Gold Fears, you're looking at Fire Giants. Guess what Fenrir can do? He can jump in real easy. He's got a CC immune ult. He can run by you and get real close. Of course, then, utilizing it, things like that, it's going to take player skill, but we know Jake's got that. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table with this.
Yeah, good thought process there, Gore. I wondered if we'd maybe see some invade, and Jake was hovering on that side of the map, but now it's just going to be a 2v2 in lane. Double freeze from Monster B. Oh, it's forced out. The Aegis from Panda Cat dashes away. Awesome Jake does the same. But Fine OK is feeling A-OK over on the solo lane side of the map. That was a 2v2 with both junglers there. It looks like that's one that Rat Milk and Fine OK able to get the better of. Over here on left Gore, it looked like Jake and Panda had enough damage right off the bat. Uh-oh. Handing it right back is Borch, and Layers now on the board. I'm just going to take a break here because every time I start talking, someone starts killing, and it's Rat Milk over on left.
Yeah, it's a good rotation from Rat Milk. I think making sure that you're able to get something online for your team. And I'm happy to see that Layers was able to return a kill. One, because Layers, if I'm talking about the junglers earlier, I think is someone who can absolutely kind of steal the show from anybody he's on the team with. He's a very, very solid jungler and someone that I think is going to look good. But also, yesterday in EMEA, we saw way too many Odins, or at least I saw way too many Odins getting away with murder and then just running the lane because of it, and then running the game because of it. So making sure that, yes, Fine OK gets first blood, but also gets shut down, I think is a really big deal for Mr. Play-by-Play as a team, just to make sure things don't start to spiral out of control. And seeing this pressure on Duo, the fact that, pretty much exactly what we were saying, right? Jake's going to have a lot of damage. He has a conditional stun, but the other team's going to be a little tankier and has more consistent CC. The slows, damage that you're going to get from a Ymir right now, while it's not going to be too crazy, it's still enough to do exactly what we saw. It makes Panda Cat play a little more safe, having to use an Aegis, having to fall back, and then you need a little help from the jungler to make sure that you don't fall behind because of it.
Yeah, agreed. I love the rotation early on in these games that we've been able to see. The teleporters have caused a bit of chaos in the laning phase, and I think that sprinkled Gore a little bit of extra emphasis on these early junglers. Smite 1, it was a very traditional style of gank, had to run right through the lane, had to make your gank path work in one of a few avenues. Now, well, if you run into the enemy jungle, you're going to be in some trouble. Jake brutalizes away. There's a World Weaver from Krim to clean up the kill onto the Borch support. On the flip side of aggressive supports and them being good for Jake Gore, the unfortunate Jake game, and we're not there yet, right? I mean, it's just the first death, but Jake also a player who loves playing so aggressively and sometimes too aggressively.
Yeah.
And I think that's a small indicator of what could happen if Jake doesn't watch himself a bit and roams too far astray.
Yeah, it's the two sides of the coin that is an aggressive support is you can get a lot of kills or you can get a lot of deaths because you're aggressive. Like, you're in there. That's going to be part of it. And it depends a little bit on how the other team replies, right? If you're in the left side jungle, how likely is it that you think that 4 people are going to collapse on you when you're doing a little silly gank, when you're just trying to go for a little bit of pressure? And apparently it's enough, right? You should be worried about it. Speaking of worried, execute, yeah, clean and crisp over on right. And that's something I think is being balanced out pretty well by Borch right now is, hey, we're struggling a little on left. You know, Jake, they get pushed out. Rat Milk responds, they get a kill. Jake dies. Okay, we got to find something somewhere. Well, guess what? FineOK is getting a lot of pressure on this Bologna. Let's take our pressure and apply it there. Let's get a kill and just make sure that you're finding some balance across the map so that nobody's really falling too far behind.
And this is a good look for Rat Milk. This is a player that we've seen plenty of competitive in Smite 1. I'll hold this thought as Layers has made his way to the left side. Gonna be an opening kill for PandaCat here. Sure is. But Crim again able to trade out. These World Weavers from mid have just made such a difference in these last couple of fights, and it's just pulling a kill back here and there for Mr. Play-by-Play. Is this a commit onto the Gold Fury? It sure looks like it. Borch looks like jungle and mid have sent their way over to the Gold Fury, and Gore, they'll grab their first of the game. So a small opening presents itself, and Borch right on top of it, able to snag the first big objective.
And I think well played by PandaCat. Had to use the Aegis, right? It immunes a lot of damage from Layers. Layers dropped the ult there, but makes sure that he doesn't take the Loki on a path that reveals the Gold Fury play and opens up any sort of opportunity or discussion for a steal. Instead, turns, fires some autos. You know, Layers is already having to retreat because of the well-timed relic usage on PandaCat's part. And so it's just creates a dynamic on the left side where you have enough pressure. And again, it's getting something done despite something quote-unquote bad happening, right? Yeah, you lose Jake, but you're getting so much everywhere else.
Oh, Rat Milk, an easy gank over in solo duo, though. Still more fighting. Monster B has plenty of detonate damage for PandaCat. Been an awkward laning phase so far for this Jingwei. Only the first death of the game, but has felt like Jake and PandaCat have had these little small openings and just not been able to capitalize fully. Though the 1 kill and the 1 assist may disagree.
Yeah.
The good plays across the map, and again, Rat Milk staying active, Gore. 3-0 on this Thanatos. And unfortunately, it's come at the hands of Snatty, who drops to 0-3 in the first 7 minutes of this game, and I think shows a clear line of thinking from Rat Milk and a clear place to put some pressure.
And honestly, I do like this mainly because Bologna, I love Bologna in this, and oh my god, look at the damage that they dropped.
That's gonna be another. And this one's easy from Rat Milk. One scythe connects with the jaw of Crim, and that took him down beneath half. A little bit of extra damage to put him within execute threshold, and Rat Milk wasted no time going up down with the hovering death. I mean, wonderful from your jungle when you pick a style like this, Gore, and you're putting so much on. Okay, Thana can get active early, and then you're also able to capitalize on that. Nothing but good things. But it's not been this giant wide gap that's built up. It's only a couple thousand gold. Really, I think you need to see more from Layers to match the pace of the Thanatos on the opposing side.
It's hard to keep up with, it feels like right now. And the biggest pressure point they've had has been duo. And unfortunately for Layers, last ult, I guess prior to the one that he just used, just didn't have that room. Meanwhile, you get the Rat Milk doing this.
Yeah, but look at Jake smartly goes into the Ragnarok and a chance to pull back a second kill there. Fell just a bit short, but Borch don't seem too worried about it. Rat Milk still hanging out. I'm so Pringles steps too far back here. Jake's gonna tank up the turret. He's taking a lot of damage here. The turret won't execute. Oh! But Pringles has the burst damage on the flip side. PandaCat as well. Takes a World Weave over from mid. And thank goodness had the airstrike to essentially execute I'm So Pringles. But Krim on the rotation yet again cleans up the scraps. We've seen this now a few times. This time it takes the full rotation. But Krim is feasted on these finishing kills here in the early portions of this game.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to mention earlier, which is that no matter what happens, and this should work for layers, it's going to work for the duo lane. It should be working in solo, but Snatty now 0-3. Maybe that changes a little bit. Take the numbers fight, 1v1, 2v2, whatever. Add +1 to Mr. Play-by-Play no matter what, unless Krim is physically there as well. Because you're in this position where, as long as you've got vision, you've got an ult coming your way. And with this build, admittedly, still stacking, still going to take a little bit of time. You give them another 3 minutes, a few thousand gold, and we're going to start talking about a lot of bursts coming from this Neath and from the ultimate as well. So I really do like to see Krim's presence. And the fact that you're 3-1, despite the fact that they've been trying to put pressure on pretty much everywhere on the map, you're doing well on a god that is semi-predictable and decently easy to lock down. Because as time goes on, outside of just the ults, your lockdown and burst is just going to out-damage what they're going to be able to do to you, especially as long as you're close to your tower.
Yeah, agreed. It's a lot of stacking going on for Mr. Play-by-Play, and this is pretty standard. The Devos to start off at Transcendence, Book of Thoth. I mean, this is Krim doing well while he's still trying to stack up some of those early items. We'll see what kind of damage happens here in this team fight. Monster B deleted by 4 members of Borch over outside the Fury Pit, and guess what has just spawned up? That very same Fury. It could be the second Fury of the game for Borch in 10 minutes of playtime, and it sure is. There is no pushback from Mr. Play-by-Play. And Gore, this has been the worrying trend for some of the teams that have competitive experience, but maybe not quite as much as some of the more favored teams. You're getting out-killed, yes, but only by 3. Really, you're getting out-macroed at this point in the game, and you're falling behind by 4,000 gold in the last 3, 4, 5 minutes of the game.
Well, that's something, and you know, we were kind of looking at it, talking about it when it came to a lot of these players whose names we are familiar with because of their history in Smite 1, which applies to a lot of players here. But if you look at the left side, what was the Pro League, there were a lot of those guys in there, right? So if you're looking at that, what was the one thing they had that was always over, you know, any of the minor league level players? It was always the map play. And that's where I think a lot of players in Smite 2 right now are still struggling from, you know, yesterday and today. And what I think the added benefit of playing these teams is going to teach you is how important getting the neutral camps is, how important getting a Gold Fury on time, having your team presence there, having a little bit of vision, like all of this stuff is going to play and come together to amount to, you know, 4,000 gold leads when you're 10 minutes in. Things like that are a really, really big deal.
Krim has been the saving grace for Mr. Play-by-Play, and FineOK wanted to put an end to it. Now FineOK could be in a touch of trouble here. Mr. Play-by-Play collapsing onto the Odin, but Odin can always leap away. But Snatty can rejoin the fight as well. All this utility put in FineOK, but Ratmilk still has gas in the tank. In fact, he's just getting started. Gotta be a double on the other side. Oh no, Ratmilk never cleans up the kill, and somehow Krim has stayed alive as well. That looked perfect for Borch, but Mr. Play-by-Play just regain and reinitiate. Maybe Panda Cat being over on left is a big difference maker here. 3 kills for just the one, and Mr. Play-by-Play come out ahead.
And I say you gotta talk a little bit about items, and realistically, just enough tankiness from Snatty to survive, and a little bit of lifesteal goes a long way there. I mean, virtually dead, feels dead. It's a huge shutdown to get a kill onto Ratmilk. And for a lot of these gods on Borch right now, I am still waiting. Like, I'd rather have at least one more item for, like, some of those massive power spikes. I like what Panda Cat's doing, but it does feel kind of like trying to make something happen as opposed to seeing something happen and just being able to create. Is trying to force the issue. 3, 2, and 2, not too bad. I expect one more item, probably going to be the big difference. I'm also keeping my eye on Pagon. 003 hasn't really had a chance to be super involved. The ults have been nice. Theoretically and realistically right now, Ratmilk's probably one of the best things to transition into. Yep. But looking at Soul as the build gets online and looking towards the Jingwei, having that amount of crit, or an Odin or a Ymir, like having the tankiness available to your team as well, there's a lot of options, I think, for Pagon to transition into. And so I'm going to keep my eyes on the next few fights, both for Pagon's base damage and for the ultimates, because I think those might be the thing, and maybe big dividing line that could stop a fight like what just happened for Mr. Play-by-Play from happening again.
Sometimes when a slight hush falls in these games, Borch still okay. Still more than okay, as a matter of fact. Rat Milk finally locked down in that previous fight, and so that shutdown important, but eyes got to be on Krim and this Neath, those World Weavers. The damage is just poured in. Krim has been such an exciting mid laner to watch over the last few years. Remember the heartbreaking qualification process to the SPL? Him and his team at the time fell just a bit short, but always felt like that player that was ready to take that next step. And so these types of tournaments, I think, a great time to showcase that. But Final K is someone who's been there and done it, dishing out plenty of damage into the soul. He'll have to airstrike away. The wall is up, but who else but it's Krim on the well-timed rotation from mid. But this time, all of Borch is in to fight. And Panda Cat left untouched in the back line. Meanwhile, Pagon getting it done over on the front line. Something we haven't talked about a lot yet on that transformation makes a big difference in this team fight. Snappy left alone with 5 and Pagon with 2 of them.
And you gotta talk about a massive turnaround for this team. Jake goes in, and look, Jake's 0-5-6. If you look at just Jake's slash line, it's not a great conversation overall. But look at what Jake just did, which was bring a ton of Mr. Play-by-Play. They all wanted that kill, and they got that kill, but it costs so much. I mean, positioning-wise and the setup, immediately you get a jump in from Fine OK. Good cage, follow through with Rat Milk, with Panda Cat. The damages, the items, they're finally coming online, and you're getting just enough crit chance right now for the Jingwei, which is really what I've been waiting for, right? Is you just need a little bit more. You know, the Demon Blade is nice, but you need a little extra on top of that. And that's where the dual swords comes in. That's where your ability comes in. And now we're finally seeing Panda Cat where they want, and this is what it opens up to. You just killed 4 people. You feel at the top of the world right now as a team.
Monster Bomber steps forward. There's not much left to be done here. It's a 16-minute Fire Giant for Borch. And Gore, since we jumped right into the game, I mean, it's almost remiss that we haven't gotten to talk about Pagon yet. That was the first big moment for this Morgan here in this best of 1. Pagon deadly on this pick, right? It feels like always the type of player that can play essentially any god in the game in mid. And, well, Morgan lets you play any god on the map in mid. The Loki transformation was pretty big there in that last fight for Pagon. And just adds more talent. The Krim v Pagon matchup in mid is, I'm just sad we only get one look at it here in the round of 16. Pagon and his team certainly getting the better, however, of Mr. Play-by-Play. Now you're on the back foot though, Gore. And Pagon and the rest of Borch are going to be running down at you. Maybe you have to give up these tier 2s. Is the base defense looking reasonable though for Mr. Play-by-Play, or is the gold difference just too wide for it to matter?
Right now, I like what they're doing. I don't think you step up to the tier 2s unless you are feeling incredibly confident. I feel like this is just a loss you have to eat. It's going to be a little bit of gold. Well, a lot if more than one tier 2 goes down, and it looks like that's the way Borch is going to play this. I do think you can mount a defense around the Phoenix line, though, because you've got a lot of good CC still, and you've got a lot of capabilities. If Borch overextends, all it takes is one good rotation from Loki, and I'm keeping my eyes look at layers in the jungle. He can get to a carry and force something, then that's going to be massive for him. The downside is the carries he's going for have a lot of survivability.
Jake! Oh, Jake is liable for one of these a game, and that was his one, you hope. I mean, all on his lonesome. Wanders underneath the Mr. Play-by-Play mid-Phoenix. Didn't get anyone with the Ragnarok. Maybe there's some beads or cleanse in there from Monster B. The Talisman of Purification, but whatever it was, it left Jake on an island all on his own. And unfortunately for Borch, that may just put an end to this Fire Giant siege. You're 10 seconds without your support. And Gore, Jake has gone for some damage. You get a little physical defense in there as well, but it wouldn't be Jake if this wasn't the style of build / pick. 0-6-6 is probably about what I would have put my money on for Jake at the 20-minute portion of this game, and he's been helpful, but unfortunately not super helpful here under the mid lane Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's what was it when we were talking about just the idea of going for an aggressive support? Like, sometimes you're gonna eat one of those, you know. It's just you got to be the guy that makes things happen. And when your health bar and your build looks like this, you've gone a little bit, like you said, towards damage. You have a little bit of teensy bit of tankiness. You can do a lot, but you're really opening up this kind of conversation.
Yeah, how about a double Ragnarok? Pagon transforms into Fenrir, pulls back one, shows his support how it's done, and now the rest of Borch make me a fool. This Phoenix Siege, this Fire Giant Siege is not over. Snappy trying to put up a defense, can't do it. Ratmilk shoves him aside. In the left side, Phoenix under siege. Borch surges forward. Pagon getting it done in standard Morrigan form. And it looks like Borch is going to get it done here as well, Goremizer. Just shy of 20 minutes. But you got to go back for the Phoenix. So if you do end the game here, you're probably just beyond 20 minutes, unless I'm so Pringles has a miracle play. The Supernovas got to kind of go wild. The Stellar Burst, all the damage, and doesn't matter. And that'll be an easy win for Borch here in the round of 16. Yeah,
that fight cleanup pretty much does it. And like you said, it's this engage, and you know what? I'm gonna bring the Fenrir back into it, because you have great engage. That just period you do. But when you're like the front line, when you're Jake, it's 50-50. If you have Pagon go in and bite someone, then Jake go in, you're doing one of two things. You're either forcing safety out and making everybody on Mr. Play-by-Play a little more uncomfortable now, or you're picking them up and you're bringing them to your team. And guess what? Ratmilk's 10-1. Like, you're not worried about the follow-up damage in this instance. And what I like, again, is the damage that Pagon and PandaCat are capable of with these builds. It takes a little bit for Jingwei, and for most carries, if you're going to go crit, it's going to take a little bit for that damage to really feel truly online. But we got to see that for this Jingwei, and we got to see that for this Morrigan, to the point where, while I still think that the Thanatos steals the show, you get a really good set of follow-up, and it just makes it so difficult because there's not one single target you can focus and feel confident on.
Yeah, Gore, but this Mr. Play-by-Play team, that's a talented lineup. I mean, Borch might be the favorites to win this entire bracket here today, you know? And so I think Mr. Play-by-Play, should this team stick together, should they choose to keep competing as this roster, I think we'll see more of them here in the NA Founder Series, because it is a very, very talented team. We're going to see more of Borch a bit later on today. Quarterfinals all filling out. As I look over at the bracket, we'll see which matchup we're taking a peek into. But first, take a quick break.
Reload under your control before I break. Killing frustration, have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. You're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you
And we're back with the Smite 2 Founder Series here in North America. We have already blown through the round of 16. We're officially into quarterfinals. We've got some really, really good ones just around the corner. We've seen some good Smite already here today, but Gormizer are a few of the teams that we've got now down to the quarterfinals, the final 8 teams. Definitely some recognizable names and really some matchups that you may have seen in SPL days of past.
The matchups, and I think this is what is really amazing about the rest of this is especially when you see this bracket. If you pull up your rosters, right, do whatever the command is in chat, get that document up for yourself. Look at all of these teams. Pretty much every single one of these quarterfinals maybe is a semi or a final level caliber of what we've been seeing in a lot of these Smite 2 tournaments. So we are getting nothing but treats for the rest of the day. And realistically, looking at Borch, looking at Scrumptious, I think Cowabunga and team name but with 5 M's. Those were the 4 teams I believe that we had as like the teams to look out for. I think Bello belongs on a list if we have like an honorary 5th, things like that. But like realistically, those are the teams that people have been expecting a lot from. And to get 2 of them matching up this round is really, really big and a match I think that's going to be exciting. It's a team, I think a couple that have played against each other, not only in our tournaments, but shout outs to Smite Prime, because I believe in some of the Smite Prime tournaments they've played against each other as well. So like this is a matchup that I think is going to know each other well and is going to showcase and maybe be not just a finals caliber matchup, but one that I anticipate we're going to be seeing several times throughout the run to Vegas.
Yeah, agreed. So we're gonna tune into, I believe we said Cowabunga and team name but with 5 M's is the matchup we're gonna get to watch next.
It's a lot of familiar people.
The winner of this one will face the winner of what we just saw in the bracket, Scrumptious versus team name Zach. So Scrumptious is Zapman, El Leon, Shinto, Nog, and Haddix.
Yeah.
pretty talented team there. Team name but with 5 M's. We've seen them a bit today at Cyclone Spin, PBM, Benny Q, Scream, but with 5 M's and Cherry. And as we get into picks and bans, I'll fill you in on who they're going to be playing against. That's Cowabunga over on the other side. And Gore, let me know if you've heard any of these names. Yarkor, Aurora, Paul, Panatom, SOT, any of those ringing a bell?
They seem a little familiar.
Yeah, a few world champions in there, a couple guys who have done it a couple times, maybe. How about this for a quarterfinal matchup? Team name but with 5 M's up against Cowabunga. It's going to be a fun one. And then, as we said, the winner of this one is going to go on to potentially, depending on how their matchup fares, go up against Zapman, El Leon, Shinto, Nog, and Haddix. Not too shabby of a lineup that we've got here for the next couple of matchups. And then the finals is going to be amazing as well. But we'll get there in just a little bit of time. First, we got to get through P's and B's. First is going to be Susano and Gore when you have got Scream playing jungle for your team. Susano seems like a pretty solid option.
Also helps take it away from Panatom, which is another really solid option. Like, a really good choice by the team because it doubles as a second ban, doubles as a really, really, really good pick for your team. This is the downside. And you know what? This is going to come with a little bit, I guess, history. There's not a lot of Smite 2 history yet, but there's still some. Hecate for Paul has been a pretty much go-to matchup. And I know there's been a lot of debates. Is Hecate good? Is she not? Blah, blah, blah. Like, is she better over here? What about this role? Paul loves her. Period. It doesn't really matter what the rest of the debate is. Paul loves her. So Paul's going to play her. And Paul's going to play her really, really good because that's just what he does when he plays anybody. And the thing is this has been a god that they like to go to for Paul. Bacchus has also been a relatively high pick and high tier. The other thing to note, and this is specific for Cowabunga as a whole, they've won all of these. Everything that we put on, if it's in North America and Cowabunga has been there, they have won it. That is the thing. So this is a really big deal for Team with 5 M's. They've given them trouble in the past. This is their chance to try and topple them. And I look at the first couple of picks. I think that maybe it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but the Jingwei, the Susano, I feel like the Team with 5 M's have put themselves in as good of a situation as they possibly can.
Crazy matchup. I'm really excited. I mean, I've been excited all day.
It's gonna be good.
We're back. We're here with Smite 2, but I mean, a Benny Q v Paul matchup again. That's a mid lane matchup you saw in the SPL in the last couple of years. Still waiting on exactly what BennyQ is going to play, but Paul on his pick there should be solid.
Fear me.
Aurora Yark duo lane. I mean, what a dream that is to watch. This one will be a lot of fun. Over in the soul lane though, Gore, looks like Cherry is going to be playing Hades. So it'll be CERN or Jingwei for BennyQ out of mid. We've been seeing these double hunter-esque compositions pretty heavily here. You're going to lean into some of that physical damage. You'll have Hades and Ymir for your magical, but dialing up, Gore, you're going to stack up for a little bit, and if you can get to late game, double ADC is going to be feeling just fine.
And being able to build, and you know, we've been seeing Jingwei goes crit, looking towards the other side, Neath. It's been 50-50. I'm kind of curious to see where this one's going to go, because it's usually been like an ability nuke Neath as opposed to an auto attack Neath. So like boxing matches with that is going to be interesting. Kernanos kind of handles both int and strength pretty well. So what he's building in his build and where his focus is going to be, whether it's on, you know, the in-hand attacks to accompany this Jingwei, or if he's going to lean into the abilities to kind of accompany something like the Hades, follow up like that, have a little more burst. I think there's a lot of versatility in this matchup that leads to some interesting questions that the only way to find out is what these players are, you know, going to build and watching them. But I also think looking at like the Ares and the Bacchus, like these have been two, you know, tanky gods that do so much damage without you realizing they're doing a lot of damage. Bacchus, let's be honest, everybody has realized it. We all know it. We've all seen it. There's a good reason things are coming his way. But, you know, the Ares, especially, you know, you go to Alpha Weekend 4, he was doing a ton in that regard. Has a little less now than he did then, but, like, he's still a really good god to come up with. A lot of good CC control. If I'm looking at Ares chains for this comp, locking down a Susanoo, locking down a Jingwei, locking down a Hades, locking down a Kernanos, like all four of those gods have something that is good for a disengage, and this Ares is going to make sure they stay rooted where they're at. It also forces this interesting conversation. You have a couple of CC immune ults. You have beads as an option. Do you go them? Are you forced into them? Where are the Sunders going to go? Are you getting shells? What kind of items and relics are you choosing to keep yourself safe when that guy's trying to grab you with chains? That's a question that has to be answered. And the literal only way to see that is when we get into game, what they want to do.
Yeah, Talisman of Purification has been a really popular support item here in the early days of Smite 2. I imagine we'll be seeing that somewhere. With all the team fight ultimates that we've got. Gore, I'm really intrigued by how, who is a Cowabunga, now I'm trying to just remember how the drafts were broken down, how Cowabunga is going to layer their ultimates, because it's a really good point about the Ares. Also got the Hecate ultimate that'll flip your team fight around, that'll pull you back. As well, you got Bacchus, who's got a nice big circular Wombo type ult. So, you know, how that team chooses to layer those on top of one another, what you don't wait for as far as CC cleansing, those sorts of things. I'm excited to see, especially a team that plays as well together as I imagine this team is going to. We'll see in game 1 of 1 between Team Name but with 5 M's and Cowabunga over on the flip side. Panatom on Loki Gore versus Scream on Susanoo. Again, this may have been an actual SPL matchup just a year ago. These two guys on these two picks, both very talented. And I think both have the ability to impact the map as much as or more than some of what we've seen today and this weekend. And this is one that a lot of people at home will be excited to watch as well.
And I love just a little bit of movement. Unfortunately, not enough vision. They were just shy, I think, of spotting the Susanoo. With a 5-man rotation roaming like that, it could have been something massive. Maybe, again, just a first blood to start things off. But at that timing, you would have been able to wait out, probably steal a jungle buff, things like that. And so I like the idea from Cowabunga. And that's kind of what I expect. Both of these teams are more than capable of kind of manufacturing their own lead. They can find a way to get ahead and then just pushing it as far as they can. So it's going to be up to the macro play.
Scream has to use his Aegis at the 25-second mark. How about the invade from Cowabunga? They'll not only get the relic, maybe a kill here too. Well, Panatom wants to make his mark early in the jungle battle, does so, first blood. And that's before the 1 minute mark. Scream had to use everything there. Even had a relic in his, or a ward in his back pocket that he had to put down. That is a disaster start for Team, but with 5 ends. You lose your camp, you lose first blood. Cowabunga and Panatom making their mark early.
If anything, I'd say you maybe even start to consider yourself lucky they didn't immediately turn it into pressure on Cherry. This is going to be a difficult lane. First off, SMITE, for anyone who's been watching, he has been doing insanely long streams and plays anything and everything, right? I mean, it is one of the things that SMITE brings. Mechanically, is just a very, very gifted player. And this Bacchus is such a hard hitter. You get to go pretty much full into defense and still smack people around. I expect this is going to be Cherry's life. You're going to have some self-sustain because of your Ares, but you're going to get bullied.
Good setup from Mike here. Unfortunately, won't quite have the damage just early in the game. Oh no! Yark on the backflip nearly pulls one back for Cowabunga. Razor thin margins, but here is Panatom, ever the active jungler. Stealths on forward, into the brush he goes. This one will fizzle out. And Panatom, ever speedy. Red buff and yellow buff, but guess who else is here? It's Scream. This is going to be a 3v3 over in the duo lane. A freeze from Mike connects. Now that stun is going to be on cooldown here. Cyclone Spin has to use his Aegis. Doesn't have enough damage to grab the kill onto Panatom. Is there more? Gotta get it here if you're Scream. But Mike left running. Aurora, does he have the burn?
Good freeze.
There's just not enough damage. Can Scream pull back Yark? Does for now. Mike left running. But Cowabunga find a way to get it done. It was a battle that was telegraphed on the minimap, and it paid off, Gore. What a fun duel over in duo.
Lasts long enough. Cyclone's been respawned and made it back to lane before the actual fight was over. He was just there on the tail end. Will get the wave. But that's one, just reading the map, I think, really well. Good rotations from both junglers. But when it comes down to it, Panatom has just been really excelling at closing the gap. And it was the fight they took specifically. And unfortunately for Cyclone Spin, low enough health when you pick that fight. Yes, you have health on the way, or help on the way, but there's only so much you can do. You're already half. The Loki is feasting right now. And so he just feasts a little harder. He gets a meal brought to him, takes him out. And yeah, it costs him his life, but realistically, it was a really good setup overall for what Panatom needed. And you're just counting yourself super lucky that Hardcore did not have the ultimate available yet, just to slow that down. Otherwise, you're talking about some much easier kills because the stun comes through, even if you ignore the damage. And that's something which maybe I'll have to hold the thought on. Something about Neath that I really love in SMITE 2, and we saw it with the backflip. But the fact that you can now proc those weaves, it's just so massive. And right now I'm looking at Aurora, but I'm looking at Panatom running a little rampant.
Yeah, Panatom has just been active, Gore, in the first 4 minutes of this game. Has been spending a lot of time over in duo lane, over on the left side of your mini-map there, but when we talk about Panatom and Panatom of the past and Panatom's ability to take games over, this is what we talk about. I mean, affecting 3 of the 4 kills in the first 4 minutes of the game and maintaining that pace probably catches Mike a little bit off guard. Charlie and I talked yesterday about how warding and ward coverage is not quite prioritized the same in SMITE 2, and so you face check a lot. And on Ymir, unfortunately, face checking means you're running face first into Panatom. And got to see more of it from Cowabunga. Scream doing its best to match the pace, but SOT is going to play safe enough. Hang out beneath that tier 1 tower. You know, and there's a lot of history not only of the individual player matchups here, but Cyclone Spin Gore played with this essential, the core of this Cowabunga team. Paul, Sot, Panatom, Aurora. I mean, duoed with Aurora for years. So being on the flip side here is sort of a fun little nugget of history, I think, to watch these players go through.
The thing that and this is you said it, man. The biggest issue with being a Ymir is that's going to be what you're facing now. Cyclone Spin. I just don't know if you're able to get fully away from this. Luckily, the tower line is there. My God, you needed some sort of protection, some sort of safe haven, and luckily Hardcore used that ult. But I do think the burst that you're going to see from this team, and realistically the Loki, He's everywhere. I don't even know how you control this. If you're Scream, you're playing a constant game of catch-up because there's just no way to be where he's at. You need to win a fight like this. You need to win a 1v1 or even a 2v1 or a 3v1. You got to get a kill onto Panatom. Take him off the board for a little bit. Get something else done while he's gone.
Dash away this time from BennyQ. Been very quiet over in the mid lane of this matchup. Paul, ever the farmer, so is BennyQ, but BennyQ a 1-level lead. The time being, Scream! Oh no, this would be horrible. He's just gonna get burnt down by a roar. The last bit of damage is in, and Scream came up empty-handed. A forgettable first 6 minutes of this game for team with 5 M's. And they've fallen a bit behind in the gold department as well. They cannot buy a kill. Not just yet. And that's unlucky over in the mid lane. It's been quiet, Gore, in mid and largely over in solo. We've seen some fighting there, but really it feels like duo has just drawn the eyes. Again, my fault. Caster's curse. That's crazy. Cherry burnt down by Panatom. Who else but this Loki? Cowabunga mopping the floor with team but 5 M's right off the rip here in this game.
Now, I'm going to take a phrase that you used last game, and we might not even have time. There's a pull from the Ares. This might not go well for Aurora, though.
BennyQ dashes forward. Gotta have it again. Every kill now has gotta have it for team, but with 5 M's. Yark slowed. May have already used the backflip as well. Getting BennyQ spun up on this Jing Wei would be great in the early portions of this game. The dodge around the Fury looks cool. Doesn't change anything. So team, but with 5 M's, able to pull back a couple, Gore. And the journey of 1,000 steps starts with 1. This time it starts with 2. And again, getting BennyQ something on this Jing Wei will help speed up that late game process.
And more than anything, it really opens up this opportunity because the issue and what I was going to mention was that 8 minutes last game when we were watching round of 16, team was up by 2K, and you had very politely put it, I think, only 2K, right? Because admittedly, it's...
I'm a polite guy.
Also, it's recoverable, right? Like, the credit where credit's due. It's not the greatest thing in the world 8 minutes into the game, but it's recoverable. This was starting to look like a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead that has now been mitigated thanks to those kills. It was getting pretty out of hand. I mean, it's still not necessarily the most comfortable, but a little more manageable than it was just a minute ago if those kills don't come through. And so now, if you are team with 5 M's, you, like you said, journey of 1,000 steps starts with 2. You get those 2 kills, you open it up, you take down a Roar who's been getting a lot done, and you slow down Hardcore a little bit, just enough to make it so that this Neath, who still hasn't even hit like a pinnacle of build yet, is not going to be able to get a lot more damage out. That's a great wall, by the way.
The Roar's been on it with the chains and a couple of kills to his name as well. Picks up the Amanita Charm, which has been one of the most popular items in the start of Smite 2 here. He'll pull PBM, or attempt to. PBM immediately changes it out with an ultimate of his own, but what's Cherry doing here? That's what Cowabunga are wondering. And a 5-man scrap over in dual lane hands a simple 2 kills over to team name, but with 5 M's. However, this could be the big turning point, Gore, in this best of 1. Can you now collapse around this Gold Fury? That's the call. But watch out for Panatom lurking behind. Panatom's got everything to do, but a lot of half-health targets to look at. Paul finds the opening kill. Panatom might have another, but a polymorph through from Cyclone Spin delays out this fight. Panatom did end up grabbing 1, and team but with 5 M's left running, but able to grab the Gold Fury amongst all the chaos.
So a couple kills, you get the Gold Fury. I don't know, it finds this weird balance. If you get 1 more, I might start calling that in favor of Cowabunga, but because they only get the 2, still pretty solid to help kind of make it negligible, or at least a little more negligible. But you can see a little bit of a chunk taken away and the gold lead that Cowabunga had. And I like the pressure that the fights are getting. I mean, Cherry realistically has not had a great time in lane, has been more or less controlled. That rotation into the 2 kills was incredibly well played and good at opening up the opportunity. It's just the fact that, I'll say this about all 10 players here, absolute playmakers. It just depends on where they're at.
Man, this is that CC combo we were just worried about. Bacchus and Ares, a couple really strong picks in the early days of Smite 2. Cowabunga making them both work. Wonderful freeze from PBM there, but So it really slowed down SOT. He's got 2-level lead over Cherry. And I don't know how you quantify the lead that Panatom gives you in a fight, but really strong right now. That forces disengage from the Hades. Gore, who has fallen pretty handedly behind 2 levels down. Mike, unfortunately, caught out of place. The downfall of Ymir rears its head once again. Does pick up the Talisman of Purification, Gore. PBM does. I think that's going to be big in providing some of these cleanses for hopefully the team, but could have used it in a moment like that for himself to maybe get out of dodge.
Well, now they find themselves maybe in a comfortable lull, right? I think for Cowabunga, who have just been headhunting this entire game. I like to see, again, maybe the sit back and farm game, right? You're still trying to get Transcendence finished, and now you're stacking a Book of Thoth as well. If you are this Neath, you're going to be hitting really hard in the next couple of minutes if you're hardcore. So you definitely want to get that farm online while you can. But I'm also, I'm a little more worried for a team, but with 5Ms, mainly because now Sot is getting involved with this Bacchus Solar Troll on a god that has a lot of good CC, but it does a lot of damage in the process of applying that CC.
Yep.
Having anything extra to help this Loki, who was everywhere, is a little frightening. The good news is, and this was, again, really, really big for a team, but with 5Ms. Cowabunga at the beginning of this game were pretty much just running over the map, and it felt like Team But with 5Ms were playing the chase game, where they just could never really catch up. Every time they finally found where Panatom was, he was already done with the fight. He had already gotten what he wanted. Now you've kind of been leading the way a little bit more. You've been choosing the fights. I'm looking at Cherry in the jungle over here on the left. Like, you're making more of this happen than what was happening in the first few minutes. So now you're in a better spot, except the gold is just getting a little more out of hand. You have to be more careful in that regard, because these items, the big power spikes, you feel them every step of the way.
Yep. I think it's a big power spikes. You mentioned them, Gore. SOT. It's so funny to me because Sot loves playing these off-meta solo lane picks, but then tends to build them very damage heavy. I love the double support-esque build. We'll see if it comes to fruition over here on left. It won't, unless Sot rotates over quickly, but Mike and the rest of Team But 5M's just under immense pressure. Oh no, Mike pulled back by Paul. A World Weaver keeps him locked in place. Oh, but the peel is wonderful. Somehow, Mike is... No, he's not. Panatom dashes back in, and it all crumbles down at the final stretch. Once Panatom is here, the fight might as well be over. Paul and Beniku will go toe-to-toe, but it's going to be one more for Cowabunga, and nearly all three go to the Loki.
And look, that's just well played. I think Panatom wanted to save his ult for something. I don't know if you needed to. Gets walled off. It was in that little gap. Just ults over the wall. Gets a kill. Gets a kill. Gets a kill. And it's, again, just such a wide opening. And this is the thing I was saying at the beginning of this game, which is both of these teams, no matter who got ahead, they're both so well equipped for then pushing that lead. But Cowabunga have bet. I don't know what they have in their breakfast. I don't know what it is, but these guys,
Wheaties.
The Wheaties they're munching on, man. It's different. Yep. The way they've been playing Smite 2 and the discipline they have, the builds they have. I mean, every tournament they've showed up to, while even the best teams can give them trouble, they've still been able to come out on top. And I think that's a good showcase. Despite all the small wins Team But with 5Ms have been able to find, you're still down so much because of how well Cowabunga are playing.
Panatom, why not?
Another one
of the game. Now it's a rampage for Panatom. So a silver lining is if you can maybe kill this Loki, you're going to get a nice little shutdown. I don't think Team But with 5Ms is going to feel comfortable stepping anywhere on their side of the jungle, though. Again, this starts to come back to a difference in play style from Smite 1 and Smite 2, a difference in priority of ward coverage. A rare kill opportunity here for Scream. He'll get it. Small victories, but it's the second of the game now for Scream. He's got hi-rez, he's got Tekko Kagi, so there'll be some damage here. Oh my goodness. Out of the Susano. Where we haven't said Cherry's name much, and I think the Hades has just unfortunately fallen by the wayside a little bit. And that is right. SOT is his lane opponent, level 16 on the Bacchus. I feel like this Hades has been level 12 for a hot minute now. trying to get that Book of Thaw stacked up, get some damage online, but when you're hoping to stack this far behind and Cowabunga like to play as aggressively as they do, you're going to be looking at a Phoenix line defense, it seems, here in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much room you have, I think, to try and make a big fight happen.
Maybe a steal.
And I like this.
I don't know.
I kind of like the idea of trying to contest the FG. I know the team fight hasn't been going too well, but we haven't really gotten to see the 5-on-5.
Big purification from Mike there. As far as looks big. But it maybe saved a pullback from Paul that was just around most of team, but with 5 M's. But that opens the door, Gore, to all the rest of the CC ultimates that Cowabunga have. Cherry uses one over on right. Aurora still has that big pull. And this is maybe worst case scenario, I think, if you're team but with 5 M's. The slow individual pick apart is what you have to avoid. And it's only Cherry who dies this time, but Cowabunga is kind of strolling around, picking them apart one by one.
It is just it's just unfortunate. You maybe as Mike make, a massive play there, but this is how you're gonna get the reply for it, right? And I like the play actually from everyone else. Look, Mike might make it out of this alive because it's just not worth chasing him down when you can go for something like the Fire Giant, which is way more. But that's exactly it. You saw, if you were watching, Scream use the teleporter to go over there, and it was literally because there's no fight. There's no reason to fight on right. You're not gonna win it. So instead, split push. Get something for your team. Open up another win option for you that's outside of the fight zone.
Sorry, I made myself cough laughing. I'm like, it's all up to Mike, and then he
just had to guffaw at him.
I guess. It was all up to Mike for a moment. Now it's up to Cherry, but Aurora is able to secure the FG. Paul now, the latest to join the Rampage party. Phoenix on left actually made its way down to half HP. Thanks to a split push from Benny Q and Scream. Cowabunga, though, in the meantime, pick up a few more kills, pick up a Fire Giant, and now it's their turn to push out here, Gore. And this is really where this game can kind of break wide open if it hasn't already. Now they're on to Benny Q. Again, it's sort of disjointed. If you're going to make a defense, now you've reset the cooldown. Benny Q is going to be gone for 40, while the other guys who just died by FG are respawning. Just been a bit awkward. Had no control of the map right now for Team But with 5 M's.
And really, like you said, maybe no control kind of their own strategy. Some players are, I'll split push. Some players are, okay, well then, what do we do? Because all I can do is die if I'm left alone. And realistically, it's just there's not a lot of openings. Look at Mike, he's 1-7. Look at Cherry, 1-4. And it's just the downside. Paul's 5-0-5. You had to use that massive purification to survive Paul's ult. And now you're talking about positions where you're gonna have to be grouped up. Luckily for Mike, that's coming off cooldown. But if you're not here to defend soon, you're not gonna have much left to defend.
Nope. Benny Q's gonna get back up from base. This is a Hail Mary miracle type moment that Team But with 5 M's is hoping for. On the back foot, essentially from the get-go. Rewind to Panatom's first blood that happened at 30 seconds, and nothing stopped from there. Panatom will be all on his lonesome, split pushing the tier 2 over in duo lane. We'll see what happens. I was curious how Cowabunga would layer their team fight ultimates. Talisman of Purification ready to go from PBM. That's going to give maybe one ultimate worth of cleanse. Cherry's gone in, but no. It's gone sideways already. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it was something like this. Cowabunga clean up 2 more and goodness, score what I thought was going to be a hyper-competitive quarterfinal matchup. Anything but. Team But with 5 M's just getting crushed by Cowabunga. Talisman of Purification now gets used, but 3v5 on the defense for 20 seconds.
2 Phoenixes gone.
Wow, they're gonna back up.
I'm a little surprised by it. I guess it's just because Cherry, like you said, going to be coming up in just enough time that it makes it a little risky. Looking at health bars, I don't know that it was that risky. I feel like Cowabunga were looking pretty good, but now you get the benefit of just absolutely crushing the soul of Teamboat with 5Ms. You get to take anything that's in the jungle that you want that's available. You've got an Ancient Fury that's just sitting there potentially waiting, although that could be a huge pickup when it comes in for specifically Teamboat with 5Ms. Disabling structures on the other side suddenly becomes very, very appealing when you're this far behind. So having that as an option, pretty big deal. Fire Giant's still there for a little bit on Cowabunga, so a little bit of wiggle room for them to try and get aggressive. But I don't know where you pick a fight that you haven't found already. I mean, Cherry, unfortunately, might be the one if he stays too far up too far long. Because all it takes is one bit of CC, and you're gone. This team, as long as they've got vision, you got a Neathult coming to you as well. It's that simple of a lockdown.
Huh.
I
wonder how many times we've seen Panatom kills Cherry on the top of the screen in this game. Quite a few. Panatom's at 10-1. It's going to get a little bit better. SOT takes this one away, but Teamboat with 5Ms getting picked apart methodically over in mid. Panatom is picked up right where Smite 1 left off. One of the best junglers in the world in that game. Looking pretty darn good in Smite 2 as well. SOT will end this game undying. Paul will do the same. Panatom has only died once, but has picked up 21 affected kills out of 27 total, and Cowabunga make quick work of team name but with 5Ms.
Yeah, remember that part earlier where I said the Cowabunga has won every tournament that we've had so far, and we've had a few teams that have given them some trouble? That might not get logged as one of the most troublesome games they've had, but realistically, I think that they've very easily made themselves the team to beat. They are the name.
Goodness
they
gracious.
are the people to take down. We have not had a ton of Smite 2 tournaments, but when you have dominated all of the ones you've been a part of, guess what happens? You become the team that has a target on your back. And Dave, I'm going to be honest, it's looking like a pretty untouchable target. I'm going to be real with you. There's a lot of Smite for them to still play, but that was such a clean game from them compared to what I expected.
Let's let history be our guide here, Gore. So here's what's going to happen. This team is going to win well, it's a little different because it's not structured as SPL. So they're going to win today. This is my prediction. They'll win today.
Okay.
We're going to assume the mid-year SPL is what will be sort of that core like month or two of qualification. And they're going to be kind of average during that period. And we're going to be wondering what happened. And then they're going to show up in Vegas and make it to the finals after sort of a lull in the middle of qualification. That's just how this core tends to operate. Blow us out of the water at the beginning of the year, find a way to the finals after a lull in the midseason. Right now, we're in the first step of that process. Great luck for the Cowabunga team. And an updated bracket just around the corner. Remember, the other quarterfinals were going on while this match was going on. So we have filled out one of our semifinals. Scrumptious was the other team we were talking about. We're going to get that matchup, which is exciting. Food Drive for Globe, able to win their quarterfinal over Name in Progress. So they will await the winner of Bello versus Borch. Borch, of course, the Panda Cat team that we've been following along with today. So at least one of our semifinals that we know of is Cowabunga up against Scrumptious, which I'm going to pull it up right now. I believe that was the LAON, Zapman, Shinto, Nog, Haddix. I believe we have the post game for that Scrumptious game, so we can actually see how they were able to get it done. So really, Gore, and this is all respect due to Nog. Nog has been playing competitive Smite for a while now. This is a name that I recognize and other folks should recognize as well. Nog is the 13-0 KDA, and the rest of the team. The Haddix is the Zapmans, the LAONs, the Shinto. Shinto has a pretty good game here as well. But this game very apparently flowed through the jungle and flowed through the mid lane. A powerful 1-2 punch when Shinto gets jungle support. So what did we just see, Gore, from Cowabunga? Paul doing really well and a lot of jungle support from Panatom. That type of matchup will be fun to watch in the semifinal.
Yeah, I think what we really get, and this is why I said it. It just, the matchups that we're going to have are going to be such they're just such heavy hitters for the rest of the day, man. There's no way to glance over it.
You know, every game is its own individual story, and I get that. But now look at the Cowabunga scoreboard from what we just saw from Scrumptious.
Look at that farm.
The jungle, insanely fed, and the mid lane, insanely fed. That's what we just saw from the Scrumptious post game. So if that's a battle we get to watch in the semifinal,
mid and
it'd
jungle.
be one I'm excited for. However, we've just built up the team name, but with 5M's matchup, and it fell just a little bit flat. So hopefully we're not doing that for Cowabunga v Scrumptious. Team name, but with 5M score. I think some takeaways here. It's obviously a very talented team.
Yep.
If history is going to be our teacher, this is one of those games where jungle just got outpaced early. Mike is on a pick that is unfortunately easy to pick, and the Ymir just started to fall behind. But credit then I think has to go just straight to Panatom and the rest of Cowabunga for mashing down the gas pedal early on in this game.
I also think, and this is a conversation to have, because grand scheme, winning today's tournament, like the biggest thing that you're going to be getting, and I think for a lot of these teams, and I'm going to put the, Scream, or the team, but with 5Ms, Scream always has 5Ms. And it's the fact that you're getting the points, right? Like you're still top 8 as a team. You're still going to be able to get a lot of points for that, no matter what. Moving forward to next week, you want to do potentially a little bit better, but as long as you crack top 16 point wise after those 2 weeks, you get into Swiss, you're going to be able to get a little bit of money on the side, assuming you do pretty well. And you're in a much better spot as you try to launch yourself towards Vegas. So that's kind of where I think a lot of these teams like that is an unfortunate showing, but I don't think that's going to count them out of Swiss. And I don't think it's going to be the last time we see team, but with 5Ms.
No, we'll see them back. We'll see them back. They had a good showing today, made it far enough in the tournament to make a dent in those points. And excited to see what they can do in the future. That is our quarterfinal matchup done and dusted. We got some semifinals set and ready to go. Stick around. More great Smite 2 coming up next.
The only one who made me fly.
It's never been done before.
What's the plan?
When was the last time you were in Vegas?
You want to host an esports event in Vegas for SMITE. SMITE 2. Now you're talking.
The hi-rez Arena, Las Vegas.
Some said it couldn't be done.
Are you guys out of your mind? The Jade Dragons winning worlds can't be beat. Not shouldn't be beat, it cannot be beat.
This January, see SMITE like you've never seen before.
You clowns are gonna need a team even crazier than you. Who'd you have in mind?
Coming this January, Hindu Man's 11.
You're either in or you're out.
I'm in.
All the fun we've been having this weekend, all the fun we will have next weekend and for the next few months, all culminating in the one big Founder Series live event finals in Las Vegas at the hi-rez Arena. My goodness, what a blast that is going to be. Oh yeah, and you can be there as well. Tickets on sale right now. As of yesterday, we had already sold like 70% of our tickets. So act quickly if you want to be able to grab one for yourself. That's January 17th through 19th. Just around the corner. SMITE Founder Series out in Las Vegas. I have never been there, Gore. I am really excited to be out there, excited to be casting some SMITE, and hope to see everyone at home there with us as well. I'm curious what you think. So I haven't seen Ocean's 11 in a little while. I'm trying to think of which role I would play in that movie. Like, I wouldn't be the guy who gets folded up into like the cart, you know, that gets pushed into the vault. I'm not flexible enough for that. I'm like maybe the guy who is his only job is to like let the balloons go in front of the camera. Because I'm probably a liability anywhere else.
I'm probably like one of the guards that's like getting fired after all of that happens because he didn't do his job.
Right, you got Rob. You were just a dude. That's good. No, luckily we'll be there as casters watching some great SMITE 2 live with fans. Cannot wait. But all of this culminates from what we're starting to watch here today. SMITE 2 esports officially back, and the bracket for today already filled out quite nicely. We had tons of teams sign up this morning, and we are now down to 4. So the first semifinal on the top of your screen there is Food Drive for Globe versus Borch. Food Drive for Globe is Tegvir, Happen, Globe, Valo, and Karmic. So those are some names I certainly remember, and I've seen those guys, that team grinding SMITE 2 early here up against Panda Cat's team, Panda, Fino, Pagon, Ratmilk, who had a great game earlier on, and Baskin. So that's your first semifinal. I believe what we will be watching is Cowabunga versus Scrumptious. Cowabunga is the team that we just saw absolutely crush through Panatom and Paul. And Cowabunga, their opponents, I don't believe we've gotten the pleasure of watching yet today. Zapman, Eleon, Shinto, Nog, and Haddix. And so, Gore, both of these two teams that we're going to watch in our second semifinal here, coming off of wins that looked very similar. Nog and Panatom playing jungle out of this world in their quarterfinal matchup. Mid lanes feasting off of that. And as excited as I was to watch the team name but with 5 M's game, I'm now just as excited to watch how they match up against Scrumptious, and it should be another good one.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's you're gonna get nothing but bangers, right? Like every single game from this point on is going to be entertaining one way or another. And whether that is entertaining, especially if you're a Cowabunga fan, whether it's something like what you just saw, or whether it's going to be something like, oh, well, what I'm hoping is going to be a very, very close and contentious game, or contended game, especially with a lot of the name power, and like you said, a lot of the focus on jungle mid. I think this one becomes a lot more of a toss-up than maybe you would have expected. Plus, a little bit of a question mark, because I think for Scrumptious, haven't seen them in as many of the other tournaments that have been going on.
Yep. Well, Cowabunga, dude. Let's dive into picks and bans for game number 1 here, Gormizer. Cowabunga versus Scrumptious. So, the first question you tend to have to ask is, okay, we have two junglers that are white hot right now. Both certainly have a Susano in their back pocket. Is that worth a ban? Do we trust any of the other picks out of the jungle to be able to compete? Panatom, he played Loki, so maybe it's going to be another Loki versus Susano matchup. Both are still available as Bacchus and Fenrir get banned out. I think the ultimate question is, are you reaching for that jungle? Do you care enough about one of those two? Or are you comfortable with the now multiple options that you've got as neither jungle gets banned unless that Fenrir is maybe a bit flexible? Where do you prioritize that jungle in the early stages of P's and B's?
We've seen people really, really highly prioritizing Susano. I feel like Loki's been pretty high up there as well, but like realistically, I think you've got a little bit of wiggle room to let him fall down. Again, you go back to prior to this week, and Jingwei, Bacchus were towards the top, and with Bacchus being banned, it opens up that conversation to still feel like, your Jingwei is probably one of your strongest.
We could visit.
But you have to think, and this is something specific with Cowabunga because of those two picks there. I guess they're over there. Those two picks that come through. The Susano is just really good in the jungle, and that's something that Panatom loves. And the Hecate is something that Paul just loves, right? Like, it's one of those things that a lot of other teams probably aren't. Well, they might go for the Susano, but they're probably not grabbing the Hecate there as well. And so this is a really, really specific to this team draft, but it's also been finding them a whole ton of success. So is it something to be like, oh, I don't know, you didn't do what is the meta? I think you could probably just ignore that part and just know that they're really good at the game, and they're going to play the gods that they grabbed really well.
I think early into Smite 2 here, we're silly if we're yelling at people for not sticking to a very strict and specific meta. We're all kind of
almost encourage you to throw it out the window anyway.
Yeah, totally agreed. Well, Jingwei and Seoul, that has been sort of the tournament meta of the last couple of days. The double hunter, one physical, one magical. Certainly something we've seen. Cowabunga did just obliterate a double hunter composition, if I'm remembering correctly. Whatever, not worth my brain space. The gears are gonna grind to a halt if I think about it for too long. Point being, Cowabunga plays fast enough that you can maybe run this double hunter comp off the map. It is going to be Susano versus Loki, but flipped from the matchup that we just saw. It'll be Panatom on the Susano this game going up against the Loki, and then rounds out their draft Scrumptious do with an Ares. So it's pretty standard, Gore, honestly, for Scrumptious. I think you have the ability to play through that Loki early, but can you delay long enough? Can you get those two hunters online knowing what you're going up against and what we just saw from Panatom?
Honestly, I feel like the biggest thing, like dealing with Panatom, and I think what we just saw from him specifically was he's just all over the place. So I think having a Loki, if you can match his rotations, which in theory, we just saw that the Loki could out-rotate the Susano, so maybe that's going to work, but I think it's going to be a presence of mind and presence of map more than it is maybe going to be adhering to like god picks and stuff. I think that you've got the lockdown. I think the Ares was a really big pickup for Cowabunga in that last game, so having that on the other side to control someone like the Susano is definitely going to be a big help, again, with the Hades, the Kernanos. Those are three pretty good lockdown targets for an Ares to hit his chains on to then kind of nullify them, leave them readily and open for Seoul and Jingwei to just smack the hell out of them. You got to get the crit online. You got to wait till the basic attacks and the damage is there. But in theory, it's going to be the setup that you need to get the ball rolling.
Gore, there's going to be the other semifinal going on at the same time. Depending on the speed of this game, may be able to take a peek into that other one. And, I would have assumed that the quarterfinal we just watched of Cowabunga versus Scream's team, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if we were still rolling with that. The games have been pretty quick in these last couple of days. The longer games, maybe 25 or so minutes, have not seen many games push past that 30-minute mark. I was wondering if maybe the last one would get into that territory. And so I hesitate on predicting if we're going to cross over with that other game, because Cowabunga, and this is just recency bias, I haven't seen Scrumptious play yet this tournament. The team just looked far too clean. There were some moments where maybe you give up a kill you shouldn't have, those sorts of things. But when you talk about competitive history, Gore, and players that have played with each other in the past or have played in the SPL in the past, or sort of reshuffling these teams, this Cowabunga team is not really reshuffled at all. Panatom, Sot, or Paul, Sot, Aurora, Panatom, even, you know, these are guys that have all played together in some orientation of this squad, like pretty extensively, and so probably why we see them very much on the same page. I wonder where Scrumptious needs to play through, though, here, Gore. Obviously, we just saw Nog have a really good game in their quarterfinal. Shinto in mid, maybe the obvious option. Where are you putting your chips if you're betting on a Scrumptious carry?
Early on, I probably am leaning in the Soul and Loki direction, but as the game goes on, actually, if this is gonna maybe sound a little out of left field, kills might go towards Loki, Soul, or Jingwei. I think the person, if Scrumptious is finding a lot of success, that will end up saying at the end of the game had a lot of weight on his shoulders and kind of push that forward. Probably going to be the Odin. Like, we've seen Odins in solo lane with absolute domination, and if they get just a teensy bit ahead, they feel like they can start to steamroll it, and you're up against in lane, presumably against this Hades. So if you can get an early game lead for the Odin, transition that into a pretty controlling and maybe dominant lane. Doesn't have to be a lot of kills, just has to be, you know, first one to get the tower, first one to you know, have some of those items completed. Just snowball it a little bit ahead. Then you're making rotations, dropping cages, locking people down into the Odin, kind of forcing decisions on Cowabunga's part, and really able to dictate who's getting the kills for your team. And that, I think, honestly, it maybe speaks wonders, and maybe it's because I'm support brained, but I'm going to look at the Odin being the driving factor to those kills.
I like that you talk about support brain, because with all of the talent on this Scrumptious team, Zapman, Shinto, Haddix, Nog having a good tournament so far, Leon has had an interesting competitive story so far, right? He's played jungle for a little while, saw him in support in the SEC. And I want to talk more about him as we get into our first semifinal. It's Cowabunga versus Scrumptious. Winner will move on to our best of 3 grand finals. So it's Leon on the Ares playing support, and I guess you do have to just hesitate a second at the beginning of these games. Teams kind of 5-man roaming, seeing if you can catch an opponent off guard. So there's a pretty clear line around this Fury Pit that neither team willing to cross over, not just yet. But I'm gonna keep my eyes, Gore, on Leon in support. Loves shot calling, loves to be the guy who's telling his team where to go, what to do, but Zapman also plays that role. And so I want to see what identity this Scrumptious team comes out with when we're able to get a bit of a better picture. Because Leon on an Ares, that's a pretty powerful position to be in if your team can follow up on some good initiation.
Yeah, no, this is something I think is very interesting. In fact, Leon, worth mentioning, like him, Zap, Haddix, I know quite a few of these players are streaming their perspectives from the tournament as well. I was watching them earlier because it's just so interesting to see it. And obviously, like, they're muting during picks and bans and stuff, and there's other things probably playing on a delay, things like that. But like, it's really interesting to be able to jump in and like listen to their perspectives, see what they're seeing and how they're playing and what they're dealing with. But it's so fun to watch this overall, especially like you said, like both of the teams kind of respecting the line of scrimmage at the beginning of the game, recognizing like, hey, you know what? Maybe walking in 5-man to Scrumptious isn't the smartest thing, being able to hold back. I expect this is another one, again, like last game, I'm going to say it. Either one of these teams with a small lead can really lean into it and apply the pressure. So this lane phase becomes important because you don't want to be the one that falls behind. You don't want to be the one, whether it's, you know, your minions constantly dying to the tower and you're getting out pressured, or the ganks that could happen, things like that. You don't want to be the first one gone, because that small window is enough for either squad to really burst in and cause a lot of trouble.
Yep. I'm just going to be keeping my eyes early in this game on both Panatom and Nog. Follow that Susano, that Loki, those portraits whenever you get a chance. Both were able to carry their previous games for their team in the quarterfinals. Be lucky to even maybe see a one-on-one somewhere out in the jungle. Plenty of this, though, over in the laning phase. Last game, Mike stepped up, had some good freezes. Ymir's been a very popular pick in the early goings of Smite 2. Panatom already over to duo lane, and there's enough damage. Run it back. But add a minute, and it's Panatom on first blood to Cowabunga. Same way we saw it happen. Actually, it's a little different, but the first blood's the same from what we saw in their quarterfinal.
And you know what? I don't expect Panatom to be changing anything. Panatom's ideal game does not change any dynamic from what happened last time. It's showing up in any and every single lane possible, finding a kill, finding pressure. Might want to focus. I honestly see the right-hand side. Part of that's biased because I see the Loki over here. But also, I just feel like the Odin has the better matchup for the early game up against the Hades. And Sot probably needs that little bit of assistance.
Wow, underneath the tier 1 tower goes Nog. There was
they might go to turn this around.
Damage. Wow, Sot's going to go back in. Needs to get the heal. Has the fear. Heals up a little bit. Panatom, an opportunity for a double kill. Can you clean up any of it? SOT goes back in. No, and Panatom leaves. Wow, so a rare misstep for this Cowabunga team in a well-played gank, re-gank, 2-on-2 for Scrumptious over in Sola.
That feels like a... And maybe it's because they were just winning so hard, but you know when you're like super strong at the end of a game, especially when you're dominating, you're level 20, you got all your items, you know how hard you hit, and then you start the next game, and even if you're playing a different god,
why do I do no damage?
You're doing a little less than you're expecting half the time. That's what that felt like to me. That felt like we got this. This is so clean, so free, oh, wait a minute, I don't hit them hard at all, as it turns out. Like, the heal for Sot that he got, way smaller than I expected it to be. I can't imagine what he was expecting.
They're going to run it back over in Solo. There is a stun for SOT. Should be his second death of the game. Is Nog going to get aggressive? No, he doesn't. Panatom's here. Gets a double pull. And Borch, guess what?
Has ult.
He's got his ultimate. Will charge it up, gets a knock up, but has to use the bead. Still on the chase down, Nog able to escape out into the jungle. This is now Hack trying to peel out for his jungler, and Panatom took more damage than he was expecting. Has to leave for the safety of his tier 1. This is the matchup you're hoping to see in the jungle. Just matching one another's pace, trying to read where they are on the map, and this time both come out even.
It is, again, I think just shy of the damage numbers they're expecting. And maybe a little bit more, and this is where I think that the Odin comes into the conversation, why I highlighted him earlier. Maybe a little bit more damage from the Odin than they're expecting as well. I feel like Panatom thought he could just keep running. But that bird bomb combo, I mean, just dunking down on somebody, Haddix, it's going to be a lot more than you're expecting half the time. So you have to be careful. And they've done a great job because of that, mitigating the thing that Team with 5Ms was unable to mitigate, which is they slowed Panatom down, right? No early kill, or the early first blood that was onto Zapman gets nullified pretty quickly. And now you're much more comfortable. 5 minutes in, I mean, last time I was making a joke about 3,000 in the 8-minute mark, and while there's still technically, I guess, room for that, especially with like Gold Fury, if you go for like the first one right as it spawns as Cowabunga, you could try to make it happen, but like, realistically, it's just going to be harder for you to find that same dominating performance because of this pace already.
Yep. Mid lane's been pretty quiet. And though Paul and Shinto and the post-game stats that we've been able to see had great KDAs, in the game that we saw was largely based around team fight timing for Paul. Didn't necessarily see too much action in the early to mid game, maybe a kill here or there, but made his money later on in the game in the team fights. This is more of a pace that Scrumptious will be comfortable with, and I'm sure they didn't exactly get to tune in and watch what Cowabunga just got done, but
they were busy doing that to another team.
They're doing it to a different squad. Pausing Panatom, though, after an early first blood, and us as viewers like, oh, great, here we go again. The fact that it has not spiraled, despite a couple of fights over in solo lane. Good signs for the transition from early to mid game here for Scrumptious. Panatom is slowing down a little bit with the build. Remember, it was on the Loki last time. This time on the Susanoo, gets Transcendent stacking up. I believe it was a different build. It was the Teko Kagi maybe early in the build on the Loki in the previous game. So that starts you off a little bit quicker. So that stacking will hit harder eventually, Gore, but maybe not the same build to get off to quite a speedy start here. Wants to leverage that early game a bit for mid to late game. Aurora in an awkward spot, walls himself off. Not quite what he was looking for here. A dash through from Shinto, and the mid laner's involved. And Shinto, the first one to notch a kill.
I mean, what were you just talking about with Ymir at the end of the last game? Which is, he's just so easy to catch out sometimes. It's just, you're great. You've got a freeze, you got a wall, you've got good CC. But if you are alone, you cannot run. You are slow and big. It is just not going to work out.
That'll be another for Cowabunga. This time it's Yark core. So the carry's starting to get involved a little bit here. Shinto over in mid. In the meantime, though, Scrum's just able to secure a gold Fury. That's a nice little advantage for this team to shore up some of that gold deficit. Nog has to ultimate away. So good couple of moments. Yeah, you drop a kill. Yeah, Tadix who dies, but you're able to grab a Fury for your team. When we talked about shot calling, Gore, those are the sorts of things we talked about with Leon and Zapman. Two players that are very clear, very comfortable making calls. And that feels like an Leon type moment. All right, guys, we're here. Let's group. Let's get this Fury. Might give up a kill elsewhere. But we're going to be feeling good if we're able to lock this one down. Addicts fresh off of death. I was going to say, might need to be worried again, but no, Shinto now over on the right side of the map. Go back up and spend some gold. So, all that to say, Gore, I like the grouping we saw there from Scrumptious to snag an early objective.
And again, things like that, it's just a great way to mitigate what for some reason is just such excellent farm from Cowabunga. I mean, just all across the map, like you would think, okay, well, this team got the Gold Fury. I'm going to look up. That must mean they're ahead. Okay, wait, they're still trailing. And it's not by a lot. It's nowhere near enough to really harp on, oh, this is a mistake and blah, 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 and none of that. But it is a little surprising, and I would say raises some alarms at just how good Cowabunga are across the map. It's kind of wild to me that they're able to do what they do. And so I like the way that Scrumptious is playing this. I have to give them all the credit in the world, because for a team that was just dominating, I think you're seeing them take that same pace. And this is just what happens when you have two teams that can put up that level of a performance.
Yep.
You meet a little bit of a snail bait. It's going to be who can find that opening pick, or, you know, maybe it's the next objective. Maybe it's the next big team fight. Whatever it ends up being, that might be the thing that opens the door. And I love the caution both of these teams are playing, and recognition that the other squad could take it just as easily.
Well, now we're about to get, Gore, what looks like a big team fight breaking things open. Shinto, wow, look at that sustain over in the jungle. Is this a big pull? No, Leon either missed or got it cleansed. It's a real awkward spot now for Panatom, but he's able to turn around a kill and a little bit of damage. That man steps forward as well. Needs the assistance of his support. Yark face plants into the wall, and it's all gone sideways for Cowabunga. A double kill for Shinto's immediately met, though, by a return kill from Paul. Gore, things get messy over in the jungle. Just about everyone getting involved, and sounds like maybe an unfortunate timing DC there from Yark right in the middle of that team fight. Could have made the difference, but all we can really assess, Gore, is the outcome. And it's a big fight win for Scrumptious to bring things back to even.
Which is a massive opening for them pretty much all around. I mean, look at the pressure they're getting on the map. You get that fight, you get a lot of pressure. You only lose one in the process. That is more than enough to apply pressure. And one thing that Soul has, and Zap has just showcased it here, tower pushing capabilities. I mean, you don't need to have a crazy build to do that well, and that's exactly what you get to see over in left. And again, it's taking these small little victories and finally finding something a lot bigger and combining them into something a lot bigger over Cowabunga, which has been a just almost impossible task for a lot of these teams up to this point.
Well, I mean, you have to talk about it, I suppose. It's unfortunate. Yark sitting back in base in the fountain. So, for Scrumptious, you got a chance to push things forward here until Yark is able to get back into this game. I think I'd be silly not to at least mention it, but I'm going to focus on what's on the map now and what we can control. Leon, I think, in a really good spot with his build right now. Gore gets the Amanita Charm, which is great for sustain. And then also the Talisman of Purification. So a couple really strong active items right off the rip. And as Leon likes to play the carry style jungle, this is like the support style support. with a couple items picked up like this. And that I think just caters itself really well to grouping and playing around this Ares. And yeah, might give him the strength around this Gold Fury. They pull it back. Cowabunga are going to fight. It's going to be a lopsided numbers here. SOT walks face first into everyone from Scrumptious. Shinto with an easy one. And that'll be a kill plus a Gold Fury for Scrumptious.
That feels like there was a discussion going on with the team of whether or not they should go in. And Sot just got caught before they could decide yes or no, or fully, right? And unfortunately, you're Hades. We just saw what can happen to a Hades in the best of times and the worst of times. He can get absolutely bodied with his damage and with his health bar. And looking down at the build, it's not necessarily like he's gone the most tanky build in the world to begin with. So knowing that that's going to be a little easier to get the kill, I like where Scrumptious play it. I like where they turn their attention. Get a second Gold Fury. And again, really pop the cap off this bottle. They've opened things up for themselves and found a position to start applying that pressure. And while it might be an unfortunate scenario right now for Cowabunga, that's competitive life. And I like what Zapman pushing up on left. You've got a lot of pressure going in mid. Left side of the map has been Scrumptious control.
We'll see how the rest of this game plays out. Unfortunate the way things have shaken out here, I'll have to admit. And I think Gore may be the best call for us. Well, maybe not. Yark is back. I was going to say maybe we hit the old flip-flop, see what's going on in the other semifinal. But I'm going to give this one another minute or two. We'll see what Yark can get done, see if things stabilize here. Okay, maybe not. If I heard correctly, we're right back out. All right, let's keep our eyes on what's happening with this game in the backside, and maybe rejoin later if things even out. But I think the right call for now, Gore, maybe switch over to Food Drive for Globe versus Borch, unless this fight somehow goes the different direction. Sot actually pulls off too, which is a nice little two-piece return kill. But I think I'm going to make the call here. Let's flip on over to Food Drive for Globe versus Borch. And we'll keep this game in the back of our mind. If Yark is able to rejoin the game, then we'll be able to tap back into that one. Unfortunately, not much better, but Gore, while it is an incredibly lopsided game here, and it's Food Drive for Globe on the left side of your screen, and Borch on the right side of your screen, it is so heavily in favor of who many would consider to be the underdogs in this game. Food Drive for a Globe are shellacking Borch, who we figured we might see in the grand finals later today.
Yeah, honestly, this is absolutely insane. And it's not that there's a name or like people we don't recognize, right? There's a lot of good players here on Food Drive for Globe, but
yeah, they're good.
This amount of control again, and look, I'm gonna call something out that might be a little similar, but I'm looking towards an Odin that has been looking pretty good in terms of control and creating a lot of space for the team.
Well, we may end up just rejoining that other game here in just a moment because the Phoenix Siege is simple here at the 17-minute mark. What happened here? It's 16,000 gold in the lead. I mean, Tegvir's got what? 6-1-3. I mean, that's a pretty fed jungler. Oh, the Susano. You got Susano and Loki. I don't know who's playing the jungler right now, but both of them are fed.
A little bit, everyone.
That feels fine. And my goodness, we're going to flip right back here in just a second because Food Drive for Globe has just dismantled Borch in 17 minutes and 45 seconds. My goodness, we've heard about this Food Drive for Globe team. And Gore, I'm not sure how big of a believer I was, but you better believe now. That is a 17, almost 18-minute game where some SPL pros are just absolutely obliterated by Tegvir, by Valo on the Loki. And that's now a really interesting team to watch later on.
Yeah.
And so we will see Food Drive for Globe in the grand finals. Who are they going to be playing up against? Let's bounce right on back to what we just saw just a few moments ago. Scrumptious rather versus Cowabunga. Unfortunately, Gore, we rejoin in essentially the same exact spot. However, Cowabunga pulled and secured the Gold Fury. and are actually getting some good damage into Shinto. Panatom goes back in, dashes away. Shinto and Panatom both live, but I've spoken too soon. Nog cleans up that kill. Really, I think here, if Cowabunga are going to have any type of chance score, it's got to be a reconnect, a rejoin, a regather from Yark. But
yeah, it got a lot of farm to make up for too, right? Because you're sitting in base. There's a little bit of passive farm, level 11 to level 15 for Zap, right? If you're looking at just lane direct, so
yeah,
it'll definitely take a little bit, even if Yark is able to get back into the game. But the good news is, there's a lot more farm on the map for them available, assuming they can get a fight. And they've been doing pretty well, even without it. And so I think that there's definitely a conversation to be had for Cowabunga, especially around the defense, to just try and hold on their best and hope.
One more chance here for Cowabunga. Phoenix can be your unofficial 5th man. It's just charged up spear. Connects. My goodness. Aurora had no chance. In goes Leon looking for the ball. And here is your full-on collapse from Scrumptious. They have wandered forward. They have killed off 2. They have cleaned up a Phoenix. And it's looking like they are going to get the Titan here as well. Look, I'll speak my mind. It's really unfortunate, really unlucky. The early portion of this game was looking good. But it's Scrumptious who were able to grab the win, so the stage is set. Food Drive for Globe versus Scrumptious score in your best of 3 grand finals after the semifinals finish in pretty similar pace. I will say, I mean, I'm gonna throw a line though. I mean, look, the DC sucks. I mean, it is what it is. I think if I'm doing my best to draw some silver linings and draw some threads here, I think Scrumptious did look pretty good.
Yeah.
Already before that DC happened, they were finding some kills, grouping up around those objectives. And there was just that one team fight where everything kind of went sideways and sort of an unfortunate outcome here on this one, Gore. But liked what I saw from Scrumptious nonetheless. And I think this makes our grand finals matchup really, really intriguing. That this Food Drive for Globe team on the flip side, Gore, we just got a small glimpse into that matchup. It's a team that people will remember from competitive Smite for sure.
Yeah.
Right? And they've been grinding Smite 2 hard from what I've heard. I'm not sure many folks expected this team to dismantle some SPL royalty in the way that we just saw in the second semifinal.
It's what they've been saying. This ain't your mama's Smite, man. It's gonna be different. Like Smite 2 has a lot of similarities. It's still different. It's still going to be fresh, and I think that to see, you know, a team like Food Drive for Globe, like that is what I expect to happen. Admittedly, I was expecting it like 6 to 7 weeks from now that we'd start seeing other teams start. I was thinking that you would have the players who were quote unquote like mechanically the best, right, for Smite 1 transition in and have a pretty good time for the first few weeks. But then as more practice was had by everybody else, you'd see that catch up. Food Drive for Globe just goes to show that you could do that a lot faster than I was going to give credit for. And so I'm really excited to see more of what that team has to offer and more of what they're going to be able to do, not just this week, but presumably next week and beyond.
Yeah, it's a really solid team. Valo was the jungler there. I know we had a Loki and a Susano in the same game. Karmic is the solo laner. Globe is the mid. So however that shook out, Valo's the jungler to watch. Valo versus Nog. Really, really intriguing jungle matchup. And that's going to be the matchup for your grand finals. It is Food Drive for Globe versus Scrumptious. Best of 3 grand finals here in the North American Founders Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the finals.
It's never been done before.
What's the plan?
When was the last time you were in Vegas?
You want to host an esports event in Vegas for SMITE. SMITE 2. Now you're talking.
The hi-rez Arena, Las Vegas.
Some said it couldn't be done.
Are you guys out of your mind? The J Dragons winning worlds can't be beat. Not shouldn't be beat, it cannot be beat.
This January, see SMITE like you've never seen before.
You clowns are gonna need a team even crazier than you. Who'd you have in mind?
Coming this January, Hindu Man's 11.
You're either in or you're out.
I'm in.
Hello, welcome on back. Thanks for hanging out and waiting for us. Melm and Trelly back at you. Semifinals are in the rear view mirror. We've got our final two teams locked in and see where we'll go. Basically, a lock-in for Swiss, Trelly. If you can take the grand finals, 100 points is worth quite a bit in the Founders Series for sure. Thankfully, semifinals for the teams that we've seen take losses still get a lot of points, which should help them on that grind to the Swiss stage.
Exactly, and that's something that I want to bring up is the fact that, you know, even if you saw some banger matchups early on, plenty more SMITE ahead of us, SMITE 2 ahead of us, and we're still going to have an absolutely banger of finals on our hands, no doubt.
We will indeed, and a couple of shocking, interesting matchups. I want to talk about Borch versus the Food Drive for Globe team, and that's a long name. It took me a second. I was thinking Food Drive. There's a lot of lore there, and as we take a look at the brackets, see what happened in that matchup. We saw Borch play out of their minds. Ratmilk was a standout performer, a definite MVP, but Borch running the Food Drive for Globe, who, you know, I've cast a lot of amateur SMITE in the last couple of years. That is a team, Food Drive for Globe, that Ratmilk has been the jungle for, not just in SCC, for who was formerly known as Shabala Storm, but in a lot of draft leagues in the amateur scene, a lot of pre-made teams, even the Content Creator Cup, I believe there was some grouping there. So for that team to be the one to bring down Borch, who came out with a surprise announcement, including Ratmilk, I think that puts a lot of extra emphasis and, for me, kind of drama to the Food Drive for Globe victory. And we also saw them in the previous tournaments nearly take a game off of some really strong rosters, including Cowabunga. So pretty great spot to be in if you're Food Drive for Globe.
I mean, that's been the narrative that we've been spinning since the start of this tournament, right? The fact that just because you're an older seasoned team does not mean that you're going to understand the full extent of how to play the map in SMITE 2. And the team that understands not only how to farm, how to play objectives early, and how to control those gold camps on the side of the maps are the ones that are going to be able to just build up early leads, which, again, you don't pay attention to the kills. Pay attention to the gold counters. Once you see those, that's when you're going to know exactly what team is in the lead. And I did expect to see some of these younger teams, you know, that have really been putting in the hours and grinding out the SMITE 2 rank games and the scrims, things like that, to have maybe a little bit of a better understanding. So, you know, there's always room for an upset, man. If you are able to farm the map better, you will be able to put your team in a better spot to win those 5v5s.
I'll also go back to some talking points you and I had at the very beginning of the day today. Been a lot of SMITE 2 since then, but we were talking about scrims, PBM from Team with 5Ms. They've been streaming their scrims all week, and I mentioned one of the teams that I've seen team up with 5M scrimming the most is this Food Drive for Globe team. So they've got tons of experience this week scrimming against a top of the top team. As we head into picks and bans, it's really important to see what's prioritized here to kind of see the confidence out of Food Drive, who do have first pick against Scrumptious, because I expect that their confidence might be at all-time highs, and they're coming into this game with a lot of momentum.
They certainly are. Again, I still have to bring up the topic of conversation. That Fenrir has been very impactful. I've loved seeing the Odins more highly prioritized, as well as, of course, your usual, your Bacchus, your Jingwei, your Susano. Looks like Food Drive is going to take away the Jingwei. Not something that they were prioritizing first pick, or they just did not want to let it get into Scrumptious's hands. And it will actually be that Odin. So yeah, this Odin has risen pretty high in the priority chart for the P's and B's. For my money, Bacchus still that top pick, but you're also giving up the Fenrir, the Susano. You have options here. It's not as if Food Drive has to insta-lock the Bacchus if that's not a pick that they feel confident on, but they do.
Food Drive and Scrumptious, Grand Finals, best of 3. Bacchus, our first lock-in overall. And I'm agreeing with you on the Odin, for sure. I mean, it reminds me of the Loki in those very first Alpha tournaments, where it was kind of like everyone's like, it's whatever. But as the tournament goes on and goes forward, it's
all
like,
the
wait,
realms we could
Odin is kind of popping off.
Must it be the mortal
for me,
one?
Haddox is at the top of that list. I've seen Haddox playing a lot of that Odin on his streams, and it's been performing incredibly well. Kind of just a casual Netflix lane experience, so maybe that's why they're getting rid of it. Hecate, though, continues to be a priority alongside the Fenrir, which does leave open the Soul as an interesting talking point here, as well as that Ymir. So Bacchus solo once again with the Ymir in support, most likely.
I don't know if I want to see the Neath here or the Soul. You know, you have your option which one you hold higher in priority, and it looks like just grab Susano, right? You already know that is going to be one of the top junglers if you want to try and pick it ASAP, and that is exactly what Food Drive go for. They have plenty of CC, plenty of damage in their top 3, and that's going to be hard to try and follow up for. But if Scrumptious does want to try and take a mid laner away, now would be the time to do so. They already grabbed the Hecate, but you can flex the Neath over towards carry or just grab the Sir Nuno. So that's going to be their call. They're going to leave open the Neath and the Soul and just take Sir and Hecate for their backline. I mean, definitely strong. They've got big circles. You have plenty of follow-up. Throw the Ares into the mix, and now you got to worry about your beads control. You have to worry about even if you're going to level into beads, which most people aren't doing at the moment. So active items are going to be very impactful to try and deal with what Scrumptious is doing.
Have you been really surprised by the Kernanos and the Ares rising up the later we've got into this tournament? For me, I know we talked a lot about the builds for Kern and how the intelligence build has been out and crit has been back in for Kern, but the Ares has been an interesting one because it was nobody was picking it up, and all of a sudden it's feeling like a go-to.
Yeah, the CERN is something that I didn't. The CERN doesn't surprise me. The Ares certainly does. I thought that it would be, you know, just underneath the Bacchus and the Ymir in priority, but the CERN we saw so much of. Again, it was more so that intelligence build for the CERN, but you know, full crit attack speed CERN has been rising in popularity for sure, and can definitely hard carry a game away if given the opportunity. It's clearly that number 2 underneath the Jingwei. I'm more so surprised that the Honor hasn't been as prioed, but hey, you got to go with the early pressure, and I guess CERN provides it.
The Neither will be somebody to watch. Blowing people up left and right has been her MO throughout the open tournaments leading up to the start of the Founder Series. Loki, somebody who's been, I would be willing to risk it and go out on a limb and say kind of underperforming compared to what we've seen so far. I mean, we've seen Loki hard carry games for both EMEA and North America up to this point, and all of a sudden, in this tournament, I feel like we're seeing a Loki do okay, but a lot of times we're seeing Loki sort of fall behind and get bullied out of their own jungle.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's going to be playing carry here for Food Drive. Probably the Susano, and you let Loki jungle, but I guess you have your freedom. Or you could go, I personally like Susano mid a ton, and maybe you throw even Neath into the duo lane, but you have options there. It's not as if you have to lock in really any character in Smite 2. The ability to just play characters in different roles has been so interesting, and it also makes picks and bans, despite having a limited character, limited cast of characters rather. You can go anywhere you want. Like Bacchus and Ymir are interchangeable as far as I'm concerned for solo and support, but you know, the action is going to be there regardless. They both come out swinging at level 2 with tons of damage and CC. On the other side though, you already had the Fenrir, you already had the Ares, you already had the Hecate, and now you throw Hades in the mix?
That's great, yeah.
The CC chains are going to be ridiculous.
one thing worth noting too, Tegvir is somebody who I've mentioned before, I'm very familiar with. I've seen Tegvir play a lot of solo lane in the past, which opens up a very different god pool, obviously, from ADC. So there are a lot of options. I wouldn't hate to see this Asano over in ADC, where usually I'd be with you, I'd be leaning towards mid. I'm kind of not against it just because of the comfort Tegvir may have on the character versus, say, the Neath. Could be a really interesting way to try to get ahead, maybe try to even bully out, chase down the Kernanos, because Asano does have a good answer for a lot of what Kern brings to the table. This could, and we talked about the scrims too, Trelly. This could just be Food Drive digging into some stuff they've tried out in scrims, and we talked about feeling confidence too. Maybe they're feeling the confidence of, hey, we got a best of 3. Let's try to do something we wouldn't have done 2 months ago.
I mean, that's the benefit of a best of 3 format, is you can go get a little bit risky, ban away the Jingwei, leave things like Odin open, leave things like Bacchus away, just to try out and see if you're able to, sneak away with a win, because you have one chance to throw away one of those games just to see if those strategies work. As far as I'm concerned, I lean a little bit more towards Scrumptious comp on paper. But if you just want to talk about late game damage, the Susano and the Loki in the backline is terrifying. Bacchus and Ymir come with so much CC. And once you add Neath into your mix, anyone who's just like solo split pushing runs the risk of getting 1v1, because the Neath ult is always going to add that 2v1 mixture, where if you catch a Loki in the jungle by himself, maybe you're feeling confident, maybe you're a little bit fed, maybe you take that 1v1. But now once you add the World Weaver, it was never a 1v1, and you got to watch out for that. So it's just one of the benefits of having Neath on your team, especially if you're able to get late game.
Is it ever really a 1v1 in Smite?
No, never.
Can Food Drive for Glove pull off what might on paper be an upset, but maybe what they have earned? Let's find out. Let's head into game number 1 of the grand finals here. Best of 3 between Food Drive for Globe and Scrumptious. Malum, Trelly, and Doug to bring you the action for this best of 3. And this is one I've been really looking forward to. I've been yapping in our caster group chats talking about this team, Food Drive for Globe, and wondering how they do. I know we all talked about what Nog and could bring to the table, and this is a really interesting lineup that we've got from Scrumptious as well. Fan favorite team, of course, with El Leon, Zapman, Haddock's there, not to mention Shinto. This is a really good one on paper, Trelly.
I think so as well. I did want to see the matchups, and it does seem like Susano lining up over into the carry role. So we're going to see Tegvir pilot over into ADC for the time being. Look at the matchups, though. You got Bacchus over in solo. Ymir still trying to go in for that invade. Remember, 3 Sunder pickups for Food Drive. So you got Karmic, you got Happen, and you got Valo, all locked in with Sunder, ready to go for an invade whenever possible. Whereas on Scrumptious, they only have access to 2. Valo already in a bit of trouble. No blink. You're about to eat double Sunder. You're dead for sure. Yeah, Valo just goes down for first blood. Without the blink, you can't just commit to a buff like that.
That was one of the most man mode buff invades I think I've ever seen. You got the buff, but you gave 500 gold to Scrumptious, so plus 500 for Nog, which is a pretty big deal to have on your Fenrir jungle. So I'm sure Scrumptious is thankful for that. Tegvir also did start alone due to the invade coming out from Happen. We'll see how this works out early. Seems like Tegvir's having no problems. That was a weird start, Trelly. It's really weird from Valve.
I mean, hey, sometimes you think you're just confident going in for the buff invade, and then you get the double ambush, which never feels good. Happen taking a lot, and the body blocks.
Oh no! But the pull! What? Tegvir brings them right back to send them right down, and Zapman is gone. And I don't know how good the escape's looking for El Leon. Once that freeze hits, just one more bit of damage, and there it is. Happen takes it. Tegvir does a lot for it. 2 kills for Food Drive.
As far as I'm concerned, that's the Susano difference, right? Zapman just did not have the DPS to try and match that of Tegvir. Sure, it was a great play. The body blocks were clean and should have resulted in a kill. But you've got Bluestone versus Death Toll. You've got an assassin versus a traditional carry. Like, it is just a different gameplay style. And that is the benefit. You're going to be able to find kills early, even when it looks like you shouldn't. So now, 2-1 in favor of Food Drive, despite Valo just getting first blooded at the red buff. Oh my goodness, Karmic almost dropping as well. We have a ton of aggression here.
It's gonna be one of those games, huh? We can't look away. We're not gonna get to talk about items. We're not gonna get to hang out. Hopefully still laugh. but it's just gonna be one of those games. It's got that vibe already for sure. One thing I did want to ask you about, Trelly, a Kernanos going into a more traditional, probably a Dev's Glove route versus a Susano who's starting Bluestone. Fighting early, what's that going to be like for the Kern?
I mean, you don't want to fight in Susano early, to be honest with you. He's just going to get the better end of the trades. He has plenty of damage online. Three true damaging abilities, whereas CERN has 2. And in reality, the dash is going to be used to get away more often than not. So really, it's 1 and some auto attacks. That's the benefit of this Susano, like I said. You're just going to get the better end of the trades early on. Late game, you got to worry a little bit. But I think Tegvir is going to have free reign over in this lane for the time being. Especially once you pair that with Happen, who is already got a kill and an assist under his belt. This Jameer is a threat, man. Walk up, eat the mean end of a freeze into a Glacial Strike. And the wall... man, you should really fall down.
We're dying everywhere. Karmic's dead in solo. Zapman should be soon in duo. Tegvir waiting on cooldowns. Is it there? They weren't up! Zapman gets to walk away from that. Valo is on the other side of the purple buff. Will there be an opportunity? Not quite yet. Purple's secure. Tegvir tries to go in, uses the combination to pull it off, but won't get the kill. On to Zapman. Tried to be clever, use that jet stream and Kata pull. But instead, a Gold Fury is the call from Food Drive. This is a wild start to this game.
It sure is, but hey, 3-minute 50-second easy Gold Fury pull. You've got the damage, man. That's what I was saying. I've been saying this all day. Objectives die a lot faster than everyone realizes. They can be pulled a lot quicker than everyone realizes. And despite the fact that Karma is leveled down, this is Bacchus we're talking about, man. You got to run. The Sunder.
Bop, bop.
Not enough damage, man. I thought the Sunder might have done it. It was close.
I thought so too. I was waiting for that final bit of bop to come from the Sunder. Oh, this has been a start, an ultimate out.
Ash
from Haddix. The follow. The Vortex doing a lot of work. Karmic does get to step away. Just a bit too tanky on that Bacchus. The patch notes came out. Changes to Bacchus coming Tuesday. And those changes might be why Karmic is still alive right now.
I mean, not only has... we've seen a lot of the Bluestone come through for things like Bacchus, but I haven't seen Bluestone Hades. It's been usually Conduit, so a lot more damage to come through with some of these ability spam. And Haddix has very closely soloed Karmic, but has not been able to confirm that kill just yet, unfortunately. Bacchus has been getting away at 1 HP time and time again. Here comes another rotation. Karmic, I don't think that was the time to flop in, man.
Not at all, but Haddix will certainly take it. Has the kill. That makes it 3 for Scrumptious. Still 2 for Food Drive that we did see earlier come out from Tegvir and Happen. But a slow burn start, and one thing I want to point out. Earlier on, when you and I were talking, we kept making this emphasis of the macro of the teams with the familiar names, right? It kept being this case where one team would have all the kills, the other would have all the gold. Right now, that gold belongs to Food Drive early on, despite the 1 kill differential that's about to blow up in the favor of Scrumptious finding Happen as well. Tegvir with the prebeats, the pull back onto 2. The damage onto Zapman is so good, and Tegvir will have 1. Can he find another on the Nog? No, the dash away is good, but look who's here. It's Valo on that Loki. The ult gonna stun 2. Can you kill Nog though? Maybe not. You'll have to settle for some El Leon.
Wow, I mean, I can't believe Zapman ends up getting clipped by the World Weaver. It seemed like there was a lot of tanks there. And if the ult doesn't come through, I'm pretty sure Tegvir can't even kill 1, at least until Valo rotates in. Once you have the Loki, things go a bit differently, but unfortunate there. Finally, Haddix gets the solo kill onto Karmic. He's been dancing with that one for quite some time. 0-3 now for the Bacchus. Unfortunate, but you are going to see this Hades grow into a bigger and bigger threat. 2-0-2, and I don't think Haddix is stopping anytime soon.
Shinto seemed to want the 1v1 there with Valo. Understandable on the Hakate and how that's been feeling. Happen, maybe in deep trouble. The good wall does separate Zapman out. Happen still taking damage. Leon really committing. The ult back, the pull in, and Leon might go down. There's the auto to do it. Just a bit of miscommunication there from perhaps from Scrumptious as they did get separated, but not ideal as you lose the Ares.
I'm gonna see how much time do we have before that Gold Fury spawns back in, and is there going to be a lot of pressure over towards the left side of the map? Karmic, okay. I was gonna say, Karmic, you better not belly flop right in the face of the rotation once again. Finally uses it to try and get out of trouble, but oh my goodness, we don't have a moment of sleep here. There's gonna be another dive onto the tower. Happen should fall down, but he doesn't.
Oh my god!
What?
Tegvir is just doing circles around them in this duel lane. Every time those fights come out, Karmic does get eaten alive, but the flop away? No way. Are you kidding me? Karmic will live yet again in solo after the craziness in duo from Tegvir to tank the tower out and fight Zapman down to the end of Zapman. What a game so far.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Living there is great for Karmic, but he's already 0-3. It's not even really the surviving that's good. It's the
attention.
It's not the kill that would have been that valuable for Scrumptious. I mean, they got tier 1 tower. They made Karmic miss another wave. This Bacchus is 2 levels behind, probably close to 3 now at this point, and that's going to start to add up. You can't really exist up against this Hades when Haddix just owns this side of the map. I mean, there's not a lot of farming to be done. You get your wave, and there it is right on schedule. Gold Fury pulled, but Scrumptious is nearby. They have plenty of vision, and Nog is not going to let this one slide.
Leon tried to take the sideway into the fight. Tegvir caught it out and is doing big numbers. The Glacial Strike won't find a home, and Tegvir will back out and calm the aggression. The Mushroom heal up Scrumptious. A Vortex to stop Karmic. That pillar is certainly agonizing, and Karmic not gonna fall yet. Haddix must be very frustrated. He finally gets that solo kill. That one's got to feel real good.
I mean, unfortunately, trying to teleport out there, I can understand that feeling. I'm just like, come on, come on, come on. But unfortunately, the ult stops him there, pulls him all the way back in. Karmic goes down 0-4. And remember, this was the top pick, man. It seems almost like Scrumptious baited this pick just so they could catch. Is Tegvir going to dive this just with the ult? Okay, I was going to say, just early Neath ult is not helping that much to where you could just dive underneath the tier 1 tower and get that kill. Would have been a risky dive for sure. We going for it again, man. Yeah, Food Drive can't help themselves. They always want to just pull this Gold Fury.
Zapman and Elyon will both be here for the contest of the gold. That's enough to force away Food Drive. Wild Hunt committed early. There's the Ragnarok, going to bring one back in. The gates are there, but they're going to split the difference onto the Loki. So Bello still alive, still dropping damage, and that combined with Tegvir brings down the Fenrir. But Valo did fall for the efforts, and the Sasano going to retreat with Happen. That opens the door for Scrumptious to walk back to the Gold Fury. Dare Food Drive to step up. Happen will take the dare and consider it. It's going to take perfect timing and a lot of luck for Happen here. Here's the play, not there. Happen might just pay for it, but you can look cool on the way out.
Man, I thought he was getting pretty close to being able to find a kill there just because Zapman was getting real low. But that's the attempt you got to go for it, man. I think we've all been there where you got the Ymir, you've got Sunder, and you just wall yourself in to go for the hero play. Unfortunately, does not end up working out. But now you get to see the lead sort of climbing back into Scrumptious's favor. They have pressure on the right side of the map. Karmic made the right call. Just clear wave, right? Just stay over in solo lane. Unfortunately, Haddix is not over in solo lane. He's getting a solo kill onto Globe. Doesn't matter if you backflip away. And Tegvir has also fell down. Man, Food Drive is in shambles at the moment.
Absolute shambles. That's 10-7, and that gold lead that we talked about a few minutes ago being impressive, I think it was around 6 minutes or so for Food Drive, has now swung 2K for Scrumptious, and they're feeling good. There's a through the gates that'll put Karmic further away and be used by the Hecate, who is back in front of the Bacchus, but is all right for the moment. Nog looking for an opportunity. Haddix from behind. Is there an opportunity for big damage here? Haddix thinks so and leads the way. Valo gonna commit the ultimate to get away and will be good in doing so. Happen, the one in the most trouble, gets that rocket jump, but Scrumptious still not done chasing.
I think that's going to be all they can go for, though. They would have liked to. I just don't think they have the opportunity for it. Zapman finally given some breathing room over on this side of the map where Tegvir was off the map for a bit, so able to try and push down that tier 1 tower. Couldn't quite grab. But remember, Tegvir was 6-0, man. 6-1 now. That shutdown certainly freed up some space over on the left side of the map, but a growing threat, no doubt. Fully stacked Devos, Tekko Kagi, second item. The Susano still does some big damage if given the opportunity. That's why Zapman, the second he realized he could be getting ambushed or someone could be nearby, heads to that tier 1 tower, heads on back to base. Definitely a smart call here. With that being said, I wanted to see where would the grouping come from next. Remember, Karmic can't really exist in solo lane. Well, maybe we see some grouping here. I think you're just dead.
Ares moment. You get caught up by those chains. I've been there way too many times. That hurts, but it's big. for Scrumptious. Also, speaking of big, an engage on the left-hand side. Just seeing if they can pull Zapman in. We've seen them dive this a few times. Tower down to 500. Wild Hunt out. Zapman wanting to take the fight. Tegvir low. The Typhoon into the strike. There's a shell. The pull back. Can Zapman pull through into my time for Nog? He does. Down goes Tegvir, and Happen will bring himself to the great screen. The Ragnarok is huge. The ganks are huge. The deaths keep piling up. Trelly, Scrumptious have completely turned the tide of this game.
They certainly have. And honestly, Zapman is a maniac for dashing in there, but it ended up working out. So he's actually calculated. You know, it seemed like there was going to be some low health gamers. I thought tier 1 tower drops. We turn on Zap kill, move on with our day.
Same.
But ends up keeping the tower alive. And more specifically, Tegvir taking tower aggro there, man. That was the real reason that started to look rough for Food Drive. And since then, the gold lead has not stopped climbing. I mean, we're talking about 14 kills to 7 now. And Scrumptious, they're just in the position to grab so much farm. And I'm not going to say it's entirely because of Haddix. Like, don't get me wrong. Having a 6-0 in Hades that has been able to rotate out of lane certainly helps. But yeah, this Fenrir has been all over as well. 3, 1, and 4, a part of a ton of these kills. You got to watch out for Nog. He just has so much presence across the map.
Speaking of presence, Haddix looks like a boss alongside the Queen Naga, walking at Food Drive, not afraid of it, knowing Scrumptious is nearby. The engage is out. Leon's got 2 on the pullback, and to bring at least 1 in the form of Glove. The Typhoon's there. We'll just find a tiny bit of poke onto Nog. The fight still has yet to fully break. An Ethel on Haddix. There's the flop. Haddix goes in. Haddix is gone. A big-time shutdown does go to happen. Not exactly who you wanted on for Food Drive, but they'll still take the pick regardless and use it to grab the Queen Naga. Fire Giant nearby.
Go ahead and grab your objective. Food Drive does have the ability to climb back into this game. They just have to look and play their objective focused game. Happen is going to get yoinked back. Has the CC immunity. Well done. Well timed. Just to make sure he gets out of there. But hey, that was a beautiful ult by Shinto. Understood that Happen didn't have any sort of movement. And pulls that CC immunity, which is important because, again, it's not just for Happen. It is for the squad. So being able to grab that relic, or that active item rather early, is a good look. Could open up a possible Gold Fury fight. Look where Leon is, waiting for anyone to walk forward. Someone without beads, step up to this Ares, give him a chance to kill. I think we found the target, and Clove's in some trouble.
Tried to juke the chain, but gonna have none of it, and the flames are the end.
Oh, fire?
Man with the credit. An instant response of fire from
good.
Food Drive, but Scrumptious is nearby. Haddix is into the ring already. Can they bring down the Hades? Will it waste too much time? Typhoon out. Haddix dashes away. The Pillar of Agony for protection. Fire Giant goes to Food Drive, but will they get out alive is the big question. Karmic did get pulled back, but will be okay. Valo is in no man's land and low on mana and will not take anybody with them. Goes down. Now Karmic, same story, and falls to Zapman.
Yeah, I think Food Drive wanted to go for that pull without Haddix knowing. The second Haddix figured out, you end up losing your buff on 3. But I guess Tegvir is still able to hold on to it. Now Scrumptious just run it down mid lane. Can grab a Gold Fury after if they would like. Or they can go for the tier 2. I'm thinking Gold Fury should be the call. And that's what they decide. All the time, though, you got split push happening as well. Nog over in right lane, just trying to get some extra farm. Food Drive, can they go in for a defense? It looks like they're attempting to, but I think Happen might be in trouble.
He is leading the way. Tegvir's nearby, but already crippled out and getting chased on, rooted, and brought down. The credit goes to Ares, and the Gold Fury will be started up by Scrumptious. And looks like Happen is conceding it. Food Drive are as well. That'll be the 3rd one done. So the next time Gold Fury spawns, it will be Ancient Fury. And for Food Drive, you know, they got that fire, as we mentioned. It's now only on Happen. They're probably feeling pretty thankful it isn't already an Ancient Fury.
Pushing forward, though, is Scrumptious. Haddix looking to try and find any sort of engage. Gonna be backing up for now, but still, I like this call. I think Scrumptious is playing exactly as they should. They got Fire Giant sort of taken right from under their noses. Of course, they figured out and was able to find a couple kills in the meantime, but now you just look for a fight, man. I don't think you're afraid if you're Scrumptious. You have the lead. You have the advantage. Hide in some grass. Look around some corners. See who steps forward. And just try and find some shutdowns. Take the last of the Fire Giant buffs off. Only left on Happen for the time being. I don't think this needs to stop Scrumptious's aggression, but it probably will stop their push for the time being.
Feels like Food Drive it's pretty safe to say they're going to be playing on the back foot, not necessarily against the ropes, but they're getting back towards the corner for sure. How are we feeling about their siege defenses, Trell?
I think that they have some solid tools. I mean, the Ymir wall is always a good help, right? Slam it up in front of your Phoenix, in front of your tier 2, stops DPS for a while. Not only that, they've got big CC that can come in from Tegvir, can come in from Karmic. But if Karmic doesn't make it to the defense, it's not going to look too good. And the Bacchus falls down for the 7th death of this game, Malum. This Bacchus pick has been not easy to stay alive on for Karmic. To Karmic's credit, has put a lot of they've put a lot of pressure over towards that solo lane, but yeah, hi-rez has been getting the better end of this matchup for all 18 minutes, I would say, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. At the very least, oh no, never mind. Globe
Not
still
again.
can't get away, man.
Globe is not a fan of these chains, just keeps getting caught and brought down by Nog. The Ragnarok is instant to grab up Bello. The chomp down there, and that should just be a kill. It is. So double kill for Nog. Did see the Xerxes Hexstone be used by Leon, so it's down for at least the next little while. Some trouble for Happen in the right lane, running into Zapman and Shinto, and an ultimate as hi-rez has cleaned up Tegvir, and Food Drive are just getting popped left and right at this point.
Tier 2 tower drop. Tier 2 in mid is the next target, and it looks like that's going down any second now. Fire Giant buffs have all been taken, and the Fire Giant is close to spawning back in. But for the time being, Phoenix may be the target. They've got the Amanita Charm. They have some extra regen. What's the call here? Scrumptious does go in. That man just takes Rightbird by himself. This might be a 2-for-1 special, and it looks like they'll grab it. Well, I mean, you got Polynomicon on hi-rez. You have plenty of extra ability damage. Yeah, that's going to be 2 birds down. Run back and group up for fire. This is just crossing the T's and dotting the I's here, Malum.
A big thank you kindly. And from this point, as long as Scrumptious continue this very surgically accurate takedown of Food Drive, the game should be theirs. We talked about what Food Drive has for a defense. It's there, but the further you get behind, of course, the harder it gets. And the Xerxes Hexstone, which I mentioned previously for Leon, I feel like that might be one of their secrets for the engage alongside hi-rez. Because, Charlie, I don't know if you can handle both coming at you.
I mean, you certainly can. And even if you can, Leon does have the tech where if you know some beads are down, if you know some CC immunities down, you can grab everyone with the no escape, then Xerxes Hexstone towards the team and pull them even further, which is just a joy to watch. So we'll see if that ends up getting used. I think it's more so going to be used for a chase down tool for the time being. But with 2 Phoenixes down, call is for Tegvir to go left and just get some farm in the meantime. Gotta find Happen though. He is currently in the grass, has a Sunder available to try and use for the steal. Remember, Valo, Karmic, and Happen all have one, so they all need to be near the objective when it gets to low HP, and already getting caught out and using the low kill. Not a good look.
Big time jump scare for Valo and a bit too much to handle. Down to Nog. Rampage for the Fenrir. Talisman of Purification is also down for Happen. With all the CC Scrumptious have, it's really important to remember as this fire does start up by Scrumptious. Karmic looking for a way in, gets met by hi-rez, is in a lot of trouble. Fire Giant still being pulled, but not quite dead. There's a death of Karmic. Happen goes in and is already gone. Was there a Ymir there? Only for a moment. Fire Giant goes to Scrumptious with only 2 left standing for Food Drive.
It seems like Food Drive's trying to get Ancient Fury, I guess, in the meantime. I think your Titan may be the target here for Scrumptious. They're not backing up. Yeah, they dropped that Fury immediately and have to run on back to try to put on the base defense of the Century. 2v5, Valo's up in 2 seconds, Happen in 10. They've got a chance here, Malum, but it's not going to be easy.
Not easy in the slightest. The Titan Siege begins. There's the ultimate coming out from Leon. Valo didn't even get to watch the fight for the Titan. Same thing might be for Tegvir, not the case, but the Titan will fall regardless. Game 1, in a commanding fashion, goes to Scrumptious.
Wow, and think about how the early game went. Remember, Valo died immediately at red buff, but then immediately after that, Tegvir picks up 2 kills. The Susano started looking real good. I thought they might be able to play through duo lane. Unfortunately, though, Karmic 0-8 on the Bacchus, and that puts hi-rez at 7-1. You got the Zapman at 8-3, who ended up having a fantastic comeback after falling down a bit in the early game. And of course, you gotta give your credit over towards the entirety of the team. I think Shinto was kind of the quiet performer where he was just always there, but Nog and Leon, they just seem to be always in the right spot at the right time, being able to catch out Globe. This Neath pickup, unfortunate, man. You only get one set of beads unless you're grouped up with Happen, and Globe got caught out by Leon a few times just to be able to hit those chains and make sure that there was no way to run.
Systematic from Scrumptious, I think, is the most fair way to describe that game number 1. And Food Drive, we talked about the preparation that's gone into the Founder Series for them so far. We talked about the really great showing against Borch, but seems like they might need a little bit more than that as we do move forward in this best of 3 grand finals.
I mean, it's going to be tough regardless. You have to try and think about how these matchups really went. Was it worth it to first pick the box in this situation? But I think P's and B's will be the first place to look if I'm Food Drive.
I do as well. There is also the 3rd place match that's going on at the same time as the grand finals, which has been quite the battle as well. The Founder Series has made a big splash this first weekend, and the 3rd place match too, Trelly, is kind of interesting to really look at between can't see it in my bracket, but we can take a look in game. Borch and Cowabunga playing it out 24-24. 20 minutes in. Gold strongly favored for Cowabunga, but looking at the scoreboards, they're telling a very interesting tale.
Dead even in kills. Gold, of course, going to be in favor of Cowabunga with 1 Phoenix down over in left. SOT sitting at 9-1 on the Odin is very interesting. Like, the fact that Odin is the one who's confirming all these kills is that leaves a lot to be desired. I think you would much prefer, you would much prefer Panatom getting the majority of those, but that can be a big deal. Look at this, Panatom stuck in the grass. Are you happy to be here? Jukes the freeze. I think he's all right.
Did dash and get hit by a scythe on the way out. Rat Milk to the sky. Will there be anyone to land on? It's just going to be for the escape. There is a fight in the backline as well. Rat Milk will die in the sky as Pagon takes down Panatom in that back chase. Aurora will make sure they leave that scene. But Borch do walk away with something from what could have been nothing.
Aurora's still trying to chase out. What's the call here for Cowabunga, though? They're looking to chase kills. Fire Giant hasn't quite spawned in yet. It looks like Aurora is just on a mission. He said, I'm going to follow Fine OK until the ends of the earth. And that speed buff's not going down. Not while Aurora's here. He's going to make sure that it stands tall. SOT looking at Panicat. Panicat not long for this world. The Supernova not enough. And Paul gets to confirm that kill. It seems like the play is to go back for Fire Giant, but I do see Pagon deep in the backline as well. Looks like he's not here to try and help Pockets. He is here to try and steal Fire Giant. So
Pagon's
like
just 2 minutes of that. I can only imagine get off me. You know, if there was whispering in SMITE 2, there would be one already. The team is here now for backup. Is Fine OK getting away? No! The great chase succeeds and Fine OK goes down. Rat Milk will at least make Aurora pay. Meanwhile, though, Cowabunga, it was a red herring all along. The Fire Giant is pulled. The closest person is going to be the Loki of Pagon, but it won't matter. Fire Giant to Cowabunga. It only cost them 1 support.
Pagon has been there the whole time. What's he waiting for? I thought he was going for the steal. Then I thought he was going for a 1v1. Now I just think he's hanging out. I guess it's done. Does Panatom take the 1v1 though? I bet you he does.
Here we go. There's the damage.
Oh, the Neath ult's got it. Just let it go. Oh, can someone block it? Oh, he missed. What? Jake, are you asleep?
Oh my god. It's always the games with the Neath. The Neath continues to just be funny. It's a given. The fight, though, still could happen. Typhoon's being thrown around. Pandacat throwing autos at SOT. One will land, and some damage will be there eventually. There's a jump in from SOT. The cage won't find Pandacat, but they're still playing aggressive. Cowabunga really want to force the issue here. They've got Jake low, but SOT's still forcing the issue onto the backliners. Rat Milk, almost dead, does get into the sky without being brought down this time. Not the same can be said for Awesome Jake, who went down to Solar Troll.
Still chased for the time being. Left side bird did come back up, though, so the Borch doesn't have to worry about fire minions once they're able to clear all those out. But it seems like SOT is just rolling up with spear in hand. Is going to try to grab this one with the help of the squad. They have foregone Ancient Fury. They have foregone everything for the time being. Only missing 1 Fire Giant buff. That was on Aurora. I'm wondering though, do you go in for the ambush? Do you sit in the jungle, wait in the grass, or you just push in for your towers? They've got minions. I think tier 2 could be a very easy grab here for Cowabunga. They don't really have to think too hard about this one. Just play it slow, grab your structures. Again, you can always go back for Agent Fury, but they're not interested.
Not at all. They're interested in pushing up so far and trying to force the issue on the Borch. We'll have to see how the Thanatos plays out. So far, just being forced into ultimates to get away. It's the only thing Rat Milk can do. Open the gates used. No one brought back. Ult's forced. There's the engage. Awesome Jake low. Panda Cat, same thing, trying to get away. Jake gone. Panda Cat brought back. Is into separate. Rat Milk's in the sky. On the landing, does find Panatom, but cannot find the kill. As Pagon will fall as well. And Cowabunga hear the call to charge forward. They follow Solo or Troll, who gets a double in the fountain. And Panda Cat is gonna get doped in the fountain by everyone. A divine intervention couldn't have saved that man. And Cowabunga are gonna take the third place match.
I cannot believe Sai gets to live for that. Like, I understand wanting Panda Cat dead, but I thought he was fully accepting just trading his life out there. Nah, he gets the triple kill, gets the dub. Very high kill count match there, though. I mean, Sot's 14-1, Panda Cat was 10-5, Rat Milk 8-7. On the losing team, 10-5 and 8-7. Not bad at all. Of course, Awesome Jake sitting at 0-10. Unfortunate, but was a part of 17 kills, so it wasn't as if this wasn't, you know, a very high octane, high kill for match. But at the end of the day, Cowabunga just played those objectives a bit better, was on top of their Fire Giants, and had one extra Gold Fury there towards the end. So we did end up going into that game a little bit late, but the left side bird was down as we joined in. So clearly had some early pressure over on that side of the map as well.
Worth noting, because we didn't actually touch on it today, that Borch roster will eventually get an addition of Baskin and Solo with Final K in support. So keep your eyes on that roster moving forward. And of course, keep your eyes on Cowabunga. Both teams leave today with plenty of points as we move forward in the Founder Series, but more Grand Finals action when we return from break. Hello and welcome on back more SMITE 2 Founder Series for your Grand Finals. We have game number 2 on the horizon. Anthony Squared is back as well. And you know, one thing that Anthony Squared has been doing, we've both been playing a lot of SMITE 2. I have a feeling Trelly's games are going much, much better than mine. I mean, I took your Hecate tech of maxing the 2. That's probably the biggest thing that I've stolen, but otherwise, I'm sure your games are going a lot better. But if you want to play SMITE 2 yourself, in chat right now, !access, and use that secret code SMITE2 Esports, and you'll get yourself basic access to SMITE 2, so you can try it out and play a bit yourself. But Trelly, game 2. Let's take a look how we got here so far. Take a look at that bracket. We got to check in with the 3rd place match, and if you missed it, Cowabunga did get the better of Borch. So some more points for Cowabunga, as basically anything in that semifinals, Trelly, are getting a lot of points moving forward.
Oh yeah, and that's what you're aiming for. Just trying to get those points online as quickly as possible. Make sure you qualify for Swiss. But again, even if you're watching this and you're like, man, I wish I got a team together, I want to play in this tournament. You're not. There are many more chances for you to try to get in and make your way into the Founders Series. Try and make your way to Vegas, like these guys who are playing in the finals. Food Driver Globe and Scrumptious. Heck of a game 1. But Scrumptious ends up on top. And we were talking about this, Malum. There is a topic of conversation about why this game started to spin out, and I think picks and bans have a little bit to do with it. Also, this is the fact of the way the matchup was played. I'm not sold on triple Sunder. I don't know about you. I think 2 Sunders should be the limit. I think 2's the limit, and I think jungle needs either survivability or blink, and blink can count as both. Depending on the jungler, I suppose. If you're a very safe jungler, maybe you can go something else. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the triple Sunder will end up being the tech for game number 2, and we'll see.
Technology. We'll see. Getting the picks and bans for game number 2. I'm on board with you completely. I think the biggest thing that kind of surprised us both was Food Drive had an interesting emphasis on what they wanted. We talked a lot about who they've been scrimming against, who their confidence or where their confidence has been. And one thing that it's funny because it's always in those weird team compositions that we're seeing in SMITE 2, it's always the thing that you kind of have faith in that kind of worked that you also tend to blame. There was a Sasano over in the dual lane that really carried the early portion of that game, but the Bacchus over in Soul lane kind of got left on an island, fell super far behind, and the rest is the history of game 1.
Food Drive, though, they don't get the chance to grab that Bacchus again. It's been banned away from them by Scrumptious, and of course the Jingwei taken away. Will they just insta-pick Susano? Will they grab something like the Fenrir, or will they grab... I mean, doesn't matter. They do grab the Fenrir. They're going to let that Susano go. I don't know if Scrumptious wants it. I assume they would just because it's so incredibly powerful, but they have been liking things like, the Hades is a counter pick to Odin. They've been liking the Ymir, which I think is very strong if given the opportunity to play. But of course, that guy who has been at the top of the tier list for the past couple games now, Odin, is not getting any further in these P's and B's. So Scrumptious is just going to take that one away. They're not going to let Food Drive have the chance. And Hecate as well. You know, I love to see that, Mom.
Well, you remember the olden days of SMITE 1. It was when I learned the game myself, I was taught the same thing. Big circles, put them together. You got an Odin, grab a Zeus and pop a lightning storm inside the cage. Hecate and Odin, even with Zeus in the game, that's kind of been their combination of things. Not just the cage, but just the positioning control that you have of a team fight. When you have gates combined with the Odin cage, there's just nowhere for anybody to go or maneuver. And when you pile that with a ton of damage, it's a lot to deal with. And Scrumptious seem to be aware of that.
I just want to let you know
up, though.
That we're we've been working together for a bit now. But if I felt more comfortable, I would have roasted the heck out of you there, just because you set me up so well for it. And you said when I was learning the game, and I was gonna really say you've learned the game, but I didn't because we don't have that rapport up yet. But trust me, you give me a setup like that again in like a few weeks, and I'm gonna take it. So locked in there for Food Drive.
Anthony Squared, Anthony Tears, man. You can't prep me for bullying. You're like, in 2 weeks, I'm gonna make you cry on broadcast, and you're gonna
lock in this roast I'm sending your way. With that, Aries and the CERN is gonna be the next 2 here for Scrumptious. Tons of CC you were talking about. We saw the damage from this Aries pick last game into a pick like Neath. Fenrir is kind of similar, but does have some form of CC immunity. Susano, very similar in that movement abilities don't really work when the chains are on you, so you have to watch out for that cripple effect from the chains. But you also just have tons of CC. You were mentioning it, the Odin and the Kate together, not bad. The Sur and the Ares, you're just getting to ridiculous levels of CC. So we're going to have to watch out for the Purification active from this Ymir, no doubt. Then throw the Loki into the mix. Very similar composition that we just saw, I will say.
It's kind of like, where are you going? Where are you hiding? is my big thing with Scrumptious's comp versus Food Drive. I mean, Loki, it's the fly on the wall behavior, the kind of like, this fly keeps coming to my face, can't get away. That's how Loki tends to play, and I feel like it works really well. I think of Giannis and Smite 1 when I think of that play style. And Scrumptious has such an answer for it. It's so hard for Loki to find the correct way into a team fight because you're trying to maneuver around the cage, around the open the gates. If Ares runs into you, it's over. Even Kernanos, the area control is just ridiculous right now for Scrumptious. And for Food Drive, I do like their damage going through, but I guess it depends. A lot of it, I mean, I'm curious what you think, but I feel like a lot of it depends on how the Fenrir gets utilized.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, when you look on the other side, you see Bello, you see Odin. They're not taking that traditional level of dive. It's more so just, hey, we're here. We're going to build a little bit hybrid. We're going to be able to chase you down. We have the Hecate, we have damage, and we're going to be, following up together. Whereas on the other side, as you said, sometimes Lokis just want to like kind of lurk in the back line, wait for their moment to go in. If your team is losing the team fight, sometimes there isn't a moment to go in, right? Where you're just stuck in the back and you're like, well, I'm Loki, like I'm here, like I'm not going to commit because there's no kill to be had, but I'm not going to be going in. So it depends on which foot you're on, if you're playing aggressively, if you're playing defensively, but we'll see. You don't want to set up to be playing defensively, but sometimes it ends up that way.
Well, can Food Drive put their best foot forward? Let's head into game number 2 and find out. Scrumptious currently up in a 1-game lead in this best of 3 grand finals. 100 points on the line, which realistically kind of secures you a spot unless you absolutely fall apart next week for the Swiss stage. So a very, very important game for sure for Food Drive to stay alive. Malum, Trelly, and Doug, as before. The invades, not as crazy. Not 5 people taking a journey around the map this time. Everyone's kind of, at least for the moment, chill, aside from the Fenrir.
Are we going to see Valo get ambushed at a buff with Sunder again and die? I'm kind of curious.
He just gets stuck at the red buff again.
I mean, he once again went Sunder. He didn't make the same mistake of hiding inside of the red buff by himself. Looks like he's going to be playing this one a little bit defensively. But see, I don't know if I like this call. If you're starting Sunder, in my humble opinion, you should be doing what Happens doing. Just go to a buff, stand there menacingly, and try and take it. But considering that didn't happen, now you just went Sunder. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Happens said, hey, there's a Kern here. I found the Kern. I found the Ares. And
I don't think they kill, though. Even I mean, you'd have to wait for more chains.
It's a lot, yeah.
Happens 2 comes up way before chains,
stick
too.
With it, for sure.
Yeah.
Nog and Valo trading blows.
Wait, Valo didn't even get the buff,
has the
man.
slow and didn't. That caustic buff hurts early on, too. You can tell how Valo had to walk away. Not my back camp. I want my back camp at least. Was that a Sunder on the back camp? Oh man, this is Valo's having rough early games, and Nog still chasing down. Back up here from Globe. Perfect timing for sure.
Malum, he started Sunder just to lose the buff.
He's having a rough day, Trelly.
And now he's just a level 1 Loki with no active, man. This I don't know, man. This is tough. Happen falls down. Karma gets solo. This game's in shambles.
So I can tell you're not a cheerleader for Food Drive. That's okay, but they can regain. What's the go-to? We scale, guys. We scale.
Yeah, we're scaling. We're playing for late game.
Yeah, playing for late game big time. Very, very strong early game already for Scrumptious. That's 2 kills up to the 1, plus the gold bounty, plus all the jungle we watch get taken away right in front of Valo's face, which is certainly not ideal. We've yet to have time to touch on the fact Globe has Soul in mid lane, and Tegveer is running back the Sasano ADC, and will beads to lock down the kill. Okay. Valo in trouble again in the jungle. No! Don't give Trelly more reasons to giggle, Valo. I'm rooting on you to get out of there. Is that man really chasing? Auto? Bang!
He's clean! He didn't even need the Bramble Blast. I'm not going to giggle, though, because Tegveer, he's coming back, man. 2-0, did use the beats. I feel like he wasted them because it wasn't like Leon had a blink or anything like that, but you just want to confirm that kill. So I do like that. Just make sure you're on the board. Once again, we have a way for Food Drive to play and try and get back in. But once again, I'm worried about the guy that's on the right side of the map. He's got like a spear. He likes ravens. He has a shield. That guy's scared. I'm just going to be honest with you. Karmic's having a rough time. Part 2 of the Electric Boogaloo.
I love these Warhorn fights that we're seeing between Haddix and Karmic. It's so funny to watch two Soul Landers drop everything, ignore minion waves as long as they can, just stand there pressing their interact key over and over just to get one super powered wave for your team. I mean, it's worth it. The praise you get in VC is pretty decent. Globe, nice shell. The bludgeon does not kill. There's some praise for getting away from that engage for sure. Tegveer taking on Zapman, doing so much damage. Same thing we saw in the previous game, but this time, no kill.
I want you. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
never mind. I don't want to.
Okay.
Karmic is solo again, and Cheeto finds it too. Unfortunate. You can even see. Look how deep Nog is in the jungle. I mean, the Bologna was in the back line. Tegveer's at the tower line. Leon's trying to invade purple buff. I mean, it's not as if the game's in shambles. It's just when everything falls apart. Yeah, it's messy. It all falls apart at once. Leon wants to go for the Sunder. Does not get it off. Unfortunately, Tegveer is able to pick that one up. Or fortunately, for whichever team you're rooting for here. But regardless... Oh, well, look at that. Karmic even got his blue buff, man. It's not so bad, you know?
We're regaining if you're food drive. we regain.
There are small wins, and we accept small wins here.
They pile up. They certainly pile up after some time, for sure. 4 minutes now. 5-2.
Oh, no. We're last hitting. Oh, no.
I feel like this has just been a reaction game of you kind of going through the motions. We talked about like our playing experiences so far. This does kind of look like, you know, we've got 5v5 ranked now. This has some vibes of that with the competitive edge to it, and certainly the points on the line. But just it's starting to divulge into the craziness. And messy, I really do think is a really good word for what we've seen so far.
Yeah, the benefit to Karmic's build, though, I've seen this a fair bit, is like this Death Toll Star for Fenrir. You do have good sustain. So as long as you're not scrapping constantly, you can heal up a little bit off the wave. So, you know, that's a benefit. That helps out. Haddix is, of course, 2 levels up at the moment. But, you know, we take the wins that when we can get them. And I think that Karmic is just going to be playing for a little bit later in the build. So far, Tegveer and having a great time up against Zapman, but the rotation comes in. Valo's here, finds the ult. Is able to pick up one. No help from Bologna. So, hey, shouts out to Valo getting here first. That rotation is crucial.
Has caught up a decent bit as well in terms of level. Actually, just got it level 6 ahead of Nog on that Bologna. So, definitely worth mentioning. We'll go back in time. Globe in trouble. Nog gets a slow. Steps back as well. The Gold Fury was dropped in the meantime from Food Drive. They don't want to overcommit in front of Scrumptious. That was something that we saw a few times in Game 1 Trelly. The objective fights were just not it for Food Drive.
You have to back up for now. I mean, I like that Gold Fury pull. Food Drive is trying to play as aggressively as possible for the time being, but they just were not able to go in for the true confirmation, and because of that, just back up, right? I think that Nog has a good bit of damage for this early game as a Bologna, right? You have a little bit extra tankiness. You have the chase down potential, but I think it's probably smart to play a little slow here. Zapman getting 2 deaths in like rapid succession means that the left side of the map should belong to Food Drive. Once we see the rotation from Haddix, that's when Scrumptious is going to look real strong. But at the moment, if you're fighting on the left side of the map, you got to dial it back a bit.
Do you think, kind of on that same topic of what mattered in the previous game, it's so much slower? I mean, there is the 2 deaths for Zapman, but Tegveer was speed running kills in game number 1. So far, there's only 2. So if that doesn't happen, if the pressure continues over in duo and we see the same thing repeat, it could be really problematic for Food Drive, to say the least. Tegveer going to engage on Zapman yet again. So, well, maybe we can hear your thoughts. I never know with Tegveer, or Zapman for that matter, dropping a wild hunt on Happin's head. Meanwhile, Gold Fury also being pulled.
Sure is being pulled. Can anyone get here with Sunder? No, LAO just gets it for free. This is what I was talking about, but without the rotation from Haddix. I was telling Scrumptious, hey, you guys can do this, but wait for your Odin. And they said, nah, we got this. There's not a fear in the world. And rightfully so. I mean, that looked like a botched ultimate from Zapman, right? He drops the polymorph onto Happen, like defensively, and they turn that into an aggressive call. At the very least, Food Drive's able to answer back and grab the queen, but I don't know, man. That's a rough play to make, considering Food Drive should feel confident on this half of the map.
This is one of the tougher games we've had in Smite 2 so far, of where kind of trying to guesstimate and predict and even just learn on kind of where these teams are going to go. Food Drive, I would categorize them as sort of unpredictable at the moment, just because they feel like they're a team evolving into their next form.
You think Zap falls for this?
Maybe.
I'm kind of curious. Okay, he's not.
He has to know, right? I mean, they've been gone for so long.
They've been hiding in that grass for
senses are
such a long
tingling,
time.
right?
Yeah, I was curious. I wanted you to bet against him, but so far he's not taking the bait. I really wanted to see him walk up though.
Karmic's still getting attention. It looks like the patience ran out on the left lane, by the way. Food Tribe, they both left the brush, and
just kind of going on a merry little journey.
Oh man, I wish moments like this. I just wish that they could talk to each other and he could say, "Hey guys, I know."
Like, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm not stepping up. You cannot pay me. Like, you could not pay me to step forward at this time. But LA owns here. Karmic's getting dove under tower. Oh my goodness.
Tail has rolled his time so far. Through the cage, has back up. Good two-man stun. Can't quite save the Fenrir, but will find one, maybe just two. Eagles rally up, down from Nog. Gonna be a really tough thing to survive. Matter of fact, cannot. Double kill for Bello. And a big one at that. Just a response for Karmic, I'm sure, helps the mental a little bit, as well as helping alleviate pressure from that lane.
Got some time to just dial it back now. We got some kills on both sides once again. Dude, Bello has been having some clutch rotations, to be honest with you. I have seen, when it looks dire, when it looks like Scrumptious is about to just get a ton of gold in their pocket, the Loki just shows up at clutch moments. So that's up to him, playing quite well in that regard. But you got to watch out for the Fenrir, who is just sitting at 0-3, has not gotten very tanky yet, is not able to survive too long. Speaking of not tanky, Happen times the Shito and Leon. Do you have CC immunity? The answer, unfortunately, is no. Shield, is that enough?
Probably.
Anyone?
Yeah, minion? Somebody?
Anything. And Shito's able to go on a killing spree there. Well played. Dude, Soul has so much CC immunity, so to get caught by an Ares ult just feels so bad.
Yeah, that is definitely not ideal to get caught in that consistently. Zapman turns the corner. Wild Hunt pre-beads out from Tegvir. Does get the dash away. Zapman dashes in. Typhoon for the response. Will that be enough damage for Tegvir to find the kill? Will he even go in? Zapman has life still ready to go and will walk away. So a lot dropped. A limit test, but nobody goes down. Bello gets away. Happen goes on a journey. Both are all right.
Yeah, I saw the assassinate, and then I realized Happen walked into the ult, and I was like, do they have follow-up? No, they were trying to kill a Loki. Ymir's a different story, right? That's a different beast. He's much tankier. But, hey, forcing out assassinate, definitely not a bad look. Come on, Tegvir. You want this 1v1, don't you? Teleport him. Probably smart. If the Bramble Blast comes in, Zapman dashes kills, no problem. And honestly, Tegvir is still the one of the rays of hope of Food Drive to try and get online and help carry this game, along with Bello. Gold Fury spawned in. Insta-pull by Happen. Leon's close by. Has Sunder available. It looks like it's immediately going to get called off, or not. Okay, I was going to say, you guys still pulling?
That's a lot of poke on Happen to start this fight out, or before it's even begun, realistically speaking. I think Food Drive are aware of the same problem, backing away as Karmic goes in, but cannot grab the CC immune Ares.
Alex TP'd. He's in the back line.
Watch out for Haddix. That continues to be the problem for Food Drive. Every game so far, it feels like this Odin, the Hades, whoever Haddix may be, just causes so much disruption that disruption could be an opening, but the Ymir wall will slow it down for the time being. But Scrumptious are still trying to find a way to step up to make sure they can grab this gold. The call is now to back up.
Backing up for now. Looks like Scrumptious decided not to go in for the pull and maybe just pull the queen, spawning here nicely. But remember, Haddix has ultimate. The cage could show up massive if he finds an opportunity for it, and it looks like he might be finding the opportunity. See ya later, Globe.
Already gone from the Eagles rally. Same can be said for Happen, who goes down mid-ultimate. So 2 picks for Scrumptious should open the door for the Gold Fury that they've been trying to get for what feels like 2 minutes now, probably close to. Food Drive will not make an attempt to steal away. Bello will try to steal some jungle on the right-hand side, but Haddix is well aware and is on the chase. This is a tail Bello is so familiar with, just everyone being on his tail constantly.
I mean, I think you sign up for that when you lock in Loki, right? Yeah,
Totally.
They're like, this dude's doing something sneaky. I'm gonna follow him. I don't know what he's doing, but I don't like it. Like, I'm just gonna follow him and see where he goes. And unfortunately, it means you can't split push if you're Valley. You can't get any more farm in your pocket, and you're gonna have to head on back to base. But Gold Fury, second of the game, goes the way of Scrumptious. We're about 2 minutes from Fire Giant touching down, and if how the game has gone is any indication for how it will continue to go, I'm thinking what, 15-42? We see a Fire Giant pull. That's my guess.
Yeah, I would be pretty comfortable with that being. I would go under on that almost borderline with how Scrumptious has been playing it. That everybody's going to show up on it by that point and start trying to maybe goad food drive into a fight they might not want to ultimate out from, I'd say, really well timed to get away. Elion in a lot of trouble. Can't quite get away. There's the ultimate in response. Typhoon's gonna go wide. They all get pulled back. This is not so bad for Scrumptious. Ares just now dies, but opportunity has certainly been created. Not getting pulled back from the Ragnarok is in a lot of trouble. Now the separation has split in, and Scrumptious are going down. Rachel Strike gonna be used. Karmic there as well. Shinto on the other side of the cage, doing damage from outside, and just enough damage at that. Where did they go for the double kill? There's the triple. No, Haddix will take it over the wall onto Globe with plenty of damage. That's gonna be 3. Shinto is indeed unstoppable.
I mean, that was a 2v4, and of course, they did use a lot to get the initial 2, but still ridiculous plays there from Shinto. Tegveer is losing the 1v1 for now, but Zap, you're close to the tier 2. You gotta watch out. Does Tegveer have the damage to come back? It's gonna be close. And no, no kill will happen just yet. But Zap, man, unfazed. Hey, 14-20. It would be the time to go back to base and teleport in for Fire Giant if Scrumptious wants to go for it. Or set up an ambush in the grass.
Set up an ambush here.
Who's gonna walk up though? You don't want Valo, because he has ult. If anything, your ideal target, your ideal target's Globe. If you find Soul, you can fight.
Does have Phantom Shell up, ultimate as well, but already low. Oh my god! Globe who?
That's a Soul there. I'm almost confident.
I think so. Maybe. It was at least on the map for a moment.
It's going to be 15-0, Malum. They're going to pull right away.
No fear from Scrumptious. This is the game plan that they seem to want. This breakneck pace of we dare you to fight us. I mean, they're jumping around in the pit. They're saying we can start this up when we so choose. If anyone tries to contest, they might just get blown up by Shinto at this rate. The Eagles rally for the extra buff around, and this Fire Giant might be free. No chance for Valo, so it does go to Scrumptious.
And you gotta take your dubs now. Where are you gonna go? If you're a food drive, take a look at Happen. Bro is invading back camps. Like he is scrounging for morsels. All the while, Karmic in a little bit of trouble. Should not get pulled back in. CC immune, so no way there's gonna be a kill there. But yeah, they are just taking back camps, man. Any bit of farm on the map, food drive is trying to find it. Whereas Scrumptious, they are here for your towers. They are here to put gold in their pocket, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. Tier 1 drops down. Tier 2 follows quickly here after. Oh, okay. Or a little bit of an ult on
to Zapman. Wild Hunt does come out. Zapman is sustaining through it with the help of Amanita Charm. And Zapman did indeed need that charm, but goes down instead. Haddix leading the charge forward, trying to turn the fight back around for the red side of things. There's the stun, does find a home, and Globe is gone again. Just cannot escape Shinto, who is now divine on that Kate. That mid laner, that character is so insane to watch. That damage is just out of this world.
I mean, yeah, Rose 9-0-2, has Gemma Focus, Book of Thoth, Cosmic Horror. Plenty of ways to go. Probably Soul Reaver or Rod of Tahuti next up, but might as well go on back for the third Gold Fury of the game for Scrumptious here. All the while, set your mid laner, let him zone. Why not? Happen cannot walk up. Happen might not be long for this world if there's an Eagles rally, and there is. Amanita Charm, not going to be enough. Shinto picks up his 10th of the game.
That was, everything was dropped from Happen. I respect the effort. You got to make some kind of effort at something on the map. Right, Shelly, you can't. I mean, you're 17 minutes in, and you're only falling further and further behind, getting close to that scary 10K mark. Hail Marys are kind of the way back in, right?
I mean, that's the thing about Hail Marys. High risk, high reward. They haven't really went for too many risks just yet. Vallo finding a 1v. No, this is not good. This is not good. I don't think you realized there was
I think
three
Vallo has the
around
same
him.
realization you did. The gates will not hit. Lucky for Vallo, but certainly still not out any more than luck. Rooted.
So quick.
The sixth sense is still there for Loki from Zapman, and that's the 18th kill now for Scrumptious in as many minutes.
That's crazy. With his old man hearing, I'm amazed he was able to find him there.
Put the cane out and bumped into Loki.
Yeah, he's been playing this game for a while. He knows the Loki juke pattern, no doubt about it. Unfortunately for Globe, no juke pattern's gonna get you out of this one. Falls down. And Food Drive should be looking at a Titan defense here shortly. Because
I'd be so frustrated if I was Globe. Every time you see you just get blown up.
Yeah, Shinto is not afraid of anyway. Let's run up to Hootie, by the way. So even more damage finished up. And he's one off a godlike. And when he gets it, I want you to yell.
I will.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Look at this gank.
Charging
this
up.
is the gank of the century here.
Karmic, big gank. Big dog,
no!
big bite. But the cage, the kennel is too much. Karmic can't find anything and has to back away instead, as that man will get to safety, and Scrumptious will regroup and reorganize outside that solo Phoenix line. The engage is out. Abilities get thrown around. Still no deaths for Food Drive. They're hanging on for the moment. How long will that last? A pull back into the waiting arms of Scrumptious. The damage is there, but Tegmir will take out Shinto. No godlike yell. Aw, sorry, Trelly.
Are you kidding me? We're letting Shinto die? What is this, man? I'm so upset. Now Valor getting chased down, but look at this defense. Big stun. No damage. Haddox is taking none, but Leon's getting a little bit weak here. Mid-bird is still the target, and they're sieging forward.
Food Drive don't have Vallo, who's stuck in the jungle with Nog. You really need the Loki on this defense, and it's showing. There's the beads. Look at the damage coming through. Food Drive barely hanging on. The jumps, the autos, it's all securing. One by one, they'll drop. Vallo's finally here. Is that enough to turn it around? Look how low Haddox is. The stuns are there. Haddox will go down. Leon's going to find Vallo. The wall to get away, and the Ymir will stay standing. So Scrumptious, a far from perfect siege.
I think the Tegmir should be able to chase down here. Maybe Nog is enough of a deterrent. And actually, Leon, he wants to go in. Bro said, you what?
Come at me.
Forward.
There it is. You got what you wanted. Will you survive through it? There's the mushroom. The damage on. Look how much he's sustaining through it. The bait worked out so far. Finally goes down. Nog unable to trade back. It sure looked cool. The pole will deny the bludgeon. So no kill from Nog. Now it's just, can you escape? If you are Depolota, the Eagles rally only going to hit happen. So definitely not ideal there. Nog still alive, finally goes down. Did tank through a lot. But where does that leave us standing? Because that was a long drawn out siege and a lot of chaos and 2 birds down. But Food Drive didn't look terrible.
They certainly didn't. Shinto finally showing himself, about to hit level 20, getting close to it. I assume that leaves us at a Fire Giant pull. That would be my guess. Sieging forward is the only call here for Scrumptious. They have to try and defend because Food Drive has the man advantage. Where's our Sunders at? Haddox has one. Leon's got one. You got to make a play here.
There we go. The Hail Mary is out on a Sunday as well. Tegmir low, but not blown up. Haddox, the jump forward. The fire goes down to Haddox. That was mine all along. And Shinto with the double kill off the back of it. Food Driver falling apart at the Fire Giant. A triple kill for Shinto. 15 for the Hecate. Only Karmic stands.
And Karmic, I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be a tough defense to try and sell, my man. You can only pull one into Fountain, and I don't even know if it's going to kill. My goodness, what a play, though. I think Food Drive did exactly what they had to go for that fire, but Scrump just showed up. Haddox gets the steal, and now they're just trying to chase him down.
They said, you thought we weren't going to go for this? We'll make sure you don't even get to watch your Titanfall. When all is said and done, Scrumptious will take the grand finals on stage 1, week 1. 100 points in pocket as well. So Swiss stage will most likely have Scrumptious there waiting. What a performance from Shinto on the Hecate. Food Drive, an insane semifinals, but just fall a bit short in the grand finals. Could not make those drafts work, Trelly.
And think about this. Well, when we were talking about players to watch in this matchup, Nog was at the top of that list just because of his high kill games on like the traditional assassin style picks. Goes like active item kind of tanky Bologna jungle and says, I don't have to carry. I can sit back. I can let Shinto, I can let Haddock to the lead, I can let Zap carry. I'm just gonna play more facilitator. And it turns out that's a good play style as well. They have options here. It's not as if they need their jungle to carry every game or Haddock to get fed every game or Shinto to pop off every game. They have different avenues to try and play in some of these scenarios. And that is what you need. When you are solely relying on getting your jungler a Susano or solely relying on first picking Bacchus, things like that, that can be dealt with. But when you have a team that is just as well oiled as this squad, scary stuff, man. Scary stuff.
Scary stuff, and just not enough answers there from Food Drive. There were moments, and we've said this. You're gonna hear all the casters say this. A lot of these teams with names that you might not recognize or you've seen a couple of times when they go against the old guard, they're gonna have those struggles. But all those struggles will lead to stronger and stronger teams, and Food Drive will certainly learn from today. But how did Food Drive get there? How did Scrumptious get there? Let's take a look at the bracket and see the journey that got us to this point. Third place match did go to Cowabunga between them and Borch. Scrumptious with the 2-0 for the finals. That's 100 points in the pockets of Scrumptious, which is pretty significant going forward in the Founder Series.
I mean, a heck of a run, though. You know, this was something that we knew there was going to be a lot of teams to watch. We knew there was going to be a lot of talent in this NA day. And I would say it was rewarded, man. I think we saw some great... And another thing is the picks that we thought were going to be running this tournament were still impactful. But I don't know about you. I saw a lot more Odin than I would have expected. And now I'm kind of fearful of this Odin pick. Like Odin was the least of my worries, man. If you would have asked me if Bologna and Odin were going to get played, I was like, I mean, maybe a bit of Odin and no Bologna. And we saw a ton of Odin and even more so of Bologna than I would have expected. But still, maybe the tanky style junglers are making a comeback as well. It's just great to see because there's no other way to figure out about your metas until you're watching the top echelon competitive Smite 2.
And as strong as Sunder was, we learned that too much of a good thing can certainly be a bad thing at times as well. We're definitely in agreement there, but that was definitely an incredible day in North America for the Founders Series and a real great way to kick off that road to Las Vegas for North America. Well, thanks from all of us for watching. It's been a great day of Smite 2, but that does bring us to the end. More Founder Series on the horizon. Make sure to follow the socials to keep your eyes out. Malum, Trelly, and everybody wishing you a safe rest of your day and signing off. We'll see you next time.